So we're going to go into our open walk on panel. Exclamation point open in chat. So we are going to introduce the people here. Hopefully Joe shows up because she said she was going to yell at me, and that sounds exciting. So first, again, we'll say hi to our friend Alice. Thank you for being here, Alice. Thank you for being here, Maddie, Samantha. Eagle Eye, thanks for coming through. Eagle Eye, our trusty editor, has been so kind to help us out with the YouTube, especially at YouTube and chat to a Substat channel. Thank you. Was it Spicy? Spicy, thank you for coming back. Then we have T-Jarm. T-Jarm. I don't. How are we supposed to pronounce it? I don't know how to pronounce your name. I don't know how to do it.
Yeah, that's fine, T-Jar.
Okay. Well, thank you so much.
Okay,
all right.
Kyle.
Yeah. Next, we have You So Bad, who was very kind as to help out with the hype train, which is just about done. If you want to throw in some more bits, do it right now. But thank you, T-Jarm, for the assistance, and thanks for being here.
What about me? I didn't get an introduction.
I was going to do that. Going to save you for last. But I was hoping You So Bad was going to say something. All right, moving on. KTN. I think this is our first time having you here. Thanks for being around.
Thank you. This is very interesting. I feel like I'm an old timer, so you young guys, I'm gonna jump in.
You're
the
not
ring with
alone.
you young guys.
You're not alone. Trust me. I'm up there in the age with you. I guarantee it.
Okay.
Listen, I'm 30, so don't get.
I'm much older than that, honey.
33.
Last, but absolutely not least, we have Ark. Ark here to help.
Hi, guys.
So hello, how are you, Ark? Tell us about yourself.
I'm great. I'm new to this panel, but not first time caller, long time listener. Love the show. I'm just glad that I get to be here. I used to stream a lot, wanting to kind of get back into streaming, and this is kind of like me dipping my toes to see if I still have the ability to talk. So thank you for having me on.
Yeah, we definitely appreciate you. Okay. So here we are. I was just waiting for Joe to yell at me, but while we're waiting,
Joe's eating. She'll be in soon.
Yeah. Eating / dodging me. I know. So what did you guys think of the previous panel? We'll start there, and we'll see if Joe will be back by the end of that. What do you guys think? Is there anything that jumped out at you when you wanted to discuss?
I'm not gonna lie, I was eating, so.
Okay, fair enough.
Chinese geopolitics was kind of fly.
Oh yeah, did you like that? Yeah, we haven't really done much of that here on this particular panel, but yeah.
But then I got control of help making topics, so I'm fucking this shit up.
Yeah. Samantha, thank you again for the help. It was very much appreciated. But yeah, we had the just to remind you of what we talked about. We had a topic on the geopolitics in terms of China, but we also had the one on the Twitter artist and the artwork, the controversial artwork that was put out there. So that was interesting, and that was kind of fiery, to say the least. And also we had the one on the California law that was being passed. That requires diversity. Just wanted to see if you guys want to talk about any of that stuff. If we had any comments. Okay, no, apparently not.
I still haven't seen any proof, and I don't trust anything by the CIA-controlled media that is any American media.
Okay, fair enough. So we can talk about something else. But first of all, I'll ask my panel: Is there anything you in particular want to talk about?
You want to get Fanatic on here so he and I can scream at each other again?
Oh, that was fun. We can attract Fanatic. If we talk about certain subjects, we will attract him. He will appear. He will be highly upset with us.
Actually, I have a good suggestion.
Okay.
I want to rehash this concept of cancel culture.
Concept of cancel culture.
Oh God, yeah. Where did the liberal touch you on the doll?
Who hurt you?
The people that always want to talk about cancel culture are always the people that like somebody yelled at me on Facebook because I said something stupid.
Actually, no. I'm a New Yorker. I'm a born and bred New Yorker, so like I'm about as liberal as it gets. Well, New York City. Anyway, but I always kind of think it's weird that everyone always argues about cancel culture. I think that there's a big blind spot to what the original form of cancel culture was, and like I kind of think conservatives like really had that stage when it came to like the way they like started off by discriminating. Like they excluded a lot of people, and like I kind of think that liberals don't really use that as like a good rebuttal to like what's going on right now.
Do you
You
mind
know what I
before you get too deep in? Can you describe what you mean by original cancel culture? Like, what does that mean to you?
All right, so like to me, like the Dixie Chicks getting axed because of like that,
Because they
the
said
idea
fuck
that
George Bush and the Iraq.
yeah, like the idea that like before when anybody in the LGBT community, you were X'd from your church, you were shunned from jobs, you were shunned from all these other
Hey,
things.
do me a favor and back off your mic a little bit. We're getting like a lot of puffs of air.
I was just
Yeah.
about to
Oh
ask
no,
him
I was
that.
taking deep breaths. I was like, oh, I gotta be like concise while I'm here.
Yeah. Okay, great. Try it again.
All right, so
Yeah, so you don't have a pop-
just the idea that like 80s, 90s, 70s, 60s, like people who had like more progressive ideas were definitely canceled on like multiple stages, and I think that like we completely forget that and just kind of let conservatives like be totally aggrieved when it's like, yeah, that was your thing, wasn't it? You know what I mean? Like there, and you know what I mean? I'm like, you guys have a short memory. Like, why are you bringing this up?
Right, like what you're saying is like the conservatives are complaining against cancel culture when like literally they use that like in the 70s and 80s to do the same thing to liberals, and now
Yeah,
that
and I'm
it's being used against them, they're complaining about it.
Yeah, and I'm like, if you're gonna, it's like, if you're gonna fight with them, you might as well like stoop to their level. Oh, there's my daughter screaming. You might as well stoop to their level. You know what I mean? That's kind of the way I see it, because like I don't think that you should let them get away with it.
Okay, well, here's another side to that is like there's a book that came out. It's called Rules for Radicals, and it kind of talks about how going about these ways and a lot of the things that a lot of leftists, not all of them, do are counterproductive to what the goals that we want to achieve. So like, yeah, it's fun to get around panels and shit on people and scream at people, but this is a very few thing, and it's actually kind of counterproductive because if people on the other side of what we believe are seeing this, they're going to think that we're a threat. They're not going to want to engage in open discourse and honest discourse with us because we're just going to shut them down and be like, oh, you're a fascist, you're a shit, this, you're a fucking MAGA tard, you're, we have all these words, right? And it shut down the ability for discourse because we're already attacking them just based off of my ideology on a perception of where they're from, how they look, what they're wearing. Now Rules for Radicals kind of goes over like how we're going to get even, and this is from a socialist communist perspective because that's what the book is aimed at, but like when we're trying to get people to, we don't want to like ostracize these people too hard and then just make more and more and more of them swing hard to the right, and then when the power shifts again, and if they take power, how much of a hit are we going to take? Now the better way to do is have open and honest discourse and try to change minds, change opinions, open people's eyes. Yes, it's not going to work with everybody, but the more we have an open and honest discourse with people, the more we can bring them to our side. We're not having to fight as hard with as many people. Yes, I engage in like counterproductive behavior, but also again, I'm a fucking asshole. I'm not gonna lie. I enjoy the hate and the vitriol and the confrontation. I've been missing this since the army. Now, but like there's so many people that are out there doing very productive things in the space. I mean, there's a lot of big streamers, big content creators, talk show hosts, anything that are engaging in open and honest discourse with people of opposing values in a productive way. Like I don't add anything productive to a conversation. I just re-at people and fucking call them stupid. That is not changing minds. I'm just trying to be like hyper dunk cool. Look at me, what I did on the internet. But that does nothing for our movement. That does nothing to help us achieve a goal of making more people agree with us so that we don't have to fight so hard to achieve our goals.
Can you argue that doing that exact thing goes exactly against what your movement, though? Like you acting that way, don't you think that would probably push people further to the other side?
I literally said what I do is problematic, but I'm an asshole and I can't stop it. So, I'm addicted to yelling at people.
I don't want to.
Okay, at least you admit.
Oh no, go ahead. You want to say something?
Oh, I was just gonna say at least you admit.
Oh no, I did say that I what I do is counterproductive. I don't add it. I literally said I don't add anything positive to the movement. I just do this for the shits and giggles, the shiggles, if you
Right.
will.
I think. Listen, I think you're fucking hilarious. I was just curious.
I think you should shut the fuck up and keep your opinions to yourself. Thank you for the compliment, sir.
No.
Well, I understand that like browbeating, like browbeating or like shaming conservatives is like not a good tactic. But I'm not even like thinking about shaming. I'm just kind of like, hey.
Maybe speak up a little bit more. Like, should I speak up because you're like really now dim? Just like
I was gonna say you were spitting into the mic before, and now we can barely hear you.
Yeah.
You need to find a happy medium.
Yeah. First time. Anyway, yeah. So like, I'm not saying shame them or like embarrass them or anything like that or like berate them. For me, my entire opinion is like, for the ones you can't get through to, just be like, don't you realize what you're doing is kind of complaining about the same thing that you were doing to us,
I'd like to add like one thing that I think is really important because I'm here because I participate in a lot of Discord servers. I debate a lot, and one thing that I notice in debate and online discourse is that people are so much more interested in being right than learning something, and that is something that like I really think that we need to make it okay to say I don't know what this means. Like because sometimes I go into political Discord servers and they'll be like talking about the ethical, the moral superiority of deontology, and I'm like, for one, I don't know what deontology means. Like, and it's and then people are like afraid to ask what that means, and it's like and then they try to participate in the argument when they might not even be arguing from a place where they don't like. I think that it's just it should be more okay to say I don't know a thing, please teach me, instead of getting ridiculed for not knowing a thing.
Wait, hold on, real quick. You don't know what deontology means, and you call yourself an internet debater?
No, I
Oh
am
my
a
God.
deontologist. I was just using that example of like someone could come
I'm
in.
just messing with you. I'm just
You
messing with you.
motherfucker! How
I
dare
didn't
you?
know how serious you were. I'm just confused. How do we get to this topic from cancel culture, which is like a weird segue kind of.
Because I think that a lot of people could get canceled just by not knowing a thing.
But that's not,
You know?
so like cancel culture is like a really specific like concept, I guess, of where like people who have like wrong think essentially are called out for it. So like not knowing what the fuck deontology is, which disclaimer, I have no idea what the fuck deontology means.
Nor do I. I do not know.
When Joe comes here, she'll tell you.
I'm sure she will, but I have no idea what the fuck deontology is. But like that's not a good example of like cancel culture. Cancel culture would be more like some people complain about like, oh, it's cancel culture because I can't say that trans women shouldn't be allowed to play sports.
Fair enough.
Like
Fair enough.
right. So like there's like really specific things where we claim this is just cancel culture. And like
well, it's
yeah,
like
so.
yeah, like
I agree
it's
with that,
also,
Alice.
like,
I agree.
I think the reason, and so I think it's important bringing up the history of like where the idea of canceling someone really started out more where it was like people of power using that position of power as gatekeepers, or essentially those choosing what is acceptable and what's not, and then like ruining the career, in effect canceling them because of that. The only reason they now take issue with it is it's because people who otherwise didn't hold any power and are now collectively using it to hold people in power accountable for those actions. Now, granted, like that it takes on a different form when it's like someone on the internet or some like random person who happens to be like the meme of the day and gets, circulated and canceled. Like that sort of it takes on a different manifestation. But in general, like, yeah, this whole like outrage around cancel culture, it's just like people who are used to being the arbiters of acceptability and what is okay and not okay are upset because now they are being held to the bullshit standards and moving goalposts that they normally were the ones who were like establishing. And it makes them upset. And
I agree 100%, but I think it's even more sinister because I spent a lot of time in my free time, like I drive trucks, like just listening to like Ben Shapiro, and like before all this like cancel culture came about, his like discourse would be like, oh, racism, or like intersectionality or something like that. He would speak about like, well, why is it wrong to discriminate? Like, why is it wrong to do this? Why is it wrong to do that? The government's not doing it, blah, 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 blah. And then like once this came about, he just kind of latched onto this like full force, and kind of like now the way I look at it is it's like when you talk, like you listen to like conservative everything, it almost seems like acceptable to like they've gone past like the thinking of like racism as abhorrent, or like sexism or transphobia is abhorrent, and then like they've gone straight to like, well, I should have a right to be X, Y, and Z. You know what I mean? So it's like they've just done like, I think with the cancel culture, they did a huge leap and just kind of jumped over all their former obstacles to like go into this thing where like, now you're policing what I think or say. You know what I mean?
And I think we can look at that like what's the gal from The Mandalorian that just recently got
Gina
canceled?
Carano.
Gina Carano, right? And like so many people are upset about that, and I'm like, I'm sorry, but she was given every opportunity to stop saying stupid shit. She works for a privatized company. If the privatized company doesn't want to keep her around because she's saying stupid, gross shit, that's their right. That's not cancel culture. That's capitalism, baby. Like,
that's true.
So why so the same people that like support capitalism and private industries' rights are the same people that are fucking decrying this girl being fired.
That's a
But
great
if it weren't for all
example
these
because
leftists, then she wouldn't be being canceled.
Oh my goodness.
it's a
Let me
great thing
play
because,
the world's tiniest
go-
fucking Mandalorian violin,
going back to
Well, it's
going back to Ben
it's
Shapiro,
okay for me, not for thee type thing, right?
Yeah, going back to the
They
Ben
can do it all the
Shapiro,
time, but yeah.
before his like a couple months ago, one of his big things was the idea that churches and parochial, like Catholic and religious schools, had rules that you couldn't have somebody who was part of the LGBT community.
Again, if you could try to speak louder, it would help. I can barely hear you.
Sorry. He had this thing where if you had children, if you worked at a Catholic school or any kind of religious school, they should be allowed to discriminate against you as an employer. And they should also be allowed to discriminate against children of parents who were in the LGBT community. And, that's then he was like, it's their private organization, it's their XYZ, you know what I mean? And this was a religious thing. So for him, I kind of think it's weird where like, oh, religious institutions should be allowed to discriminate 100% at their discretion, but private organizations, which conservatives like hold as like kind of the golden calf, now all of a sudden they're willing to throw that away. You know what I mean? In order to serve a different purpose.
And notice that like they're only extending that exception to the rule to Christian churches, right? Because if there were like a Muslim mosque or something else that wanted to take that same like religious liberty exception, there's no fucking way, because it's all like based on reinforcing white supremacy and the patriarchy, and it's some bullshit.
I just don't like the characterization that the cancel culture is like just an example of capitalism, because we've had capitalism existing for a long time. People had businesses, people had corporations and stuff, but you didn't have to fire someone just because they had an alternative view. Like, I don't see that as a representation of capitalism.
I'm just
I think
confused.
a lot also gets put into what cancel culture is, right? Like, kind of, you can draw a line around pretty much anyone getting fired from a job and just be like, oh, it's cancel culture. Like,
it's just, yeah. I don't understand.
Term.
Yeah, I don't understand. You're being way too broad there. Like, alternative views, saying like trans women are men is not an alternative view right now. It's just directly transphobic. So like, I don't understand that position on the, like of, oh, it's just cancel culture, the leftists. No, it's somebody who's taking a position that's, you know, societally not acceptable in a large swath. So like alternative views getting you fired is a very weird way to look at it, unless you are that, you know, other group.
Yeah, it's okay.
but
If it's a private institution, they have every right to fire people, because here's what happens when you communicate or share publicly a view like that, and people learn about it, and then they associate that person who just did that like really fucked up view, denying like someone's humanity or whatever, and then they connect it to their employer. That employer sees it as a liability and a risk to their ability to drive profit. And so like that's why they have every right then to like fire someone. And usually when you sign a contract in general, like any sort of employment contract, there's usually like a stipulation in there where it's like, if you say or express anything publicly or that's then shared, like the company reserves the right to be able to terminate your employment if it's seen as, you know, not in line with their whatever, like corporate guidelines, whatever. But like that's every right. I mean, you can agree with whether or not like it's morally correct, but from a purely legal standpoint, like they have every right to do it.
okay, but
Yeah.
and that's where I would say even the legal groundwork is kind of shaky, because we protect based discrimination based on disability, religion, race, gender. But if your employer saw one of those things as detrimental to his business, then morally, why shouldn't he be able to fire you for those things?
Because we protect
Because it's
certain classes.
No, I
Exactly.
said morally, not legally.
Yeah, because I would argue that morally, you probably shouldn't be able to fire people for their political beliefs at a certain point. I think morally, I think that's kind of wrong. As far like as long as their political beliefs aren't interfering with the job, I think that you should be able to have whatever political beliefs you want and be able to work there. I think that, but however, I do understand that the private company has a right to be like, hey, you have political ideologies that may make our company look bad. We can fire you.
But I was talking
They
about
have the right to
I
do
was
so.
specifically talking about the protected classes. So if I have a private business and my customers are mostly white, and I don't, want a black person working there, should I be able to not
No,
hire them or fire them? But it's a detriment to my business.
How is it a detriment to your business? Like you're claiming something that's this is a very weird like point to claim. Like you're claiming that if you're a white person running a white majority business and that you want to be able to discriminate against another race, it might be a harm to your business to not be able to discriminate. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, like we're not debating whether or not like certain classes have a right to be labeled as like protective classes. So yeah, and like
No, but
yeah,
you're saying
I'm
is
also
that
confused.
you're saying that the capitalist view is that if it's a detriment to the employer, whatever it is, they should be able to make a decision based on that factor,
I don't think
whatever
that's
that
what
That's
we're
not what we're
saying.
saying. That's not
No
what we're
one's
saying
arguing that.
whatsoever. We're saying
No
that
one's
the
arguing for
views
it.
expressed openly, and this usually only is for people that are like prominent personalities or those that are in the public sphere somehow. Otherwise, like it really doesn't, if they don't, it's not going to be as much of a detriment. But they're saying if someone's expressing views that discriminate, or like discriminatory views or bigoted views against protective classes, then that gives them grounds to terminate that employee.
Also, I would argue, like you just talked about contracts and workers and stuff like that, and I believe that like 75% or 80% of working contracts in the United States are at will contracts, which means they can fire you for whatever reason. Like they could say like I don't like
That's
the fact
true.
that you're wearing shoes today, so I get to fire you. Like most employment contracts in the United States are at will employment contracts.
Yep,
So
especially
they can fire
depending on
you
the
for,
state.
yeah, depending on the state. But from my understanding, I could be wrong, My understanding is the majority of state employment contracts, like entry level employment contracts, are at will termination contracts.
Yeah, but that's
we had this argument the other day. You're absolutely correct. Most of them are.
That's the mischaracterization of what at will means. So like people always use that employers have this just broad range of, but they can't fire you for wearing shoes when they don't fire the other employees for wearing shoes. That's still discrimination, and you could still win that case in court.
No, okay.
They don't have to state that that's the reason they fired you, though.
Yeah,
they can fire you and just be like, no, we're terminating your contract. There doesn't need to be, like that's the difference. It could be because you wore shoes or whatever, or they just don't like you, but they don't have to. They're not going to state that's why they fired you.
Exactly.
But what at will employment laws essentially, I mean, they benefit the employer because the employer is then able to make those decisions without having to give any sort of rationale.
And even if they did state that they fired you for wearing shoes or not is not a protected class.
Exactly. Exactly. Thank you.
That's what I'm saying. Y'all are mischaracterizing what at will means. That can still be discrimination.
No, they're not. It's not discrimination. Discrimination is on the basis of a protected class. It's not discrimination to fire someone who wants to go to work naked. That's not discrimination.
Wait, hold on. There's something that he said that kind of like I think was important. Like the idea that like something that is morally wrong, or more like what are these like we haven't even kind of come up with like we can't even agree on what's morally right or what's morally wrong. Like like it's weird because there's like people aren't even agreeing on like
we have agreed on what's morally wrong, what's morally right. That's why we have protected classes.
Yes, we have, but I don't think everyone's on the same page.
Yeah, I guess some people don't agree with those.
You know what I mean?
Some people are Nazis, like
right? Yeah,
or
bigots.
I mean, some people think that.
Can I actually read something from the chat? That, like, I think a member from the chat made a super good point. That I want to address. Like they said, this was from Long Live Aril. They said the framing of this argument is incorrect. Cancel culture should imply a literal cancellation. All of the people that are so-called canceled still actively make money and exist within society. It's a boogeyman. These people don't get deported or exiled. They just get social backlash.
Yeah,
like
that's so true. Yeah, that's so true. Like cancel culture, like especially if someone on the right gets canceled, like whatever her name is from The Mandalorian, she got cancel cultured, but now she's working for Ben Shapiro. Like she got fired from one job and immediately got another one because she got canceled. Like show me someone who has received cancel culture who no longer has a job and is living on the street right now.
But this is the thing, you won't hear them, right? You won't hear them because if someone's effectively been cancelled, they won't have a platform to tell you about how they've been cancelled. So all this cancel culture we hear about are from people who are actually proliferating their platform by claiming that they're discriminated against, because people love to say that victims don't have power, but righteous indignation is actually very powerful. And it's something that conservatives will jump on any opportunity to execute and operate.
Yeah, that's what I love is like people on Twitter being like, I'm being silenced. Literally tweeting, I am being silenced. It's like,
okay, but
on Twitter,
that's just
retweeted 100,000 times.
Why are we accepting that story? Like, I don't understand why we accept that story in general. Like basically, like when I like watch Ben Shapiro stuff, I just want to scream at him and be like, no, but put my hand over his mouth and be like, please, like no one, like you're lying. You know what I mean? Like it's weird. I almost feel like you're literally lying to the public, or like kind of like framing something or weaving a tale that at this point we're stuck like dealing with that when there's more important things in the world going on.
Because the public is kind of stupid and we like consuming media, and the easy thing to consume is what's simplest. I mean, it is really just a matter of the message that's the simplest message is the one that's going to be taken. We are stupid. Like,
yeah, I literally call it like the jingle keys. Like, look at the shiny keys. Look at over here. Like, let's talk about abortion and shit like this, and not concentrate on the actual fucking shit that's literally fucking us all over to death. Like, just
I've heard I think that for a lot of people, it's outside of the bounds to even be talking about how to correct those things. So what is available to them are these other like outlets, these other possibilities to whatever anger they may have at their miserable situation, there are these other, they're being given, like, think if you're in a really right wing area or something like that, it's very difficult to say, oh, I think things could be improved. I think we should get a minimum wage, hike and that kind of stuff. And it could be very contentious. And so I don't know. I guess I'm sort of losing my thoughts, but you got it.
Joe, you want to respond?
Oh, my hand. Oh, sorry, I was just playing with my hand. But there are things that I can say. For instance, I think it's really interesting, and it sort of ties back into the bits of the conversation that I caught. The distinction between being cancelled and not doing your job, because sometimes you sign a contract that requires you to do certain things, and if you violate that contract, then you are rightfully losing your job. It's not about being cancelled because you couldn't express yourself. Someone keeps saying, we don't know the morality of this issue. We don't know the morality of this issue. No, you're actually talking about liberties and where liberties end and where they extend to. So it actually has nothing to do with morality. And if you want to answer that morality question, you can come up with 10,000 different bits of calculus and equations that will give you different answers depending on what you're looking for. There is no moral answer to that question.
As how I understand it, silly, and I don't know if do you go by silly or serious?
I enjoy going by silly. My name is Joe. You can call me Joe, but I'm
going to call you silly. I like that. Unless you really want me to call you Joe. But anyway.
No, call me silly.
Okay, silly. This is what a lot of people don't understand is that Mandalorian girl, she got fired for going against her contract, not because she said some ridiculous shit. It was like which is part of it, but she went against her contract too, because in her contract there was a social media clause that said like, hey, if we don't want you saying this shit, then we can fire you because of it.
But they're literally saying anything. They're literally saying anything, like Marjorie Taylor Greene saying, "Oh, well, there are long lines, to vote, but what about the long lines that we have to form at the metal detector, And they'll just literally complain about anything. And this whole idea that we're gonna go, okay, so here's the CPAC, you guys. Cancel culture. You're clearly upset about that. Okay, let's discuss cancel culture.
Yeah.
It's like, no,
I think it seems like the game is act in bad faith and then just watch everyone try to figure it all out afterwards, right? It's like,
I mean, I'm confused. You mentioned Marjorie Taylor Greene, but she just said some dumb shit. She basically was like, the real voter fraud is me having to wait in line.
Yeah.
Like, she just said dumb shit.
Yeah, she's just
Well,
dumb.
she also talked about like a Jewish
She's not
space
just
laser,
dumb.
so.
She is just dumb. She is just an idiot.
She should be nowhere involved in any discourse at all.
Yeah, but the funny part about
the scariest thing is that she won her district.
She's dishonest. She is being dishonest.
But
she
that's
may
the
be
funny
dumb.
part
You could
about
say that,
those
but
Marjorie Taylor Greene's they have such a serious fan base that the dumb shit is law. It's like it's the word of God in that. It's like, oh yeah, like she brings something. Tomorrow she could probably say like, telling me to eat healthy is like a horrible thing. Go back to the big gulp thing. The Bloomberg like big gulp thing, and then like it's a wrap, and then that's something you got to deal with for the next 6 months. You know what I mean?
All I know about Marjorie Taylor Greene, I know way too much about her, but I would say that anyone that grabs at a cardboard cutout of Donald Trump's crotch, I cannot trust this person. They are an insane person. I cannot trust them.
So let's go to Entrama, and then Entrama.
No, you're good. Just kind of stuttering this a little bit. Like, I think one of the main issues I see, mainly with like conservatives, but anyone who is like complaining a lot about cancel culture, is that like they conflate being canceled with just like incurring consequences or having your free speech actually infringed upon versus just like, being moderated on a platform. Like, you're not incurring legal consequences because you got banned from Twitter for being a fucking Nazi, right? Even if you get fired from your job, that's not like a legal consequence. You're just a piece of shit. And you probably could have violated a contract, which actually is legal. But you're
someone mentioned in chat a little while ago of how like the right always complains about cancel culture, but they are the only side that has literally legalized cancel culture via anti-BDS legislation, saying that like if you don't sign a fucking thing that says basically a pledge to the state of Israel, then you can be fired. Like they have literally institutionalized their what they call cancel culture in law, and they are the ones who are harping on so much about it being like an issue. Which is just again just highlights how hypocritical they are.
Joe, I have no idea if your hand was actually up just then. Like I have no idea. I'm watching it.
It was. I think it was. I think her hand was up.
Yeah, it was up.
Schrodinger's
My hand was up because I wanted to. I wanted to like I was just thinking from the other side for a minute to think like what arguments I would have, and yeah, no, I enjoy it, and I think there is an argument there, something that I regularly talk about, which is the quickness of our current moment to take action to destroy somebody rather than to rehabilitate or educate. And I do think, I mean, I don't have an issue with celebrities or corporates being cancelled left, right, and center. Like, no big deal. But when it comes to the everyday, like, I know a lot of feminists who, if someone sends them a sexist tweet or something, will broadcast that with the person's employment details of their family members, as a way to say, like, oh, you think you can just get away with saying this? Now everyone in your life knows you're a piece of shit. And it's true that the ideas are piece of shit person ideas, but I'm not sure it actually serves a political end necessarily to jump to this idea of like, let me show you the consequences of thinking this way, instead of trying to understand why somebody thinks that way and what we can do to sort of change their thinking, which is harder work because obviously when people say disgusting things, you don't want to be like, I'm sorry, let me hold your hand.
Yeah, and I would say that like there's no one has the obligation to have to do that, right? Like no one has the obligation to have to hold a bigot's hand and walk them through learning, right? We don't have the obligation to do that. But I would say that people that do want to extend that olive branch should not be ridiculed for doing that, because like I mainly exist on Discord a lot, and sometimes like people will call me like an alt-right sympathizer because I try to extend olive branches to these people, right? Because I've gone through a lot of shit in my life where like, you know, like when I donate to charity, I donate to Life After Hate. You know, that's my favorite charity in the world. If people that don't know what Life After Hate is, it's a charity that supports people that are like reformed neo-Nazis, like people that like have like swastika tattoos that want to get them covered up and shit like this. It's a great charity. Please look into it. But I'm really big into like going to these young people that are going down these alt-right pipelines and being like, hey, well, why do you think this? Why? Like, let's have a conversation about it instead of just automatically condemning them.
You know, someone said earlier that the consequences are just, you know, getting banned on Twitter, but there are people losing their job. There are people who their landlords, you know, kick them out of their apartments. There are kids who are getting suspended from school. They're like, it's not just, oh, we're banning you from Twitter. Like, it's just having like real like effects on people's lives just because they said something or.
I think we can maybe separate that out though from cancel culture, which affects people with platforms.
But that's just what cancel culture is.
That is just what cancel culture is. You're canceling someone's public support. I think there's what, like, you know, what I'm talking about, someone in chat
employment at all.
No, but someone in the chat made a really important distinction, which is technically if you're talking about people's employment, etc., that's doxing. You're giving personal information out about a person. Yeah. So it's doxing behavior. That's not cancel culture.
Well, by the way, real quick, TJ, I wanna push back on you against something. Why the hell do you have all of your Discord notifications on? Every time you talk, I can hear your Discord beep 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 in the background. What type of monster are you that you don't have Discord notifications for you? That's my question.
That's a good question.
I'll go out on a limb real quick and say, like, probably most of the time the internet loses its mind over someone getting canceled is probably not as bad as they're making it out to be. But I still think there is room. Every time we see a situation like this, just stop for a second and think like, okay, like, are we making rash decisions in you know, bringing about justice to this person or doing potential harm to this person, and can they be rehabilitated? Because I think that is, you know, worth considering.
I think that's true, but does anybody really think that they shouldn't be rehabilitated on the left? I mean, is the left canceling people without without holding out the offer of rehabilitation? Is that a leftist position? Because to me, it seems quite obvious to me. If somebody's coming at very aggressive and is in a mindset where they're hell bent on being destructive, then in that situation, I can't I can't work with that person. Now, if that person goes, is like, whoa, they don't want to include me, you can't get near me, and they're not accepting any of the things I'm saying. They're not, inviting me in and pretending that I'm legitimate in what I'm saying. Then they'll be like, oh, well, maybe that gives them something to think about, and then they can come back. Now, if somebody comes back after having done whatever, and they want rehabilitation, they want to live an interesting life and become more aligned with themselves, then I'm all for that. So I just don't, even going back to the 19th century, when they were reforming prisons and stuff like that, or trying to, the whole idea was about rehabilitation. And so the idea that you can't be rehabilitated, or that you are you are going to be canceled forever, is right wing.
I mean,
Can I respond to that? I'd like to respond to that. I really would. So I think that there's absolutely, like, because you're kind of like saying that it, like, from what I heard, that you're saying like leftists will draw a line and say like you're beyond rehabilitation, right?
No,
Which
I don't think they draw that line.
Okay, can you? Because what I heard is basically you're getting mad at people for setting boundaries, which is a completely healthy thing.
No,
right?
I'm saying set boundaries. Set boundaries. You misunderstood me completely.
Okay, I did.
I'm not going to be therapist with somebody who is actively trying to be destructive and is being dishonest. Is not giving me the respect of just telling me the truth, right? At least give me a pause from this person. That doesn't mean that I want that person to go and jump into a meat grinder or a paper shredder or something like that. That means that I want them to go somewhere and have a thought about it, and maybe talk to somebody that's closer to them or something like that. I mean, I have my mother-in-law who lives with us is MAGA. I mean, I haven't even asked her about the Q. I haven't even asked her about Q. I don't even want to go there, and I have to deal with her and be nice with her all the time. Does that mean that I accept when she tells my daughter, babysitting her, that it's not natural for Black people and white people to marry? I don't accept that. So I'm going to say it, and I'm not going to sit there and entertain it, and I don't give a fuck. And and these conservatives talking about cancel culture,
though,
keep bullshitting, and you're going to keep getting this.
So,
but can you understand how another person might enter in that same thing and say like, I don't want that person babysitting my kid anymore, and draw that boundary?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's their prerogative, though. You can't really say that person is wrong for drawing that line and saying that I don't want to engage in that kind of in that kind of lifestyle. Like there are certain things that there are certain people that I won't lie, I definitely avoid because maybe we've had too many bad encounters, and I'm like, you know what, bad encounter number 3 or 4, I really can't do this because that is going to be something that might follow me along the rest of my day, the rest of my life. There might be so many other parts of that like keep going. So at some point you kind of have to cut those kind of toxic relationships or toxic encounters.
So we'll
what I mean?
So
I mean, for him, King of William, he probably doesn't have a choice, so he has to deal with it. But like for the rest of us average people that can avoid people who are toxic in their life and can have a place to like escape from it, or or just like I live in New York City, 8 million people. It's a great place, and like I could be next. It's a place where there's plenty of people with diverse opinions, et cetera, and you would think we'd be fighting every single day. You know what I mean? Because but people learn to.
What's up,
so
Brian?
I just want to let a few more other people in. So we're gonna go to Sam, and then we'll go to Joe. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, so I know this has been brought up a couple times, but there's definitely cases where we're going to have like people getting canceled for things that they might not even know is a problem. It's a problem, and if they sometimes just get this outburst of people telling them that they've done these things wrong, I know this happened in the Smash Bros community last year, where a creator, Smash player, got a DM from a member of the community who had autism, didn't understand the social cues, didn't get any response from the girl, didn't know he did anything wrong, and then just got his DMs leaked with his name, with his face, by her on Twitter, and with just the word gross, and then of course she had to like backtrack everything because she found out that he had autism later. But there's cases like this where we're gonna have to like explain to these people like that we can't just have like flat out just leaving people out. And if we just like it's anybody's right to not have to interact with these people, but somebody needs to be able to have a conversation and try to rehabilitate them.
Return no one evil for evil. I guess
go ahead, Joe.
Answer.
If you're done,
Yeah,
Sam.
I think a few things. Firstly, King of William, I agree with you that theoretically no one on the left is for cancel culture. It's not a consistent leftist position, but I think particularly in this age of aesthetic over politics, where things are all about tweets going viral, I do think the left engages in something like accountability culture, we'll call it. We won't call it cancel culture. We'll call it accountability
How
culture.
political.
Yeah, I do think it is. I don't think anyone's going to believe you if you say that the left never go after people, because it's not true. Even in the case of something like, I'm all for it, but Christy Blasey Ford was arguably a show trial. That was weaponized sexual assault claims used to try and cancel someone's political career. I don't think he should be a Supreme Court judge, but for many, and I have no problem with that show trial occurring, but that can be construed as cancel culture. Now, to ARK's point, ARK, now to call me silly. What would you like to be called?
ARK. I'm an ARK.
Okay. ARK, I think there's something really interesting in the distinction between setting boundaries and accountability, in that I think boundaries exist very much in the individual realm, whereas accountability and cancel culture is a societal thing, right? So you've got different groups moving. And then the final point was, don't remember what it was about, actually, so just continue.
Okay. That's why I have a issue, Joe, with what you said earlier, because just now you said cancel culture was trying to get someone out of their political position. But earlier when I said cancel culture wasn't just on Twitter, everyone pushed back and said, no, it's just about canceling, your position on social media.
Sure. So I think there's a distinction between people in positions of power or with significant platforms and people who exist on just an everyday sort of scale. So for me, cancel culture it's about canceling a platform, whereas if you're releasing information about individuals, that's doxing behavior.
No, I wanted to clear up something.
Yeah.
I wanted to clear up that I didn't say that, for instance, like people on the left don't go after people for saying things that they immoral or inappropriate or whatever. I'm saying that they believe in rehabilitation.
But I'm saying this quite genuinely, right? Because I believe in rehabilitation, but if you talk to a group of feminist leftists about what we do with rapists and pedophiles, watch how quickly that point of view disappears from the discourse.
Yeah.
Because this is something that I fight about every day.
Which actually, like, I don't like that. Like, I don't personally, like, and this might be a hot take, and this is the first time I'm on a Twitch panel, but I actually believe in rehabilitation for sex offenders. I believe that too. I don't believe that sex offenders should be put to death. I don't think
that's
like you said Blasey Ford, but that's a liberal. The whole thing is liberal. That's not a left wing.
No, I know, situation. But from the distinction of like people like in the chat viewing left and right, quite honestly, a lot of the time people reduce it to Democrat and Republican. So I understand. I'm with you. And that's why I said theoretically, the left, you're 100% right. The left is not about a trash ideology. The left believes people can always be rehabilitated. But in terms of public perception of what the left and right do, the liberal left so far as Democrat is concerned, are very much engaged in cancel culture.
I think it might be a temptation of monetized social media.
Was responding to. So like, I think just real quick. So I think definitely the left is more in favor of rehabilitation, but like I'll be damned if we or if many on the left don't revel in some like poetic justice. Like most leftists wouldn't give a fuck if Jeffrey Epstein rotted in jail if he was still alive for the rest of his life, right? Like that as an extreme example. Overall, we may still believe in rehabilitation, but some extreme examples where poetic justice and, we don't really give a fuck. We might revel in that. And maybe that's not a good thing, but it does probably happen sometimes.
Go ahead. Brento, you want to say something?
Yeah, I think that there's actually a large amount of like fear that's within cancel culture too. It's like it kind of comes down to like a purity testing. And there's an element that like if someone is accused of a wrongdoing, or if there's a wrongdoing in the past that is brought up with photos or video or something like that, or something that was culturally acceptable or a joke, 20, 10, even 5 years ago, is sort of like brought back in, to even be like connected to it or associated with it or associated with the person who like is the center of the violation in any way carries like a huge weight really currently. And I think like a major part of this cancel culture is almost a sense of like self-preservation, in that people don't want to be brought down and be guilty of excusing it or being complicit or having facilitated it or ignored it, so any accusation is almost as severe as like actually committing an act. So I think like what comes down to cancel culture is like a culture in which accusations carry as much weight as like a verdict. That's sort of what cancel culture is. Accusation culture.
Yeah, because you're not getting tried by a jury of your peers. You're getting tried by the jury of Twitter. You're getting tried by the jury
It's called the mob.
Yeah.
Yes, it's mob justice.
I would like to know what people think of a current thing that's happening in Australia at the moment, which is that there's a minister who has been accused of rape, and going back some 30 years, and as a result, he's like now taking leave, and a whole bunch of things are happening. I would like to know, like, if you think that he should have consequences for that, because that realistically, keeping him in power is like, if this guy is a potential rapist, we don't want him there, right? But if he's not, then he's being falsely accused. But then, like, what do you do, right?
You don't.
Quick,
Yeah.
Brian, wasn't this a topic on?
This
on
was
a previous
yesterday.
one?
Yeah, we did it yesterday.
It was a great panel.
I'm not sure if we want to do it again, if we want to discuss it, but yeah, we did talk about this extensively yesterday. Okay, so Joe, I do want to hear your opinion on that California law. The diversity law. You had different opinions there. I've been waiting for that.
Yeah, where's Samantha now?
She disappeared. She ran. But yeah, I'd love like to hear what your problems with that. We can go back to the cancel culture. So I just really want to get this out of the way before you have to leave.
Yeah. Okay. So my issue was partly to do with this false binary being created between radical action and incrementalism, because radicalism actually is more to do with goals than it is to do with policy changes. You can have radical goals and introduce them piecemeal. And everyone on that panel was sitting there going, yeah, but people won't accept radical change, as if the only option that was an alternative to creating diversity regulation on boards was overthrowing capitalism. And I really take issue with that. I also think I don't really give a fuck what my board looks like, as long as they're creating policies that benefit the lowest worker in the company. I don't care if they're black or white or woman or a man. Bernie Sanders would have done the best policies for women. So I really don't care what the board looks like. Also, given that my research is in women's leadership, I can tell you that often when you put people of diverse backgrounds in leadership positions, they are less likely to act in the interests of people who look like them, because they are afraid to be seen to be catering to that population. So they are less likely to act in a favorable way to the communities they come from. Finally, it is not a crazy, if we are going to regulate things, why not regulate maternity leave? Why not regulate some actual rights for casualized workers? Why not regulate domestic violence leave? Why not regulate something that benefits the actual classes within the corporation that aren't C-suite people? Because top down does not work. Bottom up works.
But okay, so Joe, so the one thing you said about people on boards who who are maybe women, people of color, or whatever, right? Part of underserved or communities or whatever. That them not being favorable to people who look like them. That's new information for me. I'd never heard that before. Okay, so that's really interesting. And I could definitely see that happening. But everything else, like, I agree with you. I don't think we actually.
No, you weren't pushing back on that day. Every single panel member was going full doomer and saying, well, unfortunately, this is the only thing that's on the table. So, that's the other point. This is what I wanted to yell at you about. I remember now. Click. Okay. My issue with what you said as well is that, like, if this is what's wasn't you, it was the group as a whole.
Okay. Sure. Go ahead, please.
It is not as simple as accept what is on the table because that is what is on offer and anything will work as long as we're moving forward, right? Because there are this is how you get things like mandatory minimums, when you accept things without focusing on the end goal. Yes, stop.
Okay, so, all right, first of all, you do this thing all the time where you're regulating like my body movements. Okay, look,
yeah,
I'm just
I love
thinking.
To tone police you and body police you. I get off on it. No, but here's the thing. I believe truly that putting in regulation that mandates that you must have diverse board membership. First of all, also, I was at an event with the head of the World Bank, and they keep the records on leadership and C-suites. And a woman told me that when regulations were brought in a Nordic country about making sure that if you were a publicly listed company, you had so many women on a board, a bunch of companies delisted instead of putting women on boards. Okay, so firstly, you can't even say it will be. I'm serious.
I would like to see data on that, though, right?
Well, it was a conversation, I'd have to look for it.
Sure, but okay.
But it was a public conversation.
Because so like a bunch, like I don't know what that means. So
yeah, neither. It was 2 years ago, so I don't remember off the top of my
head. I'll look into it. That claim that you just made is fucking crazy town banana pants.
But it's I'll try and find it for you in a second when I'm done with my rant. Now, my issue with board membership is that, as I constantly say on this panel, in a time where aesthetic is more privileged than actual politics, putting women and people of color on boards means that a board can, that company can constantly say, look, we've got these people in charge making decisions, we're doing the work, without actually fucking doing anything. So you are letting them off. It is not simply take what you can get. You are letting them off because it distracts. It takes away public pressure to actually do policy that creates meaningful good. It's not just another step in the right direction. It obfuscates from actual policy that needs to be achieved.
So hold on. I want to make, hold on 1 second, please. I'll let everyone else in too, but like, I just need to get this out, get a few things out here. One, Joe, I made that point. That's why I brought up the whole gay pride parade thing. I'm not sure how much you've heard. But
I was on backcountry roads. You were cutting in and out. And
okay, fair enough.
Molding by myself.
Okay, all right. Assuming the worst of me always. But
yeah, of course.
But like the diversity thing, I literally made that point, right? Saying that like corporations were hiding behind like the gay pride parade. They had started sponsoring it, right? The gay pride parade more from what it was, right? This free spirit, this like community coming together to like, okay, this is just a list of like corporate names saying like, we are good with the gays, right? Like that's what was happening. And it's a travesty, right? And it's not, it's like, was it rainbow washing? I think they call it, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is called rainbow washing.
Exactly.
Yeah, like where it's like Nike supports the gays. Here's the Nike gay pride parade for us.
So I completely understand what you're saying, and I agree. Again, you're not fighting me on this one. You're ready to fight me, but you're not. So I agree that that's an issue that they use. Beyond that, the whole. You said a lot of things, and I'm not going to be able to respond to them all, I'm sure. But I don't know how this relates to like the mandatory minimum thing, right? So you're saying like anything you take, if you just take anything, you'll relate to that. First of all, again, I kept saying through this conversation, I want revolutionary change. That's what I want, right? I was just saying for my goal to have conversation was to look at this particular bill or law, right, and discuss its merits, right? Like, could it actually have a positive benefit, right? That was the whole thing. Not to say, and again, I kept saying this to Samantha, so I'll say it again to you. Not to say that this is that this should be looked at as some sort of shiny accomplishment, right? That we've achieved some sort of milestone or anything, right? And I went on to say that I am all for bottom-up change. That's exactly what we should be doing, right? 100% for bottom-up change. I love the movement that Bernie Sanders had created, right? Talking about it's not me, it's us, right? Just putting me in office and presidency does not equal change. It will take a groundswell movement below to actually make any sort of meaningful actions with this country. Yes, so I agree with you 110%. So I don't know why you're yelling. I don't know, Joe. Why are you yelling at me? Like,
well, okay. Yeah, obviously, I just enjoy yelling at you. One,
I enjoy being yelled at by you.
Two, the mandatory minimum thing is important, right? Because mandatory minimums were brought in to fix the apparent problem of judges' discretion and racial bias in sentencing. So they said, okay, let's take the human element out of it and we'll create mandatory minimums. Now, this is what I talk about constantly when I talk about dystopian reforms. If you're not clearly and very clearly making your way towards a goal, you can create reform that actually takes you totally off track. And as far as I'm concerned, this goal of diversifying boards it's not on the correct path. It is on a very close path, a very parallel path, but it creates a different endpoint. Okay. Because it doesn't, the second you do that, you do obfuscate, you do sort of distract from the real problem. You have, look at this brilliant female CEO and all these women in the global South who are working in sweatshops to create the product. Nobody pays attention to that because, wow, Governor Newsom brought in a bill and now all the companies have women in charge and blacks in charge. So we did it.
Yeah. So, I see your hands. Don't worry. We will get to you all. I promise. I just want to finish this real quick. So I understand what you're saying, Joe. In fact, I remember we had a topic on this long ago. We had there was an article talking about the failure of affirmative action. Saying that affirmative action in its current form had just been focused on like diversity again for diversity's sakes, like putting individuals like within like these white collar jobs, right? But like it didn't. None of that translated to wealth, like for the larger community, right? Like so many decades of affirmative action hadn't actually done that. Our goals should be different things that can actually give immediate material gain for the largest group of people. So what you're saying sort of reminds me of that, right? And it's not the exact same thing, but it sort of reminds me of this.
Close, yeah.
And yeah, that if we had a greater goal of like, let's say, increasing the material wealth of African Americans writ large, right, of the community, right, with the hopes of that money, and then giving structures so that money will stay within the community, right, like it does within other communities, right? Doing that might have led us to different goals. So if that's what you're saying in terms like the C-suite thing, right, like this is just a distraction, which gives legitimacy to the idea that corporations can be a path to an equitable future, maybe something like that, right? Then I understand what you're trying to tell me. I believe so.
And I'm not even like it's not even like, I mean, I agree when it comes to this idea that Samantha said that like obviously capitalism, blah blah blah, but like there can be strong workplace democracy and unions and etc. Like you don't have to jump straight to like end capitalism, but it is that issue of distracting, ending up at a different endpoint. And yeah, no, I had another point, but it's gone. So yeah.
Okay, so we'll let other people, and we'll start with Brento who's first, then you, the next person. I know your name, KTN, sorry. So we'll go to Brento, then KTN.
Sure. Well, this was something Joe said a little while ago, but I just wanted to say, and then it's, you said like, well, when you have, I can't quite remember. So pardon me if
That's
I
all
don't
right.
mean
You're good.
represent you. Okay. So yeah, but
No,
you were
you're
saying
fine.
like, thank you. And they said like when you have these kind of policies or these quotas, right, they distract from the movement, or they you know, they seem to make like token advances, and then that maybe kind of like reduces the momentum because people think a goal has been achieved, right? But I mean, that's ultimately something that's going to be a problem of any goal you achieve. Anytime you achieve a goal, people are going to feel like, oh, well, we've done something, and then it's going to basically be a balm on the problem, right? And so how, I mean, maybe you're not wrong in your critique, but I'm just saying like that's a critique of anything and anytime. Anytime someone achieves something, it could, you know, it might inspire people to do more, but it also might make people feel like enough has been done, right? And
Yeah,
so
no.
as far as quotas, yeah, and generally, okay, yeah, that was my general point. I was also going to say that I would understand why any company would pull out of any system that requires them to have quotas of any number of people on their boards, because that feels like they're giving up control of their company to any outside influence.
Well, I just quickly to respond to that, the difference for me is making sure that the achievement, I don't mind there being a lax and a moment where people breathe out after a goal is achieved, right? You're right, that's inevitable, it's going to happen. Or sometimes people get excited and spurred on that they actually were able to achieve something and it creates some momentum. I just want to make sure that it is on the right track. And I think if you relax after a step in the wrong direction, that's different to relaxing after taking a step in the right direction.
And I just want to say real quick,
Sure.
like we can see that mandatory minimums in a lot of cases. Like when I heard you say mandatory minimums, like I immediately went to like rape charges. You know, like where we can see like mandatory minimums were implemented to elicit some good, but they literally lead to less rapists getting convicted because there's a mandatory minimum. And so like it wasn't the implicit nature there was for good, but it ends up with bad results.
Okay, KTN?
Yeah, back on the thing about diversifying of boards. So, you know, the worst part about that is it's got more to do with like the lack of power. So it's like, yeah, fine, diversify a board, great. So this person, this woman you brought in, this man you brought in, this Eskimo you brought in, can they like push can they push an agenda or like push a hand of power or like change the discourse in the company? And I think with corporate boards, they by design pick up people who won't do that. You know what I mean? If people can make the critique about Obama that Obama was put there to not do things for Black Americans, you know what I mean? So like there are multiple things like that when it comes to diversification, when it comes to tokenism, when it comes to stuff like that. It's like, yeah, and also like a lot of policy, you got to remember like there's always like what you want to happen, and then there's like what's actually going to happen if you actually sit there and game it out. You know what I mean? And I think a lot of policy isn't actually gamed out, because I studied econ in college, and like when you study econ, it's always theory, and then like when you start actually implementing some things, oh, okay, well, in theory, this amount of money should go this far, and this, you know, these capital resources should do X, Y, and Z, and then all of a sudden you find out that like, okay, there's this person with their hand out, there's this roadblock, there's this new window, there's this new thing. It's like building a house and then saying,
all of a sudden the real world comes in and it fucks your world up.
And then like, you know, my house should be built in 6 months, and then 4 years later the contractor like, oh, I need $800,000 more dollars. And you're like, why? You know what I mean? So, you know, and at the end of the day, you're like, was this by design? Did this contractor not tell me that this was going to cost this much because he just wanted to get my money, or he wanted to get a policy through, or he wanted something like that? You know what I mean? So I think that's also the hard part about making and implementing better plans. It's the idea that some of the people that are implementing and making these plans just want to get shit through, and you were right about that. So like there should be some kind of like caveat that like if you put someone somewhere, there should be an expectation of them having some kind of power.
Yeah, I would agree. And I think in terms of having like quotas for like diversifying leadership positions in general, whether it's on a board or otherwise, this is my interpretation. Maybe you fucking like rail me if I'm wrong, but I think it's not that we shouldn't have like diverse leadership positions. It's that it doesn't necessarily get to the root of the issue, and often it can license a company to, and the collective of that company to, not get to the root of like that culture and like taking further efforts to actually like be more equitable. That's my interpretation.
But I think one of the reasons why, again, the quota thing, it does kind of bother me. But at the same time, it's like you're saying, things won't change even if you put the people in. But if you don't put them in, what's the motivation to change? It's like, so you can say, putting more diverse people won't make the boards, more interested in the minority communities, but I don't see how just keeping it majority of, upper white class businessmen, how's that going to help?
Go ahead, Joe, and then Katian, and then William.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily think that middle class white men can't act in my interest. I think if they want to, they can. I think there are lots of men who are committed to acting in the interests of the working class and women and people of color. I don't necessarily think that members of groups always act in the interests of the groups that they are members of. I think that often wealth has a real pull power when it comes to picking sides. I mean, look at someone like Ellen DeGeneres, who is a member of the LGBTQI community, but abuses her staff and hangs out with war criminals. I think that capital has an extremely pervasive and persuasive power when it comes to who you root for and who you make decisions for in boardrooms. And I think if you're in the C-suite, you're making decisions for the C-suite, not for the working class.
Can I just give a chef's
Who's
kiss
the-
to that
hold on, who's the
example?
war
Great
criminal?
example.
Who's the war criminal?
She means George W. Bush.
George W. Bush.
Katian, and then William.
Yeah, I agree with Joe. But like I said, I think it's, once again, it's a little more sinister where it's like these C-suite, these board members, they don't want to hire anyone, put any power or any effort towards whatever, in order to get to those corporate positions. It's just like in order to get to some kind of political position, you're kind of vetted down the line. I mean, Bernie Sanders was once again kind of like the big, he was like the guy who was never supposed to get that far. He was the guy who was ignored in Congress in both houses, the upper and the lower house. You know what I mean? He, luckily he was from Vermont, in a place where he could have thrived, but put him in any other state and they would have got him out of there in no time. Put him in Missouri, he's gone. Put him in Massachusetts, he's gone. Put him in one state over Rhode Island, he's gone. Vermont was the only place he could have thrived where he thrived. You know what I mean? Maybe even Portland, Oregon. You could have put him in Portland, Oregon, and he might have actually lasted a while, but he might not have made it to the upper house of the Senate because now you're going to the statewide election. You know what I mean? So I think when it comes to like power and when it comes to like representation, I think a lot of it is sort of sinister, and you can change a business's culture, but they have to be forced so heavily to make those power shifts. And for the most part, I think the only thing that's making some of these like appeals towards people who aren't, not to demonize, white straight males, is the fact that even white straight males are like, hey, let's start paying attention to other people. You know what I mean? So that's kind of where I think it's at right now with that. And, the best way to get power is to start businesses from the bottom up that have some kind of power sharing. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But that's hard too, because you can't get 10 people to agree on anything half the time. So that's difficult because you can't have 10 chiefs who want to like have different agendas. So like you might have to do something like a rotating power share or something, something that's just like, okay, well, these things are addressed for a year. These things are addressed for a year. These things are addressed for a year, and just have some kind of like rotating situation, and it has to be agreed upon early. Otherwise you'll end up with like, because most companies start small. They start small with one charismatic leader. The company gets bigger, and he keeps on delegating power. It gets bigger and gets bigger, and then somebody might want to buy them out and bring them into something bigger, or they might just get so big, and at the pyramid just keeps, and as the pyramid gets higher, the power just stays further and further up, and all the workers are down.
Yeah, but this seems like the historical context of, okay, yes, black people, yes, minorities. You don't need to be in power. With us, the upper, white straight males, we'll take care of it. So you don't need this. You don't need any CEO positions. You don't need to be on the boards. We'll figure it out for you.
That's not what we're saying.
Can I respond to that?
We're not saying don't. Hold on. We're not saying don't do that. We're saying do that and like actually make an intentional company-wide ground-up effort.
Talking about power sharing.
I mean, No,
which is the
okay,
most
but
important
no,
thing.
that's true. But I'm just gonna say, no one ever says you don't need to. Like, we'll do it for you. Everyone who achieves it, or everyone who manages to do it. Hold up, anyone who manages to do it is like they're working their ass off to do it, and they're saying that to everyone. They're saying that to everyone else. They're saying, "I'll do it. I'm the person that can do it." Not because they're white or male, just because they're literally working for the job themselves. They're not telling any individual group or any individual people that no, not you, us. They're they themselves working
Right. Why do
to
you
do
think
it.
that so many companies have anti-union contracts? Like it's because of reasons like this, you know, like where they're like, you don't need a union to tell you what's best. Only us can tell you what's best, you know?
I think that's really interesting, right? Because if you the old white men that I'm talking about, when I say I don't really care what someone's skin color is or what their gender is, if they're making policy that benefits my group, I don't care, right? So if that kind of person happens to be an old white man and they are truly committed to racial and gender equality, then there will be people in the room who are black and who are women because that's part of their values. So they will have people represented throughout the company.
So
But that's why we're having this
bringing up
problem
like
because we don't have those type of.
you're bringing up the thing with FDR, right? Like FDR, old white man, billionaire, right? Or well, very rich guy.
I mean,
any
he
which way.
had some internment camp problems, but sure, yeah.
Sure, but yeah, well, yeah, exactly, right. But he'd actually accomplished things, right? He actually made a big impact in the lives of minorities, right? Not as enough, but like he did. Or actually, Lyndon B. Johnson's even better, a better example, right? He made a huge impact, but he was not like a huge ally of the black community, but still he actually accomplished so much for the black community. So it doesn't matter what they look like as long as the outcomes are what you're looking for. I agree with that.
It's more about values than aesthetic. It's about your politics, not what you look like.
I 100% agree with you. I 100% agree with you. It's the thought and if you're telling me this doesn't turn out that way, well, that's a possibility. But it's the thought that yes, if you have more people who are from these affected groups, that this is simply more likely to happen, right?
Well, KTN made a great point, though.
Yeah, I'm saying again, I don't know.
Yeah, well, KTN made a great point. It's not just that people police themselves to not advocate too strongly for their own group so that they don't appear that they are only advocating for that group. But within the room, if you are the single person there representing a group, if you're in a boardroom full of old white men who are interested in the capital of the company and they go, what do you think? You do not have the authoritative power in that room to be able to advocate something different. Even if you do, you don't have the votes.
But
you're literally sitting there shitting yourself. No, like you are like I've been there before. Like I have been a manager in a field of men managers. Like I'm a security guard that you know is the team leader of my security guards, and I go to a team leader meeting of other team leaders that are just full of men, and I'm like, how the fuck do I talk about this and be respected?
Yeah,
you know. And it's hard. It's super fucking hard. You kind of have to nut up or shut up. And sorry for that type of language, but you kind of do, you know.
But you don't even have a chance if you're not in the room, though, right? Like I understand what you're saying, Joe, and it makes sense. But you really don't have.
But you're not able to do it in the room. You're not able to do it in the room.
That's not a
guarantee. You're not able to do it in the room the same way that a man would. Like you there's a different way.
Hold on. Let me finish this one point. Hold on. Let me finish this one point. But also going to what you said previously, Joe, right? There's a possibility that there's a group of white men who happen to who either have everyone else's best interest in heart, or at least willing to listen, right? So we can understand these people aren't a monolith, right? Like white men aren't a monolith. Breaking news, right? So if you are in there and there are people amenable, that's also a possibility, right? But
but you don't need to create a statewide legislation that forces people to be in the room so they feel like tokens, they're treated like tokens, they have no power. If we are talking about a boardroom full of these old white men who truly have values of diversity at their core, you don't need a regulation to get diverse people in that boardroom because they should already be doing that.
But
I felt like such a token at this meeting. Like I felt like I was like the one woman amongst 15 men.
But it could be
felt like such a token.
Sure, but and I hear that. And for some of these boardrooms, you're absolutely 100% correct, right? That's exactly what will happen. I believe you. But there's others, right, where they literally, because no one is talking about these things, no one's bringing it to mind, right? That they aren't taking action. There's been plenty of times. There've been
they
plenty
may
of
not
times
bring
where
it up.
but there's, but okay,
they might bring it up.
But they might, yeah. There's been plenty of times you have brought things to my attention, right? Like blind spots that I've had, and I'm like, oh, yeah, thank you.
But why am I even in the room with you, Prime? Not because you were regulated to have me here. I'm in the room because it's a value you already hold. My thing is, you're saying that a statewide regulation should be brought in to demand diversity on boards on the chance that someone might be in the room with people who might listen and they might advocate for the group they're a part of, instead of prioritizing legislation that actually impacts a majority of workers who are from diverse backgrounds. Prioritize that legislation.
I did not say instead. I did not say instead. That's the big
But
thing.
it is.
No, hold on. But I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Again, 100%. I want better legislation. This would be at the bottom of my barrel, not the thing that I would hope for. So I didn't say that prioritizing this instead. Like 100% agree. Again, just talking about this particular legislation that's on the table, but like not prioritizing. It's not. Yeah, you can sure, fine, you can hate it, but like just talking about it, what it is and what it can do. All right, but go ahead, TJ.
Correct.
Fair enough.
If you're correct about the legislation, it's not just one person. I think if the board was like 9 people, they wanted at least like 3 to 4 people to be part of, a certain minority group. So it wasn't just having one person in the room. It was about getting enough people in there to actually have alternative views. Just like we're having this panel right now where we have multiple people with different alternative views. If everyone in this room was just a white male, I'm pretty sure we wouldn't have the same conversations and bring up the same topics that we have by having all these different people in here. That's about getting the people in the room to actually have the conversation instead of having them not in the room and saying, "Oh well, they'll figure it out. They'll get to us."
I will say, like in my experience, I was glad to at least like be a part of the panel, right? So there's like progress to be taken, right? So because I may not have even gotten the position that I have or been invited to this panel 10 years ago. I was at least glad that I was invited to talk, So like there are baby steps to be made. Even though I was being the token, at least I was invited to speak.
Can I ask you, were you literally invited there only because you were a woman? Or
I don't know. I felt like so no. I don't think that I was invited there just because I was a woman. I was invited there because I was a supervising role in a certain region, and it just so happened that I was the best person for the job for the region.
That's great. That's exactly how it's supposed to be.
Yeah, I did not. But I was just, when I went to this meeting and I'm like literally sitting there and I'm like, there was no people of color for the whole security guard panel, which I thought was weird. Like, because like, even though we're not law enforcement, we're, we deal a lot with criminal activities, and there was not a single person of color there. I was the one woman there. And I'm like, this kind of feels weird to me. And when I did try to speak, they were like, well, ARC is really great at de-escalation, so let's hear from ARC. And I'm like, you should all be great at de-escalation.
Go ahead.
Okay, but they're trying to give you a compliment, I guess. I don't know. I wasn't
sure,
there.
but I felt very like, oh, the woman is here. Let's have her talk about de-escalation.
Okay,
you should all be good at de-escalation.
The thing about it is, it's at best innocuous. I'm sorry, Prime, you wanted to say something?
Oh, no. Finish your point, and then we'll go to Fab. Go ahead, please.
Okay, thanks. That at best it's innocuous. If somebody said to me, "Oh, this happened," I would be like, "Okay," like I wouldn't. It just is. I'm not. It's nothing. It's not something I'm very passionate about, or it's not on my priority list. And I don't know if it's on anybody's priority list. But I was on Backroads too, also malding with my daughter riding shotgun, but she had her headphones on. So Samantha Banana could swear. But anyway, but I was malding, and what especially chapped my ass was all this stuff which I keep hearing when people say it's not your socialist utopia. And I'm like, just know how impatient I am and how much, if you say something like that to me, like talk about cancel culture, I really just don't give a shit about what you're going to say after that. Because the whole thing, to pretend you're on the left or you're left adjacent and you're saying that, oh, it's utopian to want these other things, when really you care about the lived lives of all these people who are in precarious situations, and all this and then you have this climate window, and all this kind of stuff happening. I'm over it. You people could say, oh, it's utopian and there's this reality. I'm like, we've got to change the reality, and that's the fact.
I just wanted to kind of reiterate a point that was kind of being thrown around and just make sure that it's very abundantly clear, is that if a board of white men doesn't already have people of underrepresented groups on its board, it's already not willing to be receptive to those voices, to those stories, to all of that. And so to mandate that they have the voice there isn't going to change it, because they all it does, like, you're like, oh, it brings the voice into the room. That group of people didn't want the voice in the room to be in the room to begin with.
That's how I felt.
I disagree.
That is
Okay,
the issue.
I disagree with this. I disagree. I think.
Why is the board not have those
Okay,
people?
hold on.
I agree.
Let me tell you. Let me say why. Okay. Because look, all right, Joe's ready to jump on me, but look, for some of those boards, you're absolutely correct, right? Yes, they are literally being exclusionary. But that's not all of it, right? Like, this is the thing that affirmative action was supposed to address, right? That you have these social circles, right? Where this is John, white guy John, who went to school, right? Like, went to college, right? And got some high-paying job, right? And then, as so many of these things work, they work on who you know, right? So John went to a fraternity that happened to be all white, right? Or mostly all white, and his entire circle happens to be white guys, right? So when you ask him, hey, we're looking for this new guy for a new position, right? A new person for this new position, who do you recommend, right? And he goes his mental Rolodex, and he's like, well, you know what? There's Mike. Yeah, I know Mike. Mike's a good guy, right? It's not that necessarily he's like, well, fuck women. I certainly don't want women involved, or black people or Asian people, whatever, right? It's not that he's necessarily saying that. He could just be like, these are the guys I know. These are the people I know. So the point was part of this was just to interject people within these circles to break this cycle, right? Because there are some people who just literally don't put no thought into it and take no action. But if you put them in a situation where they might meet differing voices, it's a possibility that they could make different choices. They could listen to those other voices, right? It won't happen all the time, guaranteed. And this is not the best way to do it, okay? So please, I'm not implying that. But
why are you arguing this point? Because at the end of the day, it's a loser. It's a loser point.
Well, I
No,
gotta
it's
get what
not.
he's saying,
He's
because
right.
I literally think
It's
that
true.
I
He's 100% correct.
well, I think he's totally because I was kind of kidding to what you were saying, silly, but I'm kidding to what he is saying too, because I really think that I changed a person's mind, because I when I was super the lady boss, this dude came up to me and he was like. And he was this he was weirdo, a total weirdo guy, and he said he was like I never respected a woman boss until I had you. And I was like, thank you.
He definitely is the pinnacle of feminism. Then if
I
now
know,
he
I'm not
respects
saying
women
that that's
just
a good,
because
but
of
I'm
you.
saying what he's saying is dude, if I would not have gotten that opportunity to have that job, even if I was being tokenized, this guy may never learn to respect women bosses, even though I may have been giving this position as a tokenization, I was still able to change a mind.
Let's go to KTN and then Enterma and then Brenterbox.
So two things. So back to what Prime was saying about corporations. Yeah, they do. It's all a friend network, but also corporations poach. Corporations are like, oh, that's my competition. There's a guy 3 levels down. I'm going to scoop him. I'm going to scoop him. I'm going to scoop him. They're corporate espionage, whatever, blah blah blah. But then also back to what King William was saying about people with social utopia. the whole idea that I'm thinking about is like, yes, just the idea of capitalism. I'm not against capitalism. Just the idea of like even the way companies are built and structured in general. Like he was saying earlier about boards not wanting to put, like, if you mandate a board to put someone of a certain race or color, like, yeah, they'll find a token, they'll find someone ineffective, they'll find someone that's just going to be putty for them. You know what I mean? Like, they're going to go through all those steps. They're going to, like I said, they'll poach someone from somewhere, from security. They'll make a fake position for them that doesn't mean anything. They'll do all these underhanded tricks just to fill that part up. And then when that doesn't work, you know what? Then they'll just, then they'll go back to ignoring the person. You know what I mean? So, like, the thing is, I really think that if you're going to have businesses that are sensitive to different diverse groups, they have to kind of just be started like that in general. Like, I guess people would have to take the initiative, or or people who feel like they've been overlooked. And obviously, like, that has more to do with like the people actually patronizing those businesses. But I think that like King William was saying, you don't have to be forced to accept capitalism the way it is. You know what I mean? And I think there's two parts. It's the populace actually saying, this is a business I support, this is a business I like, it's a business that actually like looks at people as X, Y, and Z, doesn't look at them as people to be ignored, and I think that's a fundamental problem. You know what I mean? Because it's a two-parter. We can't be angry at businesses for being messed up and then continue to patronize them, and then overlook businesses that are actually doing good, and then just not give them our. Jeff Bezos is only rich because we make it. You know what I mean? Like, J.P. Morgan is rich because we give them our dollars to invest in X, Y, and Z. You know what I mean?
And
so I think
if
that
I need key thing and no other
Oh,
options
no.
exist.
So hold on, there are a lot of people in line. But we'll get to you, Dr. K. So we'll go to Entrama, Brento Box, and Sam. You had your hand up, yeah. So Entrama, Brento, Sam.
Yeah, I think I agree with Fab. So I don't want to derail from what KTM was saying. It's a good point. But just to go back to that real quick, like, I think maybe in terms of the policy, like having quotas for diversity on a board of all, where it's like all white men at the time. I think maybe that's the worst case where they're not receptive. And maybe that's very, very common. But in any case, like, the worst case is they're not receptive. The best case is that it still doesn't really solve the issue, even if they are receptive to having a diverse group of people. It doesn't really address the root issue.
I wouldn't say I say the best case is that they are receptive and they do address the issues. I think that would be the best case.
And I would say the worst case is they now have a diverse spokesperson spruiking their horrible, ineffective policy.
True.
Yeah, manufactured consent.
Okay. Did you finish your point, Entrama?
Yeah.
Okay. Then we'll go to Brento. Then we'll go to Sam.
Oh, okay. Well, I was agreeing with you earlier, but it felt like the way businesses work, and the way I think businesses work to serve whatever function they're going to serve, right? And they work within friend networks, and I'm going to hire this person because they do poach from other businesses. Ultimately, like any successful business, ideally a successful business that's going to sustain itself, goes for talent, and that doesn't mean that that all talent is within one like race or sex or gender or class or anything like that, but they all just go for talent, and whoever can provide like the best services to the business to provide the best service to the customer, right? And so my whole point in saying that was just to talk about within quota systems, as we were talking about earlier. I'm trying to sum it up and remember it as I'm saying this, essentially, because I have a point. But to agree with you, but yeah, people don't. I don't think people actively discriminate as often, or like to such a degree that quota systems are supposed to counteract it. They're just, as you said, they're supposed to disrupt what is essentially sort of like a rolling ball, sort of like a rolling snowball, and they're supposed to get other people into the systems that are already in place. So yeah, sorry, that was my point.
Okay, can I respond to that?
Okay, quickly respond, then we'll go to Sam.
Okay. If you say that they aren't actively discriminating, then putting the other people there would help. The reason we keep saying that putting diverse people there, the reason we're saying it won't help is because they are actively discriminating and that they won't listen to those views. So if you're saying that that isn't necessarily the case, having those new people there would help.
Okay. Go ahead, Sam. And then
Yes.
Dr. K wants to jump in. We'd love to hear from her.
So I was kind of agreeing with what Prime said and Brento said about how it doesn't, there are cases where it would be helpful, but I think that continuing to apply external pressure to make those other changes is still helpful. And again, as long as we're vigilant with what we see and we continue to pressure for bottom up changes while we have these top down changes at the same time, I think that's probably, wouldn't that be a better case than just trying to just not have these top down changes and only push for bottom up? I understand that there's a case sometimes where the top down changes may not go down all the way, but as long as we're vigilant and we continue to apply external pressure to these businesses, I feel like those bottom up changes might occur as well.
Okay, go ahead, Dr. K.
Yeah, I mean, we can't solely be recruiting based on, you know, what we perceive to be, you know, the most talented candidate. If the opportunities available for those candidates to get the training that they need to get the position is also gatekept behind, you know, access to resources, because then you enter a vicious cycle of community doesn't have access to resources, so it can't get training, so it can't get access to resources, and that feeds back into each other, right? So that's how you sort of maintain a status quo that was set up from a previous era in which these unjust hierarchies were already set up, right? Even if the system on face value sort of seems like it's fair. And I respect affirmative action, and I respect a push for diversity. Noam Chomsky talks about manufactured consent, and I said this earlier. And manufactured consent is essentially when institutions set up the sort of range of acceptable thought, right? And they include some level of radical, of out of the box thought in that, as a way of essentially creating sort of this idea of controlled opposition. And, you know, I wouldn't say affirmative action necessarily plays into this sort of trope. I would just say that, you know, when pushing for diversity, right, I would keep in mind that you know, the pushing for diversity is good, but we have to push further than that, right? We can't just simply be okay with changing a broken system so we have a diverse broken system, but that we need to upheave the broken system altogether if we want to create systems that not just work for the people who get the jobs, but for the people who don't, and for the people who get the jobs that, you know, don't pay enough and things like that.
So this is a random question now, but I just feel like asking it now since I have her. Joe, don't look at me like that.
That look was worth $10 million.
No.
You can go to the bank with that look.
No, this isn't a bad question. Look, no, this isn't. Look. Tomorrow,
shoot your shot.
Tomorrow, I'll be debating Joe. All right, on something. We'll talk.
Is that tomorrow?
Yes, it's tomorrow. That's tomorrow. It's tomorrow.
I'm getting my hair done.
Oh my god! See, you do this every time. You've been run. No.
Next Thursday.
You mean Thursday your time, Wednesday my time?
Oh no, Thursday my time's Friday. So Thursday my time is Friday. So we can do Friday.
I could do Friday. All right, we'll do Friday. So this Friday or next Friday?
Well, I mean.
No,
however long you need to prepare, I
guess. Okay, all right. Okay, so apparently not tomorrow. You were going to break my heart any which way. Thank you for that. I just wanted to like explore your thinking previously, because I've never really gotten a chance to. Like, I know you're not like a neoliberal like capitalist show like our good friend Pisco, right? Like, where actually do you stand? What society are you working towards? I don't think I've ever heard you really state that. And like, what label also would you attach to yourself?
yeah,
assuming
because
you're not above labels.
I don't find labels to be particularly useful.
What did I say? Assuming you're not above labels. Okay.
Ideology is a mind trap, but we all have
Yeah,
one.
exactly. So
Yeah, but I don't have one consistently. I like to be open-ended about it because I'm really open to hearing different ideas. I know that it is I like social ecology. I tend to prefer those sorts of ideas. So I guess social ecology would be the best way to describe my political preference.
okay, I don't know what that is. If you could describe it, that would be. I'm sorry, I've got some background noise from you, KTN. If you can mute yourself. Could you describe what social ecology is? I don't know what that is.
Someone said post-neo-Rawlsian. I mean, this is interesting, right? Like, okay, so for instance, and this is the thing, like, this is my problem. So there are elements, I think you can radicalize thinkers like John Rawls and find something good in, like, I can find good parts of ideologies that I don't necessarily subscribe to. Social ecology for me is like, I guess it's more of a socialist position. It's the belief that things like sort of work together, like an ecology, right? So like, and it involves animals as well, and the environment. So it's about really respecting that things work in like a cyclical way, and that we sort of like really the only ideology I actually ever talk about is I maintain that I don't have a trash ideology. I don't believe that things can be put to the side and removed. So I'm about
it's kind of like the idea of it's like the circle of ideology. Like your ideology encompasses everything. Like it's the circle of ideology.
I mean, I'll link some social ecology resources in the chat, and I'll put it in the Discord for you to read, because it's not really simple to distill into a single. I mean, like,
so fascism, you don't toss fascism aside?
No, I don't toss, but I don't.
Social ecology is a fancy word for centrism.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
It's
It sounds
not.
extremely centrist to me. That's what it's sounding like. I
Oh,
wanna
it is
understand-
not. It is like Kropotkin. Like, it is very far to the left.
Okay.
Joe,
It is-
just
Bringing
just,
up
just say
Kropotkin up in here.
But
just say eco-socialism. Make your life easier.
But hold on. But even then, I don't think that's exactly what she's talking about, though. But again,
No,
Joe,
but I'm trying to
do
sneak
you-
her into something better.
Well, that's great. But
I
Joe,
don't-
do you not throw away fascism? What parts of fascism?
It's not.
should
It's
we
not that I don't
keep?
throw away things. It's that I don't think it's useful. Like, do you know how many people be like, "Fuck fascism," and then I'd say to them, "Okay, explain to me what fascism is," and they wouldn't be able to. Like, and look, there are people like Doobie who could be arguably painted as a fascist that see some value in fascism. I don't see value in fascism. I see value in understanding fascism, understanding the appeal of fascism. So there's no point in me throwing it away at face without understanding it, because then I can't associate or talk to people who subscribe to that ideology in a meaningful way.
Okay, well, I mean, okay, but like, sure, but that's lots of people like. Well, first of all, I guess ascribe to the same thing, right? And that like I want to understand all of these. I don't want to be strawmanning people. Like I can't have an honest discourse with a person if I don't understand their positions on anything, right? So yeah,
I think it's
and then
funny though.
learning-
Like, I'm
What?
a like you know I'm a police abolitionist. I'm a prison abolitionist. I'm a hardcore feminist. And then you're like, I don't really understand your politics. It's
No,
like,
hold on, no. Like, I was like, so I'm asking.
Joe,
so I'm
can I ask
asking.
you-
Hold on,
can
one
I
second.
ask you
Hold
a
on, one second. Hold on. Because she likes to wiggle away from me. Using other people. But you do it all the time.
My word.
I see it. I see it all happen all the time. So okay. I understand. Yes, you're far too left. I get it. You're very far to the left. But like, for instance, like what economic system do you subscribe to? Like, what would the future look like if you could make that into a reality? Like, what would that look like? It's a brief overview. You don't have to paint an entire society.
Yeah, I mean, like, well, it's hard because you're also asking me my conception of the state, right? I mean, I'm much closer to socialism than anything else, I guess.
Okay.
I mean, I think when I did that 8-thing test, it said that I was a libertarian communist, but my answers change every time I take that test, so who knows?
Well, it just sounds like you're a socialist, but you're afraid to use the term.
No, I have no issue using the term socialist at all. I just don't think, I think it's such a broad term that it would lump me in with a lot of people I have huge disagreements with.
She's too cool for that
I was
club.
gonna
She's
ask-
way too
I was
cool for
gonna
that
ask
club.
you,
But
so,
go ahead,
like-
Printo.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, it's like I think I understand what you're saying when you say like you can't discount fascism, and when I think of a lot of things, it's like, well, you can't discount it the same way like you can't discount like the flu.
the flu is going to happen. And so if you're thinking about how society is going to function, you have to take the flu into account. And if you don't, you're being irresponsible. And like you have to understand that like fascism is like a function of humanity, even though it's not a good function, it's still there. And you have to like think about the fact that like these things occur, or they're always going to be like a part of it to a degree.
Fascism is not human nature. No.
You know, we always shit
Even
on
if it's
fascism.
anti-human nature.
We always shit on fascism, but have we ever tried true fascism? I don't know.
No, see, I'm
not that argument. It's like
No, I'm messing with you. I know, Bryce. I'm just messing with you.
I was more like,
But like,
I was more.
I guess I would say like this.
Yeah.
I don't want to interrupt you, Joe. I just want to say,
Right,
but I
go for
felt like to be more accurate after what Marx was just saying. It's like as like murder is terrible, and people are like, well, then no more murder. It's like, yeah, no more murder, right? We don't want murder, but that's probably going to happen at some point. So we should probably build a society that has like a function to deal with it in some way. And it's like, no, we're not going to build our society around murder. It's like,
There's a
not
mistake here.
Political violence is bad, and then
No. There's a big problem here, right? Is murder is an action, and it's a pretty, on paper, a pretty simple action to do, right? You hit someone over the head with a rock really hard. Fascism is a philosophy, right? Like to say that both of them are inevitable human nature, I would disagree pretty heavily.
I don't know
Fascism
if it's
isn't
just a
human
philosophy.
nature.
It feels like
It
feels like
is.
fascism is like an extension of authoritarianism, and authoritarianism is something that occurs, right? And so I don't know
Yes,
if it's necessarily
authoritarianism is also a philosophy.
No, authoritarianism is
but I
more
mean,
like a
to
is more like
say
a,
that these
like a
the
dictatorship.
like I would say that I think that to certain people authoritarianism and fascism does come without, certainly I'm a determinist. I'm all for determinism and shit like this, but I mean, like, for some people, fasci authoritarian thought comes easier to some over than others. I don't want to say that like it's human nature to believe in these things, but I also I think that it's just as much of
Dependent
human
on the
nature
systems you're
to believe
raised in
in.
and how you're educated, so on and
Yeah,
so forth.
it's
Zizek, please kill me now.
deterministic. It's deterministic. Just as much as like you being a leftist, I think it can be deterministic.
Yeah, I'm a product of my environment, so on and so forth. But no, fascism is not human nature, and I will not stand for anything even vaguely arguing to that point.
Can we make progressive fascism?
It's not
Marx,
innately
I love
human
you,
nature.
sweetie. Please.
KTN, you want to say something?
I'm gonna wring your neck.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, tribalism, that's definitely human nature, and I think tribalism kind of went into like feudalism, and a form of feudalism could evolve a form of fascism. You know what I mean? It's like these things that like come down to like benevolence. Think benevolent leaders. You know what I mean? People will lend themselves to having someone kind of like be their patron. You know what I mean? So it's
No, I reject your idea that these things naturally evolve into one another.
I mean, pick a society that doesn't have, a long, rich history of just mulling over, political turnover. You know what I mean?
Political turmoil. That's
not turmoil. Political turnover. It's like they
turnover
system, another system,
Hurdles.
another system.
Yeah, okay.
The Western world is where we've had those political turnovers. You know what I mean? But a lot of the rest of the world still hasn't even gone through like democracy.
Even
brand new to most people. The idea
You're talking about the peaceful transfer of power type of thing? Is that what you're talking
not
about?
even peaceful transfer of power. Just the idea, like look at Hawaii. Hawaii went from a kingdom to democracy all of a sudden. It was thrust upon them, but they didn't go through all the other things between democracy and their kingdom. You know what I mean? A lot of countries, the Western world has done that. They've done the thing of going through.
Oh man, this is some fucking reactionary shit you're peddling, man. I love it.
I mean, I'm not reactionary.
I'm not saying you are reactionary. I'm saying this: if you are when looking at political theorists who spout, sort of a philosophy similar to that, it's a pretty reactionary philosophy.
Can I just? I know it feels like it's such a weird.
That kind of comes
I'm against tribalism.
I forget his
and I'm
fucking
against
name, but the guy who wrote the
You know what I mean?
Leviathan and like other
Hobbes.
thinkers of his type. Yeah,
Hobbes.
Hobbes.
Hobbes. Social contract theory is not philosophy, like it is political philosophy, but these people, I wouldn't argue that that things like fascism are philosophy. Like political theory isn't always philosophy, and political ideology isn't philosophy.
Mm-hmm.
But what I'm saying is like, without without having a society where people like know what the outcome of certain things are, usually people kind of people are easily going to go to just having someone be their leader. It's like, and I don't, I don't want to symbolize it. I don't want to make it so simple, but for the most part, like societies that have gone through, the lessons of history, or even like are interested in looking at history, they will sort of say, no, we're not going to do that again. No, we're not going to do this. No, we're not going to do that. No, we're not going to do that. But, some societies don't want to think that way. You know what I mean? Some societies are just like, we're going to go for the easiest thing. This guy's the smartest guy. Follow him.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's I was double checking. I'm pretty sure that this is essentially the idea of social Darwinism, where societies, just like animals, evolve over time, going from tribal societies to feudalism to the enlightened democracy capitalism thing, whatever that social Darwinists like to argue for. And
I thought social Darwinism is like, at least what I learned, it was like a thing for like rich billionaires, like the Gilded Age, to like justify their power. So
it's basically that. It's not far away from that. Like a lot of people will use social Darwinism to justify capitalism, and like we
It's
like
it's more sociological than anthropological, I think. If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. I need to double check myself to make sure I'm getting this right, but I'm pretty sure like that is the idea that what with your Hawaii example, that they were pushed into this thing unready, is very social Darwinisty, and I would be very careful with that.
Oh well, I mean Hawaii,
because
Hawaii, it's not like Hawaiians. It's not like Hawaii is in turmoil. Their state. You know what I mean? Like they didn't really like.
And keep in mind, they were doing just fine as a kingdom, and it was that they were cooed to get to where they are now.
Of course. I understand that, but what I'm saying is, I use that as an example. It was the freshest one that I could think about. Where but look at a place like Saudi Arabia. I mean, how soon do you think before they're gonna go into democracy willingly? You know what I mean? They're just they love their society.
Well, see, that's the issue, is we are proposing then that democracy is the next natural step to take, when I dispute that heavily.
But
I really
I don't think there's any
there's
no set end
Saudi
point.
Arabia and democracy.
Well, I really want to push back on the fact that what you just said is that like Saudi Arabians love their country. Like, trust me, a lot of Saudi Arabians don't love their country, so you shouldn't say that.
Did I say that, or
no? He said that.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Americans don't love their country, right?
Because the average citizen. Okay, okay. You know what? I'm wrong. The women aren't free, etc. Most of the men like the society, but right now the push to change it, I don't see it right now, and I'm sure it has to do with the multiple princes, the multiple kings, etc., etc. But what I'm trying to say is, for them to go to democracy, they, for that, what do you think would happen if they had to go through all those steps to all of a sudden say, all right, what's MDM? What's his name? What's his nickname? And the guy who killed Khashoggi, MDM.
Yeah.
Are you talking about the king?
The prince.
Yeah,
the crown prince.
Crown prince.
Yeah.
MD.
Yeah, we know who you're talking about. Go ahead. Yeah.
All right,
for him, for them to, hey, we decide we want to rule collectively, or we want to rule representatively. You down for that? Obviously, the steps that it's going to take for that aren't going to be very pretty. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's the theory of modernization. That's it. Again, the idea that democracy is the obvious and final endpoint for human social structures is deeply flawed, and that there is no set there's no one ideology one system of doing things that is the set endpoint or the set like next evolutionary point or whatever for human socialism or social systems. And so you can pretty arbitrarily, honestly, go from one to the other to
I
one
disagree with
back
that.
and
I
forth.
disagree with that completely, Dr. K, because I mean, obviously, and as you've already said, just
So you are yes for the theory of
No, hold on.
modernization.
No, hold on. Just let me say what I'm going to say, and then you can respond in a second. You've already said that you won't even like listen to someone argue for fascism, which means that there's one that you obviously will say you don't agree with and is not a natural representation of how people should argue. So that means that there must be a one that you do agree with, right? There has to be
No,
something
like
that you think is innately
states
good.
can become fascist. Like
It's not what no, you said you won't even hear it because you don't think that's the correct way for people to
yeah, that's how I
develop a
believe.
religion.
But like if
but then you just
if
said that there
everyone
is
in
no-
a country
you just
decide to
said-
become fascist, then yes, the country will become
but you just
fascist.
said, but you just said that there's no arbitrary, there is no good in that society can like essentially be any individual way, right?
Here's the thing. I have my personal preferences. I have systems I believe are good and I have systems I believe are bad. But there is no natural evolutionary point for how these social systems evolve.
You don't
right?
believe in objectively moral good or evil.
Oh.
You don't believe in that objectively.
Me?
Yes, you, Dr. K. You don't believe in
we're
objective
talking to,
moral
yeah.
systems.
No, I have a system I believe is objectively more moral than others, but I'm going to keep that to myself.
Interesting.
I think,
Okay.
at
wish
least
you would
what I
share it.
interpreted from Dr. K, I thought she was like pushing it back against like the whole end of history thing, like when she brought up like
Exactly.
democracy.
Yeah,
like
fuck
it's not like the-
Fukuyama. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
I mean,
Yeah,
the
like-
only reason I brought up democracy was it's what we're in now. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? It's what we agree on now. And I understand that.
I don't agree on
whole
it.
Point. All right, okay, hear me out. I understand that at some point, even the people who are in this chat right now agree that there should be a better evolution from there. You know what I mean? But I'm just using that as a point. You know what I mean? I'm using that as like, a reference point. Like,
Sure,
okay,
but
well,
we don't collectively agree on what that point should be. Same way that that Hawaiians who were forced into an quote unquote democracy would not have all agreed upon that being the ideal system to go into.
Why?
This shit about to get spicy.
What up, Doobie?
Oh yeah, if Doobie's here, I'll probably leave in a couple minutes.
Hi, Doobie.
Hello, Doobie.
I'm so sorry I called you a fascist. You weren't here.
It's okay. Oh,
No, he's
we
a bit
all let him
fashy,
know.
but like
I said you could be interpreted as fascist. I didn't say you were.
Hasn't Doobie himself said on this panel before that he has fascist leanings?
I identify as an authoritarian moderate. My ideology is esoteric dubiism.
Esoteric Doobieism. My bad. I don't want to put words in your mouth. So
Well, Doobie is the most reasonable, unreasonable person that
he posts whatever's the most
Oh, really?
contentious.
How rude.
He likes to stir the pot. All right. Anyways, yeah, there is no objective. End
He's
of
the leader.
history,
He's the
no.
leader of the cult of.
All right, I don't care anymore. There is no objective end of history. That's where I'm standing. Francis Fukuyama can suck my big fat balls.
noted.
Nice.
my.
And Hegel, I guess.
And didn't he retract that book anyway? He was like, I think I was wrong.
Uh-huh.
Oh, it sucks. Write a whole
Yeah,
thing
history's back on the menu, boys.
Him and Cuomo, the bad book writing game.
Yeah.
I do think there will be an end of history. I agree
Nah.
with it, actually. I agree with that proposal.
Nah.
But whatever, we don't have to go there.
So
Star Trek.
Sure.
You talking about the apocalypse?
Yeah, the mass extinction.
Well, no, basically that people could reach a state where a correct state where we're like, this is how it's done and this is how you live. I believe that's possible. I don't think it's gonna be we might kill ourselves before that, but I think that exists. So
That sounds like heaven or like Nirvana.
yeah,
Which,
essentially.
Nah.
So
There's always going to be minute disagreements.
I'd
based
be
on
very
different
upset
conditions,
if Nirvana was
forcing
controlled by the
different-
state.
If we reach that state, I will be the only person, just for the fuck of it. I would just disagree.
It sounds like a monoculture.
Essentially, yeah, you would have to have a like perfect hive mind essentially for that to happen, because as long as people have different incentive structures and different goals, there's always going to be some level of discord and disagreement on how to do X or Y thing.
Right, exactly. So once people have a unified goal, they can work towards it in a unified way. Right.
Yeah, but that's not happening. Humans don't agree.
Okay, so Joe, I feel like you've been dodging me.
I haven't done anything.
Yeah, no, this is literally what you always do. You hide behind others. You and your buddy Destiny do the exact same thing, right? And I'm going to be debating Destiny. This is the thing that's going to be happening soon. I'm going to be debating Destiny.
I mean, he swings both ways.
And he does. But that's because when he came here, he was hiding behind Pisco, right? Like, and I feel like whenever I try to get into your ideology, get into your inner thoughts here, you always hide behind other people. Oh, let's engage everyone else all of a sudden. So
if you say Beetlejuice enough times, he appears.
I'll try it again, Joe. Yeah. So it's a socialist economic system that you're not a communist system. Is that what you want?
Well, I to be honest, I don't know. That's why I'm not giving you the answers that you want. I know what my values are. I know what when people articulate systems, particularly status systems, I know what I like. And I mean, there is some confusion because I do like social ecology. I am very into the work of Murray Bookchin, which I've just linked. But also, someone did call me out in the chat for being neo-Rawlsian, and I don't think they're totally wrong. I do occasionally have these weird, gross liberal inclinations, which I'm not proud of. But ultimately, I don't think you could say that any of my political goals align with liberalism. So I don't know. I'm somewhere in the weird left ether.
Why is it?
All right.
You make it so okay. No, I understand. I understand what you're trying to say. I understand what you're trying to say. Okay. But it's just this is a pattern with you that I can never nail you down on literally anything. You are extremely slippery rhetorically. I don't think you realize how slippery you are when it comes to rhetoric. I don't think you actually properly understand this. You do this all the time. You literally all this. Oh, I actually don't have the answers. No. Here's a bunch of prescriptive claims, but the answers, no, I don't really want to stick to.
Imagine thinking you had the answers to the questions you put on these panels. Imagine.
No, hold on.
I don't have the answers.
No, it's convenient though. It's convenient. No, because it's super
I actually don't think that it's convenient at all. I think it's totally not convenient to say you have the answers.
But no, I think it's convenient the way she does it though. That it's but you're sure that you can say that everyone else is wrong. And
it's much easier than having the right opinion. Okay. Obviously, everyone can do that. Everyone does it all the time.
I think what's happening is Silly Serious is Dunning-Kruger in action, but she's at the far end of the scale where she just doesn't want to give her answers for anything because she just doesn't feel confident in them.
I think that's really unfortunate.
Add a Diamondback in chat. No, not Rawls. Bentham is the way to go if you're gonna go 18th century fuck munches.
But he's not from the 18th century.
He's from whatever fucking century I want.
He's the most famous modern philosopher that we have. He's the only person who's been turned into an adjective that died this century.
Exactly. Bentham better than Rawls. There you go.
No, I think Judy's right. I don't I mean, without tooting my own horn, because it's different when Doobie says it and when I say it, but I do know a bit, and it makes me less confident to make prescriptive claims because I understand how much information there is on things, and I'm not confident. I definitely don't want to say things unless I'm sure about them, and I'm often not sure.
That's what it is. There's just nuance, there's nuance at every level. So you don't want to say anything because it requires a lot of unpacking. You just don't have the time to do it. You're not confident that you can do all the unpacking on your own. So, well, it's I know.
It's the
It's just
like,
this.
I used
It's
to be
weird.
like that. I used to be like that. Then I realized that if you're smarter than everybody, you should just fucking say it. Like you have to do it.
But it's
So just accept it and just go for it.
But it's weird that you're positive, right? I mean, she's especially when it comes to me, right? Like Joe, when it comes to me, you're definitely positive that I'm wrong on these various issues, right? You come in here, you say like, oh yeah, you're definitely wrong, but then our points actually align, and then you don't want to admit that. So
No. And you also, in this moment, you forget that I'm the worst kind of philosopher. I'm an analytic philosopher, which means I'm taking issue with the way that you say things most of the time, not the actual content of what you're saying, but the way you're talking about it.
Well,
Sure,
then
that's
being
terrible.
pedantic.
That is terrible. But
Yeah,
that's
just quit being pedantic and answer the damn question.
Oh, can we please have a semantic argument over the definition of definitions more?
Yeah.
Please. I would love it.
Please beat my fucking head in. I hate this
You
type
don't
of
always say
philosophy.
that. Sometimes you come in here, you say that, right? Sometimes you come in here and say that. Oh yeah, the way you're stating, you say Prime, maybe chill out, because you're saying the way you're saying something might come off the wrong way. You've said that sometimes, definitely, but oftentimes it's usually no, you're just wrong.
Well, you are wrong.
No, but then you don't have an answer. Two,
I think you
oftentimes-
just I think when I tell you you're wrong, I tell you that you're wrong in such a kind way that by the end of it, you actually think that was your opinion all along.
No, that's a really that's so convenient. Well, what a convenient rhetorical strategy there, right? No, I actually fooled you, right? Or you fooled yourself into thinking that you were right all along, right? Into my position. No, that's really convenient because now you're throwing that out there. It's like, oh yeah, was that Prime's idea? No, that was Prime's idea from the very beginning. I move you from your position. I do it literally all the time. All the time I move you from your position, and you never want to admit it. It's killing me.
I actually have a question for you guys, like everyone here. Like where do you go? Like, because I have debates on Discord all the time. I imagine like if we're all on here, we have debates. Where do you guys draw the line between like we're done discussing the definition right now? like where do you draw that line of like we're done having a good conversation about definitions right now? Like how
I
do you
don't know.
draw
It's
that
sort
line?
of like when everybody starts screaming at each other, and then we all just kind of tucker ourselves out.
No, I hate having those conversations when somebody says good, and then we have like an hour conversation on what good means. I hate those fucking
Well, good is actually very subjective, so you
I
shouldn't
know it's
tell me
very
that it's
subjective,
good.
but like in certain conversations, it doesn't need to be like
I'm being pedantic right
Yeah, I
now.
know.
I'm being
I think the answer to that is because I see that all the time. People just say define these terms, and these terms that everybody should be familiar with, but it's just a way of stalling or going down one rabbit hole or another. It's just that if somebody says define fascist to me, I'd be like, well, if you understand what fascism is, and I'm using the term fascism, I'm using it incorrectly, then just point it out. This whole thing of backing up and defining words is really I just don't see the efficacy of it. I think it's bullshit.
I just want to fucking talk about policy. I don't want to fucking do fucking semantic bullshit for 10
Exactly.
hours.
Neither do I. It drives me fucking crazy. I've been in so many arguments on Discord where it literally devolves into like I forget who just said that, like a sexy Marx guy. He has the yeah. Like this argument of like, well, you can't tell me this is good because you haven't defined what good is, and then like you end up in this argument that you never wanted to have in the first place.
Policy doesn't get the views though, so we have to argue about inane bullshit to get the views.
I'm sorry. Okay. I know I'm the language philosopher. I don't mind people shitting on it because I know analytics are annoying. I know asking for definitions are annoying, and they can be a way to throw people off an actual conversation. But there is a real point to clarifying definitions because obviously a lot of the time people are disagreeing because they don't have the same understanding about what they are talking about. So the analytic tradition is about dissolving this kind of philosophical confusion when discussing philosophical points. Now, on a policy level, to crucify and suggest that there is not a point in understanding definitions is just beyond crazy because often policy hides its true intent in language. You can have sex trafficking policy, which is actually drug policy. You can have policy that is there to improve women's rights, which actually harms women. And you don't see that unless you interrogate the language that is used to understand what the problem is represented to be. So while
This is why I asked the question, silly, is because like where do we draw that line? Because I think that language is very important, right?
God, you
So I'm
really
trying to
are the
find-
worst type of philosopher. God.
I know.
Because if you're analyzing the policy, you will see what exists within the writing of the bill itself
By
and
looking
like
at
what
the
you're trying to
language.
prescribe.
Of course, looking
By
at the
looking
language.
at the language.
I know,
No,
but
I'm
you
gonna
know,
look at the
I mean, let's be
math.
real.
I'm gonna look at the chemistry. Of course, I'm looking at the fucking language. There's nothing else in a policy you can analyze.
But you just said let's not talk about definitions and language. Let's talk about policy. So what are
Yeah,
you
don't
talking
talk
about
about
when you talk about
definitions.
policy?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, I like abstract philosophical bullshit. That's where I'm like,
This isn't. I don't think this is bullshit. An easy example is when Democrats, for example, use comprehensive immigration reform. Right? A lot of these people, when they say that, they mean something like amnesty. Right? Some of them mean something like a path to citizenship for some people and deportation for other people. Republicans might mean we kick them all out and strengthen the border security. Right? So yeah, people are all using the same words, but to each of these groups of people, that word means an entirely different thing. So it is important to talk about the words and how we're using them.
Or like what an executive order is.
I think in the abstract, it makes sense to define things. Obviously, you want to know the definition of words and stuff like that, But I think that if you're having an honest discussion, if somebody says something, is talking about some concept that I know about, and they clearly don't understand it, then I could just I wouldn't say, well, define it, because I want them to define it for me. I would just say, as I understand it, it means this, and so it seems like it seems like you have a contradiction in pointing this out, and it'll come out that they don't know the definition of it or something like that, and that can be clear. But that is not what the whole social function of the whole definition call is all about, and I think we all know it. Now there may be some exceptions, but the exceptions don't make the rule.
Joe, you've seen a lot of these debates. You've seen these debates on my channel and other places, right? Where do you think these usually fail? Like, what are like, as a person who understands language, analyzes language, right? How often, like, what are the usual sticking points that people just trip over here?
Okay, my number one thing that's annoying when someone asks for a definition is when they're saying, no, your definition is wrong because this is my definition. Like, that's when it is that annoying debate tactic, when someone's like, well, why do you define it like that? Because it's not about dissolving any sort of issue, right? And yes, in the bigger philosophical problems, there are also sometimes there are multiple definitions. The thing that annoys me the most is when people ask for a definition in a sentence of a really thick concept. Like, there are some things that you can't define in a sentence or in a moment. Like when Prime sits here and asks me what my ideological beliefs are, I don't have a word for that, right? Because for me, it's a very complicated thing.
Right, or
So-
like someone just stops you in the middle of a debate and is like, please define to me the concept of truth.
Yeah,
And it's
I actually have a word for this.
I want to blow my brains out in Minecraft right now. Like I don't want
So,
to. I don't
on
want
my
to just
channel-
sit here and describe to you the concept of truth. Like,
On
I
my
don't wanna
channel,
do
I have a word for this, right? Which is another thing that people do where they go, well, the dictionary definition for this is blah. I call it dicky baiting because dictionary definitions mean bullshit. They mean nothing, right? So people will often do this where they'll be like, give me a definition. And what they want is this sort of like descriptive, short dictionary style definition, and it's meaningless and it doesn't help the debate. So like I do like ordinary language. So I'm looking to find out how people use the word. It's less about a description of what the word is and more about how the word is used. So I think Daddy Marks just said that it's like in terms of different people using the same word differently and people having different political beliefs, and their way that they use a word can actually be extremely illuminating for their beliefs on certain topics.
Well, I think the dictionary definition thing is sometimes used, when you have 2 or 3 different interpretations of a word and people can't come to an agreement, then you resort to the dictionary to find some base level of truth when, 2 people have a different interpretation of what one word means.
That's a bad conversation.
Yeah,
It's really not. I think it's extremely. I think we're like maybe some of you are traumatized, right? Because there is a trick that some people do, right? If you say, oh, I think I believe in free speech, and I did this like 2 weeks ago actually, just to piss people off. And then they'll ask you what you mean by free, right? And then you have to give them some definition for free. And they say, oh, well, hey, that actually doesn't mean free. So when you're saying free speech, you actually mean regulated speech. So you agree with me, right? So and this is like just a stupid debate trick that people. I did it.
Yeah, it's
I do it all the
5-year-old
fucking
shit.
time, right?
Here's the debate
So,
trick,
so that's what it's really important, right? So it can be used like that, right? Or they can, or this is something a lot of philosophy needs to, is they will ask you for definitions of fucking of the word like then or where or said or I think, right? Just to throw you off and get you stuck on that for 2 hours. You end up going in circles, trying to describe what it means to have a belief to them. And then they never have to talk about the actual like discussion, right? So
instead of arguing about policy, you're arguing about why I'm not a brain in a jar and why I understand.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Also, the tricky law school hypothetical is another one.
So I know that like that can be done, right? But I think what Joe's describing is just trying to find like common ground to start on, and then you have the discussion, so the discussion actually goes somewhere.
So
I think that's
with
fine.
Joe, asking you about your ideology to like give a basic definition of your ideology, isn't that like establishing definitions, like exactly saying, hey,
Yeah, I was just giving you shit. I don't know why though you need to establish my ideology on a panel talk show. I don't like unless you're going to go around and ask everyone to establish their ideology.
I just asked you because I don't know you. And hold on. Come on. We've been here for months, right? Like since freaking August, you've been here. But like I still don't have a good idea of yours. I know Peace
then you
Goes
should
because
know her well enough at that point.
Please
that
stop
you can-
that. That's really annoying. We can. I know Peace Goes. Because I've been able to interrogate him, right? No Titans, I know all of them, right? But I literally can never interrogate you, so I'm just trying to get to know you. That's literally like understand your idea here. Is that not there? Like,
No, I just like you do know my political beliefs, and you can interrogate me on what I actually stand for in terms of values. It doesn't mean that I'm going to be like, I'm a libertarian socialist. Like, I don't think that's useful. It's better for you to actually learn about my policy positions on various things.
I think
that's what you have to sound like when you say that too.
Yeah, I feel like that's convening out. Like oh, okay, I don't like labels, but okay, sure. If you don't like labels, a lot of people say they like labels. You're just saying it in a fancy way. I don't like labels. Okay, fine, that's okay. But like they're helpful to giving a general idea as to where a person lies, right? They aren't an exact.
Okay, but listen to me.
Yeah, please.
Listen to me.
Sure.
When I tell you that I am confused by my own political ideology,
okay,
how do you expect to understand it better than I understand it myself? It changes. I have different views on things. I am very impressionable and very persuadable. So there are some days that I'll wake up and I'm like, yeah, I'm Rawlsian, amazing. I'm a liberal now. Who knows? But like that's not necessarily true or consistent with my values or my beliefs and my policy prescriptions. So you're better off understanding that than you are asking me to give you a label to describe my entire political ideology.
Okay.
I'm on the left. That's all you need to know.
Okay. No, I think I understand what you're saying. All right, fair enough. Go ahead. Are you going to say something, Davey?
I was just going to say that she likes good things and she doesn't like bad things. I think it's
pretty much.
Or just use like pragmatist. Like that's a pretty easy catch-all if you're trying to just like throw one out there to appease the crowd.
Okay. Can I ask you a question?
I don't
Joe?
like pragmatism. It's
Joe,
terrible.
Do you believe people are innately good or innately bad?
Oh, please.
Good.
Don't.
Yeah.
Good,
Okay,
yeah.
there you go. That is something. That's a belief that will shape your like political beliefs, right?
I was about to say, cheers to the half.
Mm.
Yeah, half full gang here. I also believe that people are good.
Okay.
Actual cringe.
Can we go back to debating about fascism?
Not if you have
Yeah. Okay, but yeah, I want to say that I do understand what you're telling me, Joe. All right. Fair enough. Okay. But yeah, so we can talk about literally anything you want.
Okay. What can I ask? We can talk about fascism. I'm just wondering, why do you guys think that people are inherently good? I just seems to me that every time like we come upon people where the law has just been removed and they're left to fight over resources and shit, they do terrible things to each other, right? Like
that's not all they do though, Dewey. That's not all they do. They obviously do good things. If people didn't do good things to each other, we wouldn't literally be here talking to each other on the internet. Like without people doing more good things than bad things to each other, we would still literally just be like eating each other on like the plains or something. Like if people
No,
didn't
that's
work
not.
together more than they destroyed each
So,
other, we would never have achieved anything.
We aren't
Brento,
innately good or bad. This is a dumb topic.
No, well, hold on. The
Right.
people want to
Anyway,
talk about it. People can talk about it, please.
Yeah, like silly Brento and like art. Like for the people that believe like we're innately good, would you guys describe yourselves as like moral objectivists as well?
yes, I would. I describe myself.
I think
that's
after
because you
something
kind
that
I
I
don't know what you mean by that.
no, because you kind
something
of
I
have to.
listened to today on moral theories talked about how moral theories are necessarily areas of inquiry, which means that your thesis has to be related to truth and your arguments have to be related to soundness. So I actually
Right.
don't think relativism makes sense in regard to moral theory.
Like, just take for example, you
doesn't.
know, that what they were saying about the fact that if you lie, it triggers your amygdala, which sends out stress signals, sort of the fight or flight response. And if you keep lying, you sort of wear it down. You know, over time, you wear it out. And it seems to me that on that basis, like when you see basically like if you work with children, that they're very receptive to what you would consider moral fairness or justice, and they are calmed by it and they thrive in that situation. So if you're talking about are people susceptible to other things in the world that confuse them and make them feel that there's some reason they have to override their amygdala, then they will do that, and obviously that things go wrong, and that's the human condition. But I think fundamentally people are receptive and understand fairness and truth and justice, and they
True.
thrive in it.
I agree. Yeah.
You think okay, people have an understanding of justice, but people don't have like the same like prescriptive solutions to what they think justice is.
Yeah,
Well, we're
we
all
don't even
bent out
agree
of
about
shape
what
at this
justice
point.
is. Well, hold
That-
on, but we don't even agree about what justice is. We had this talk yesterday. Joe, you were there, I
Yeah.
think, about what it means to have justice, right? Like, and we just fundamentally disagree, right? So saying that people are calmed by justice when we're not even like really establishing what justice means. This is annoying, I know, but we do need to
Well-
talk about what justice means out of this conversation.
God,
Whenever
yeah,
you
you
talk
had
about
a
your
legit
childhood,
go
you talk about
tactic.
So
No.
look at it that
I
way.
want to reply to Marx really quick. Just Marx, you're saying like, so the thing is like people have individual perceptions. And I mean, if people could have a unified perception, I think they would have a unified concept of justice, but they don't have a unified perception. So they have disparate views on what's just and unjust.
And they have different
I agree.
reasons for having those perspectives. They don't have them. There's some kind of thing that every different viewpoint is innate, but a lot of things are just like how you sort of rub up against society and distortions in society, and so things like injustice, and you could get that kind of stimulus, and then your body, your mind, depending on where you are, you're gonna interpret that, and then you're gonna have certain outcomes with that, and so that's the answer to that, I suppose.
Yeah, just to respond, like, oh God, I can like unravel this in like 200 different ways. But if we're gonna go down this, fuck, I have to ask, what do you guys think is good? Oh my God. Because that was literally the question. You guys asked, are humans objectively good? And then you guys said yes. So like you have to
Are we allowed to
you
drink
have
on
to
stream?
ask that.
I guess so.
You have to ask it. I hate it too. I hate it. You guys fucking trap
Asshole.
me.
Sexy Marks, how dare you try to get me like this?
Well, fairness, recognizing people's subjectivity, being just. I mean, just think about if you can imagine it. If you're a teacher in a class, right, and you have all these different kids. It's a diverse class. How do you create an environment in that class where everybody is basically feels comfortable? Not everybody. I mean, obviously, nothing is perfect, right? But there is you can create what can seem to be an optimal situation. And how do you do that? You do that by being fair. You do that by understanding, recognizing people's humanity. You do that by remembering things about people, and so that they feel that somebody's listening to them, and you don't take punitive action. You don't take heavy-handed punitive action. So I mean, I can't describe it all. If you wanted me to, I could write an essay on it, but I'm just saying, without me describing it so that you could pick it apart, just imagine you're a teacher in front of a class, and how would you make it so that everybody there was comfortable?
Well, okay, but this
So
is I think
I want to
go
address.
ahead, Art.
So when I said I think
Okay,
most
tell me
people
why.
are inherently good, and because you're right, I should be able to describe good, right? And when I meant by good, I meant that to cause no harm or as little harm as you can, right? I'm a deontologist. I'm a consequentialist. Like, I believe that our actions are what's important. So I would say that a person is not born with the thought to cause harm. I would say that most people are born wanting to cause no harm or actually inflict positive things in the world, and that most people are not born with the want to cause harm, which is what I would call bad.
And Joe?
I have my hand up, but someone else can go before
we'll
me.
go to,
I was.
okay, so we'll do Do because you want to say something. Then Joe, Branto, Savitar.
Can I say something really
okay,
quickly,
sure,
just
go
to her point? It's not a long thing. I just wanted to say, like, I don't think good can simply be like the negation of harm. It's not like good is just not wanting to cause harm. Good has to have some intrinsic definition to itself. It cannot just be like the negative of harm.
I was doing a very base, just a base. Like, if we really don't want to go into a huge, big 3-hour argument about what good is, I was just saying good is the negation or not causing harm. Base.
Did you? Okay, so we'll go to Doobie, Joe, Savitar.
Well, I guess so. King of Ulm like kind of broke down like how we would teach good to children or whatever, but it seems to me that like even in that instance, right, you're not really teaching good, objective good. You're teaching what your experiences, your culture has taught you that good is, right? So it seems that, and then you're passing that belief down to these children, that your culture's subjective version of good, right? And it just seems like this happens all over the world. If you go to another country, they might have a different understanding of what it means to be good. And
yeah, in theory. Okay.
So they're going to teach those children that thing is good, right? And those children will grow up thinking that other thing that they were taught is good, which might be totally antithetical to what you taught these children is good, right? So it just seems like people's are products of their environment to me. That doesn't mean that we need to like.
First of all, Doobie, I'm glad that you recognize the complexity of human beings, and it is true that you have to accept the fact that people come from different cultures and have different expectations. Nevertheless, I've worked only in diverse schools, a lot of them with people from all around the world. And so people come from very different cultures, and yet they know when I'm treating them fairly. They know that when I'm interested in them and interested in their cultures. They know when I am creating a safe environment for them. They know when I am treating them like I'm treating other people. And so, on that level, yes, in theory, you could say it's all a wash and, it's total subjectivity. But in reality, human beings tend to respond to similar things.
Go ahead, Joe, and then Savitar.
Yeah, so firstly, Ark, I think I understand what you were saying. You should just be careful though, because using the word deontological doesn't mean what you were trying to argue. So just be careful.
I'm still trying to like grasp these definitions.
Of course,
so
and
yes.
Moral theory is difficult, but deontological would mean that you believe that people do things because out of a sense of duty. Consequentialist means that they're focused on the consequences, and from what it sounded like you were saying that you think people don't want to cause harm, so they're interested in consequence, right?
Yes,
and they sort of overlap. So I totally
was about
agree.
to say, like, because how I kind of see it is like kind of there's an overlap between deontology and consequentialism.
There is. People like to act like moral theories are completely separate, but actually there's a lot of obviously.
Yeah, like I knew that I worded it badly, but I don't think that deontology and consequentialism are completely polar opposites.
Yeah, and actually you brought up something good because you sort of changed your statement, and I'd like to change mine too. My answer to Doobie, do I believe that people are naturally, or maybe it was Brento who asked, do I believe that people are inherently good? I believe that I believe that everyone has the capacity to be good, I think is a better answer to the question for me. And I don't believe that people necessarily always act in self-interest, which is what I would say back to, because to me, Doobie, it sounds like you think that people ultimately always act in self-interest. So we would have a difference of opinion there. And to talk to your point about cultural relativism, I mean, I know there are some virtue ethicists in the chat who should definitely jump on the panel,
Right.
but I think a lot of virtue ethicists would argue that, of course, virtue, like being good, the behavior that dictates what is good has to come out of the culture that you live in. I think that you can't make universal claims about that sort of thing.
If you're saying though that, and I'm just trying to understand you, if you're saying that people have the capacity to be good, like, can you repeat that sentence? I want to make sure I have you right, Joe.
So, okay, so like from a very, very basic understanding of like moral theory, right? Like a virtue ethicist, instead of asking the question, is this action good or bad? Like what ought I to do, right? So consequentialists and deontologists will generally ask, what is the right action? What ought I do in this circumstance? A virtue ethicist says, how do I become a better person? So it's a different question at the base of the moral theory. It's not to do with atomized action. It's to do with you as a person and becoming the best person that you can be.
Okay.
Be best, as Melania would say.
But
Can I?
but you're but
Can
you're,
I
hold
get
on.
in or
One
after
second.
Prime?
Yeah, definitely. So just want to understand. But you're saying that everyone has the capacity to be good. But then isn't that the same as just saying everyone has the capacity to be bad, which
Sure
means that it doesn't actually. I mean, it doesn't actually say anything then, right?
Yeah,
that's the case. Like
it's
everyone
just
has the capacity to be anything. Is right.
That's why I clarified
really
to do
quickly.
with it. I don't think everyone always acts in self-interest.
Oh, okay. All right. Fair enough then. DB, you can respond. What you're going to say, then we'll go to Avatar.
Well, I was going to say that also says that to me, it sounds like you're saying that everybody has the capacity to be what you think is good. Some people might think it's good to kill gay people or something. A lot of people on the planet do think that's a good thing, right?
Doobie, you need this. You need this.
I need this. What?
Yeah, you need this point you're making. You need it all the time.
Oh God. So I'm just saying. Yeah, I don't know. It's just when you say that everybody has a capacity to be good, it really just sounds like you're saying everybody can be taught to think like you. And sure, I agree. People can be taught to change their minds and to start seeing the world in different ways. It's just I wouldn't call that good.
No.
I would just
So
Let me think.
It's Avatar, then Marx. And
Yeah,
then
sure.
Brenta.
So just a couple. There's a lot to respond here. I guess I would start with how the argument is framed here. What I think you guys are actually arguing for is not that morals are objective, but that we can find sets of moral values that are at the very least universal, that all societies, as far as we can understand, have a core set of rules. If you're going to argue that morals are objective, then we're going to get into the argument. Then I'm going to bring up the argument. Okay, you need to demonstrate that these morals not only are true in the same way that like gravity is true, but they would exist independent of mind, because that's what objective means in the context we're talking about. You guys keep bringing up different practices that different people have or different biological functions. People brought up like the lying thing and how if you lie, there's a chemical reaction that goes on your brain. But I would argue that one, this comes with the assumption that lying is just refraining from lying is inherently good. I can come up with many situations where lying is in fact a good thing, that you ought lie in many situations. But I'm not going to argue from an objective stance because I don't believe in objective morality. Then we can also bring up the fact that, okay, there are common practices of fairness or feelings at the very least of fairness across the world. But when we go into practices across the planet that are common, if not universal, I can bring up slavery. I can bring up war. I can bring, which was like glorified for the vast majority of human history. Like we can bring up a bunch of common things that people thought were good and practiced universally, and that we on this panel may not find okay. Moving on from there, to kind of put out how to respond to the self-interest one. This gets into the egoist argument of whether or not it could be within one's self-interest to help out others. Like you get your own little dopamine rush, your little high from it, because you like to help out others. You enjoy that, and so this could still be within your self-interest to be altruistic. And then like going to the final 2 points, moving to cultural relativism, there are a number of cultural practices that I'm pretty sure every single person on this panel would inherently disagree with. FGM comes to mind, female genital mutilation. That's like a practice that I think we all find issue with, at the very least find issue with, and I would argue is bad. And to provide context for all the statements I made, metaethically, I'm an emotivist because I haven't been convinced by Kyo-san's article he gave me, mostly because I didn't read it yet. But yeah, I'm an emotivist. I believe that at the end of the day, all moral statements, all moral propositions you're just your feelings at the end of the day, because we're all a bunch of material beings in a material universe with a bunch of chemical reactions going on in our head.
We're material girls in material world. Yeah, it makes sense. Marks.
All right.
Yeah, so like I guess
what are they doing?
If I were to like define my morals, I guess I kind of ascribe to more subjectivism, but I guess my morals are that at least for some that I hold dear, like for example, like gay people shouldn't be just shot because they're gay. I think that even though you can't empirically prove that that moral is like objectively good or that it exists, I think that it is so true and is so foundational to a functioning like liberal society that it ought to be treated as true. I don't know if that sounds confusing, but I don't know. I don't ascribe to like a specific belief. That's just what I can think of off the top of my head. But like a question that I would like ask you guys is that, do you guys think that it is a person's duty, if they want to be good, to prevent bad things from happening?
No.
That's hard in the context of the content. Yeah, Brento Box can go. Or yeah,
I just wanted to ask Sevatar. So I mean, like one thing you're saying is like, you're saying like you would have to completely and objectively prove that morals exist. That's perfectly fine, right? I mean, you should never.
No,
accept
that's not what it. No.
Okay. Oh, what did you say?
Yeah, so this might just be me either not communicating it fairly enough, or maybe I cut you off too early. I'm sorry. So I believe that morals, quote unquote, exist. I just define morals like the ability to decide an action is good or bad exists. Whether or not that's I don't believe it's objectively true. I believe again, yeah, it's your opinion. It's it's just slightly more complicated than I find strawberry ice cream more preferable than vanilla ice cream.
I understand. But in that sense, and as far as I'm concerned, because I'm a moral objectivist, I think that essentially makes them false. That makes them essentially whim, right? Which means that they could be anything or nothing, and they could change. And so that makes that they are subjective means that they are not stable and then unreliable and essentially meaningless.
So it's not false because there's no truth value to it in the first place. You couldn't say, for example, that like saying when I say my favorite ice cream flavor is strawberry. It's not the best flavor in the world from an objective standard, but I still hold that.
Objective morals is essentially universal and unchanging morals, right? Like you think morals. I think we've I'm going to repeat myself. You think morals are as real as Spider-Man, right? Because someone drew a picture and called it Spider-Man. Now Spider-Man exists, unquote, correct?
Well, it's just a concept in a practice. That's all it is.
Right.
It's not fiction. It's just a practice. It's a concept. That's what morals are at the end. They're just concepts and behaviors.
They're nothing. They exist to you and subjectively within a framework, and they can be anything.
They can be anything. It depends on like the definition. Like we're just describing acts and behaviors. But when it comes to like objective morals, again, it would just be you have to prove that these things exist independent of human beings or just minds in general, that these things are true in the sense that gravity is true. And in which case, in order to do that, I'm going to ask you to show me your God or something.
Right. So here's the whole thing. My whole point. Is there anything like you can say science and you can say objective truth and you can say gravity, and those are all things that I do believe are objectively true, right? But within people, is there anything that you can literally force people to believe in? Because gravity is true, and I believe evolution is true, and I believe the world is round, but there are people that will deny it, right? So it's like, is there any objective proof that is beyond people's ability to just outright fucking deny it?
No, people can deny whatever. Sure.
Correct. Yes, absolutely. Okay, so that's true. All right. It feels like to say that like morals can only exist if they are deemed or proven to be objectively true to people ignores the fact that people actually can deny it.
It's not to people, it's to me. I'm not asking you to demonstrate objective morality to everybody. I'm asking you to do it.
So
Yeah,
I mean,
sure,
you're,
but it's
you're the focal of the discussion, so we can't remove you from people
Well,
in
I have a
person.
but
question.
sure, but
I have a
I'm making
question
the
for you,
I'm making the is not distinction here though. So like describing
Sevatar.
reality. Yeah.
I have a question. Do you believe that gravity exists no matter what? Like gravity.
I believe that gravity, even if all humans were Thanos snapped tomorrow,
Thanos snapped out of
gravity,
existence, gravity would still be there. Okay,
yeah, gravity
you
would
agree
still
with
be
that?
there because
Would you
but
say
that
the
gets into
same thing?
epistemology.
Would you say the same thing about morality?
Like it would only exist in the sense that like you can argue maybe certain forms of animals have it, like dolphins or chimpanzees have like actions or behaviors that they deem to be quote unquote good or bad, but that's like really reducing morality to the most basic kind of understanding of it.
So would you agree that at least that like morality does not exist objectively in the same way that gravity
Morality
does?
cannot exist without minds.
Okay.
Right.
So therefore, I would argue in that aspect that morality must always be subjective.
Sure, yeah, I believe morality is subjective.
I
would
thought that
say,
you were arguing
so
the
for you,
opposite.
I'm arguing
but-
for objectives. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
so,
fine.
to be clear, I agree that people have like their own subjective versions of morality, but that doesn't mean that we can't impose our morality on other people. And I think
I
we should
agree.
impose our morality on other people.
Okay,
Box,
yeah,
is
I
this
agree,
like a
but
moral landscape sort of thing?
I agree.
Brento Box?
I mean, like, well, I guess I'd say this, and this is a good argument. People would make like, it's like, we'll go back to the Thanos snap, right? It's like, let's say all humans are Thanos snapped out of existence, but bang, we get a brand new set of humans and they're living on Earth. I believe that they would learn to live together the exact same way that we do, even if we're fucked up and we're not doing it perfectly. And the rules by which they have learned to live together correctly would be essentially the morals that exist objectively in the universe.
What morals are those, and how do you prove that they're objective in the universe?
Essentially, well, someone said it really well. I can't remember who said it earlier. Sorry, but that equality, essentially treating others as you treat yourself. Essentially, it's basis of equality.
We haven't treated each other like that ever, basically.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
As
We
far,
have
as,
treated each other.
far as like, can you name me a time where
At least
everybody was
that's the
treated
goal.
equally?
At least that's the goal, is what he's saying.
I could have the goal to
Yeah.
reach nirvana, but we're talking. So like people can like
You're saying-
idealize.
You're appealing to like a universalism, but you
Does
said
morals
I'm not
are
appealing to-
ideals.
I'm not
Yeah,
appealing to. I'm not appealing to universalism. I'm asking for pieces of evidence for that. Because
But
as far as
Sevatar-
I'm concerned, wait. As far as I'm concerned, equalities mean different things throughout different time.
Okay,
And
okay,
if that's the truth,
say-
then it's subjective.
You certainly would never say that we've never treated each other equally ever. You can definitely say
As
there.
far
have
as I
been-
understand, no,
Hold
we
on.
have
you,
not.
You can certainly say that inequality has always been present, and inequality exists, and people have treated each other unequally at times.
This doesn't matter.
People have
This
always
doesn't
treated each other
matter. It doesn't matter how we actually treat each other, right? Morals are ideals. So when we're talking about morality, it's what we want to happen. And if the goal is equality, whether or not we actually treat each other equal isn't part of this conversation.
It is
It's
part of
whether
it.
or not
It's not
that is
against it.
no. It's whether how you put whether or not you actually live up to your ideals does not mean that that's actually your morality. Like, I can lie sometimes, doesn't mean that within my morality I think that lying is good now. I screw up sometimes. That doesn't
Can't
mean
you just
that,
say
like,
that lying is good in certain cases and bad in other cases?
sure,
It's-
you understand that that's not my point. My point is that I'm even if I mess up and step out of bounds within my own morality, it doesn't change my morality. That doesn't change the ideal.
Sure,
But
but just because
philosophers
like
would
again,
disagree with you with that. Like Kant would tell you actually aren't what you say you are. Like, because Kant was a virtue ethicist. Like,
Oh,
like
Kant-
what I say
I don't
am, what
like
I
Kant.
want to
Kant
be
wasn't the
is
most
still-
no
intelligent
one likes
person.
Kant. No one invites Kant to their birthday parties.
Kant believes that you should give over the Jews to the SS, but hey, whatever.
Well, I would
Ruh-roh.
disagree with I can't remember who was, but he was saying that if I lie sometime, that doesn't change my morality. I would disagree with that because I think that is a reflection of your morality. The fact that you do find it okay to lie in some situations.
It's not that you find it okay. It's that you mess up sometimes. You make mistakes. So if I lie and then later I come back and say, hey, look, I messed up. I shouldn't have done that. Did my morality change just because I made a mistake?
No, it didn't.
No,
Exactly.
How is it a mistake in that
Can you
moment?
not make mistakes?
I don't.
Have you ever added two numbers together wrong? Have you ever been? It's sort of like if you said like.
That's a different thing.
Okay. We deal with if you make a mistake and someone asks you, "Well, did you eat 5 minutes ago?" and you actually did, but you don't remember you did, so you lie as a mistake.
Again, this is wait. The issue here is we're not making the is-ought distinction.
Right,
There are
we're-
is
we're-
statements and there are ought statements. So if you believe, for example, that you know what, throwing up on my friend's shoes is a wrong action. Me belching all over my friend's shoes is a wrong action. Let's say you get really drunk one night because you're really having fun going out and stuff like that. You throw up your own friend's shoes. You sober up and you recover, you become rational again. You recognize, you know what, that was a really wrong action for me to do, to get really drunk to the point where I threw up on my friend's shoes. I must make amends. Because in the context of morality, we are discussing actions and how we judge said actions. He would be judging the action of him throwing up on his friend's shoes after getting real drunk as bad. He did it, but he's still, you know what, that's a wrong thing. I shouldn't have done that.
But you're agreeing
right.
with my point
That's-
then, because if we're talking about equality, we can say equality is the goal, equality is the ideal, equality is the morality. We just don't live up to the ideal itself. So you can't
So
ask,
what do you think my argument is?
You asked, have we ever actually treated everybody equally? And I'm saying that's not a relevant question because how we actually treat people doesn't matter according to our morality. What matters is the ideal.
Maybe I asked the wrong question. So my question is equality being understood to be like object? Because like when we say like objective morals and stuff like that, and we reach to similar conclusions like that, I would say that similar to science, we like if humans again wiped out tomorrow, eventually like if a new intelligent species rose up, they would discover evolution. I don't think you can discover objectively equality. Like equality has meant so many different things to so many different people at so many different times and been practiced in so many different ways. We don't even have the same idea. Even today, we do not have the same ideal of what equality truly means. And I believe, again, I accept the is-ought distinction. Making the is claim that like creatures change over time, even though that's not really what evolution is describing. It's more of genetics and stuff like that. Versus you ought not treat someone differently because of the color of their skin. These are two different kinds of claims. And I believe that the second one, the ought statement one, I don't believe that has any sort of truth value to it whatsoever.
Okay, so for like, I have a question for the moral, like more subjectivist and shit. How do you then criticize people based off of their beliefs?
Because I want something, or I want to do X or Y and something like that, and you're doing X or Y that I find bad based upon my own subjective morals. And if you don't do it, hopefully I have more power than you, and I'm going to fucking stop you from doing
So
it.
it's like egoism.
Yeah,
no, it's not
you can-
egoism. Egoism would be I have my own that's different.
Well,
Ego is-
yeah, that's what I was going to say is that normally I would make the case that it's best for you to put this out into the world and expect this from others so that they expect the same from you so that your life in turn is better. And that would be
Yeah, so
egoism.
to kind of like bring it home, I guess it would be because I recognize that morality is subjective. I also recognize, and stay with me now, the might makes right description is true. At the end of the day, if you have the bigger stick, what you say goes. And if anybody wants to stop you about that and you have enough power to say otherwise, you will enforce your will onto another person and they will either A, comply, or B, die, or be just neutralized to the point where their opinion doesn't fucking matter. I believe that this is a true description of how basically intelligent beings have functioned across all of time. I don't like what you're doing. I have the power to stop
Okay,
you,
yes.
and the cost isn't as bad, so I'm just going to do
So
it.
here's the question. Here's the like the differentiator, right? The differentiator is across time. And so if there is like people understand like, hey, you could rob a bank and that will get you a lot of money for a very short amount of time, right? What is a better option ideally is to do something that's going to get you the most amount of money like for a longer amount of time. And then ideally the most amount of money for you and people you care about for a long amount of time, right? So it's maybe like we would be the difference is what gets you the most good or the most people the most good over the most amount of time.
That's not true though.
Why?
because people still like rob banks en masse and or just cheat people out of their money in other ways. So sure, like well, robbing a bank might get me money in the short term. Me, you know, cheating like a million homeowners out of their mortgage and stuff after like bursting a housing bubble and then running off to a different country after I take all their money, that's giving me a ton of money for a long period of time. And I just cheated a bunch of people. Probably killed a bunch of people too.
If you evade, yeah, maybe, but that doesn't. No, I mean, like, it ultimately you have to run off and you have to hide from the government. I mean, there's all these things implied
So,
in this.
So at Brent Box, I think so I agree that there are certain actions that are quote unquote beneficial for the longevity of a society, for the maintenance of a society. We can take the goal of, hey, I want to preserve human society, and then we have like certain ideas or standards that we can implement in order to maintain the longevity of society. I think we can get there, but that's not Izot anymore. That's Ifot. These objectives are not. Wait, so these goals are not objective though. What?
Morals would be that.
No, morals are just the judging of an action to be good or wrong. That's what like morality is.
But good or wrong is judged by what serves the most people for the most.
No, that's not true.
Well, that's our disagreement.
Well, okay, sure. Then you need to demonstrate that that is true, because as far as I'm concerned, or as I know, a lot of people actually never held that form of view. What you're pushing forward is actually a form of utilitarianism. And I hate to inform you, buddy, but like for a long period of time, utilitarianism was looked down upon in forms of deontology or like whatever God says goes is what was pushed forward. It doesn't matter. Wait. To finish it up. Wait. If I could finish my point, it doesn't matter that not stoning gays in the street would probably be beneficial for society, and treating gay people equally to straight people is like good for society. My holy book says gay people are like the work of the devil and ought be fucking thrown off buildings. So I'm going to throw them off fucking buildings.
That's dogmatism. That's not utilitarianism.
I agree, but that's a form of morality that is existing, was predominant throughout like most of the West, if not most of history.
There's a difference between saying that objective or morals are objective and following them is to the greater good of everyone, and utilitarianism saying that the greater good determines the morals. It's the direction, because one is based on saying that what I think serves the most amount of people is good, and then what I'm saying is that good is what serves the greatest amount of people, and it's something that's innate.
Why?
Because I believe it is innate. I believe
why,
there
okay,
is.
So why do you believe it? I know you believe it, but like, why do you believe it? What is the deductive reasoning? What is the proof? What is the evidence that this is an innate good thing?
Other than the fact that I like perceive it operating in the world, I can't tell you. Like I can't like make a formula for you or like perform an experiment.
So for the subjectivists in chat, what I guess motivates you to push your beliefs? If you know that your beliefs aren't necessarily founded, but okay, how do I ask this question without like putting in like objectivism in it? I guess. Hold on, give me a second to frame this question because I don't want to like have poke holes in it. No, somebody else talk. It's gonna take a second.
I guess my only answer is that I believe, like when I look across history, and even though I do recognize injustice and inequality and war and all the horrors of like the world and life, like I still see running throughout all of it a common thread of what I recognize to be like a recognition of human morality and goodness.
Sure,
like
but that's a universalism statement. Yeah, but that's a universalism statement, not an objective statement, because you're observing humanity acting. But this means that like morality would be dependent upon human minds, which means it's not objective.
Yeah, Brento Box, we could have like a bunch of Asians who feel they're the superior race and go out and kill everybody who's not Asian and feel like they're doing what's best for Asians, kind of like what Hitler did for Aryans, right? Like they could feel that that is moral and that they are doing what's best for them. Like we've seen this over and over with lots of different cultures throughout history. So it is I like from a secular standpoint, I feel like you have to say that morality is subjective without there
From a
being a
secular
deity.
standpoint, of course, sure. From a secular standpoint.
Okay.
And
I'm not-
okay,
sorry.
well in that case, show me your God.
Can I ask
Sure,
a question? Is anybody? Because I think if there is a God, then we could just say morality would probably be objective because it'd be whatever God says.
Well,
right?
because God is all powerful and could just
Yeah,
snap
but
his fingers and
but
make
I'm
it
wondering.
true.
I know that a lot of people are like considering themselves like moral realists, secular moral realists. Are any of you guys to that? Because I've never heard a good argument for that, and I'd really like to hear one.
No.
The best argument that I've heard is from the Moral Landscape. Who's the guy who does that? The guy who debated like Jordan Peterson over and over on stage. I'm blanking on the name.
Sam Harris.
Sam Harris, yes. Sam
No.
Harris wrote the book, The Moral Landscape, and that is like, I think it's still kind of dumb, but overall, that is by far like the best argument I've ever seen.
No,
for
but
a
that's not
secular-
arguing. That's not arguing for an objective moral system. That's ifat. So I brought this up
But
earlier.
he says it is moral realism. Like he
Oh, well, then
states that himself.
Oh, well, then I must have like misinterpreted it, and I'm sorry. But I would just say that like his thing is if ought, not is ought. If you hold this view, then you ought do this way. So that's like rationality. If I bring this up constantly, if you are hungry, you ought eat the sandwich right in front of you, then crawl through the desert on your hands and knees in order to eat the single seed like 10 miles away. Like there's rationality, which is what he's describing there. If you hold a certain goal, then there's an objective way to achieve that goal that is better than other ways. We can agree on.
From
But
what
that's-
I understand, he
Yeah, but-
argues that we do hold those ideals, that everybody does hold them
That's-
anyways,
sure,
and that
but
we
you-
can like prove them with science and stuff like that.
Well, then I
That's
guess
his
then
argument.
he's just wrong because that's just an
Yeah.
appeal.
Sam Harris is
That's just an appeal to consensus. Even if every human being on the planet agreed on like a strict set of morals, that wouldn't make them true.
Right.
Also, because I found my question. Why ought for like the most subjective is why ought your system be implemented then?
Because I want it to be implemented.
Do you think that's a good enough reason for it to be?
If I have enough power, most certainly.
Enough power to
Anybody
okay.
who's
Okay, like I don't want to get to define power, but like, do you mean like convincing people? Big stick. What do you mean?
It can be so like power. We'll just use like I'll use for now. I'll just use the political international relations definition of it: the ability to make other people do what you want, even if they don't want to do it.
Mm-hmm.
I
And I
think
would
he
give
would
it-
say either one though.
Yeah, it would. Yeah, either one. So like power can take many forms, but at the end of the day, my reasoning is metaethically, I'm an emotivist. I believe that all moral propositions are just emotions at the end of the day, your feelings. Normatively, I'm a utilitarian. Specifically rural utilitarian because Doobie's a cringe act utilitarian, get fucked. And applied ethically, I guess I'm like a progressive Democrat. I recognize the might makes right description, and so I have my reasonings for why I want this to happen. It's because I ultimately wanted. These are things I can't really control. They're my emotions and feelings. I need to gather as much power as I can, and then implement my morality as I see fit. If you stand against me, I will try to convince you, and then I might try to neutralize you in a way that doesn't harm you too much. But if you become too much of a problem, then yes, I use big stick.
So two things. So like two things. Oh, kind of.
Go ahead, Marks.
Yeah, two things there. So like for the ought thing, so like for the people that hypothetically would be following you, if when they find out that your grounds, you don't believe your own morality to be true, why ought they listen to you then?
Because I don't believe I would convince them that morals don't have a truth value to begin with, and that like ultimately you should, if they don't want to follow me, they don't have to follow me. But I'm going to try to convince them that my worldview is true, that my moral system is quote not true, but my moral system is the better one. Convince them to like go with my feelings and have them have similar feelings, have my outlook on the world. So like this is no longer morals, this is like epistemology and ontology. Convince them of my worldview from that perspective, and then like my morals will slowly but surely follow with them.
Mm-hmm. And also, last question for like, because you said like you can't really control your feelings, but I mean you can. Like even if you did strongly believe like in your moral like
When I
moral
say
prescription.
feelings, it's a bit more complicated than how we understand feelings. It's like emotivism kind of
complicates feelings to a bit more. But I know what you're talking about.
Okay, yeah, but I guess like feelings, you could like prove it to actions, so you can control your actions, even if you strongly
I can
believe.
so I can control my actions even if I'm having like a instinctual response to things, but I make that distinction from feelings in the emotivist sense because it's a bit more complicated there.
So Sevtar, can I ask you?
Yeah, sure.
You had something else, Marks. I just wanted to ask
No,
you.
no, go ahead.
You have many different descriptions for your ideologies or your practices, right? Why do you need so many? Why do you need to be like an emotivist here and you know and or I can't remember your others. I apologize.
Yeah, because when we talk about ethics or morals, there are 3 levels we can talk about. So like, this is kind of like the Destiny meme. He brought this up earlier.
Probably more.
Well, no, generally speaking, that you can get into more, but there are generally 3. There's applied ethics, what we can practically do in reality. There's normative ethics, what ought happen, our ideal, like what are our ideals, what are our goals, and then meta ethics is describing what the fuck is ethics, what is morality, what is this stuff, and how do we know it, how do we understand morality. Those are the general 3 levels of when we're talking about ethics, and like these descriptors are, I find them to be accurate enough.
Accurate enough. Okay, I don't know. I feel like the fact that they're cemented in these 3 things mean that they're not sufficient in any way. Like the
How are they
fact
not
that there's 3 segmented, like descriptions of morality feels like they're not actually operating
Well,
correctly.
they're not segmenting morality. It's how we engage with morality. So
like,
there is normative ethics,
practical, ideal, and then practical, ideal, and then
it's meta ethics, which is what is ethics? How do we understand ethics? How do we know ethics? There's normative ethics, like what is the normative ethical theory that we subscribe to? Like what are our goals? What are our ideals? What do we believe ought happen? And then we have applied ethics, what we can practically do. So again, emotivism, utilitarianism, progressive Democrat. This might not follow to an extent for other people, depending on how they interact with it, but like an analogy could be deontologists, Catholic, promote whatever the Vatican says is like a good analogy.
Oh, Bronto, I have a question for you.
Sure, yeah.
For like a moral, like since you say you're a moral objectivist, right?
Yes.
So like, what are some universal, like, so what are some like morality prescriptions that you think are universal?
A universal moral prescription. Ultimately, you would, I guess, it would maybe. I think a lot of people scoff at it now, but like I think the golden rule of do unto others as you would have them do unto you, I think is a moral universal.
Can I ask a question really quick? So Brento, you're religious, right? I'm not going to attack your religion or anything, don't worry. But you're religious, right?
Yeah, sure. I'll just say yes without trying to be more like, well,
Yeah,
yeah.
no, you don't need to be.
That's fine.
So, but it seems to me like this belief that the other there's some kind of objective morality out there. Is that kind of rooted in your religion?
Yeah, I guess it's what I believe. Like I think I believe in an objective truth, and I think an objective truth implies an objective morality.
Yeah. So the reason I'm asking is I think that like asking you or any religious person, hey, give me an example of an objective good, right? It's I don't think we're going to get anywhere just because this is rooted in your religion, and we would need to like deconstruct that to get to it, right?
Well, I guess I don't think
so
it is. I'm listening.
Okay, let me just answer Doobie really quick. I personally, like, I went away from religion, and then I kind of recognized what I thought was, or what I believe when I recognize is essentially like a need for. I feel like people act in a need for an objective truth, and I feel like the world or the universe can't function without objective truth. And then, like I just told you, I believe like objective truth implies an objective morality, and objective everything essentially.
Do you not accept the Azat distinction?
You'd have to explain that more to me really quickly. But Doobie had another point he wanted to make.
No, that was it. I'm just trying to understand, like, because, like I said, I've heard arguments from people who call themselves more realist before for like some kind of like objective morality, and I've never been convinced. I just haven't heard a good argument, or maybe not one that I can understand because I'm not a philosophy big brain. I didn't take any philosophy class or anything like that. So yeah, I'm just trying to understand like where because it seems that it's to me it sounded like this was rooted in something other than like, there's some kind of like a good thing out there that we can objectively define without like some kind of God affecting it. I don't.
Yeah,
But-
I'm also a moral realist, but like if you wanted like proof of those morals, I would just point at a Bible verse. So I'm
Right,
like,
so-
when I have conversations with everybody else, I'm
So-
gonna argue it from like a secular standpoint.
And that's, well, since we kind of got on the subject, that's the question I didn't really get to ask earlier. But if we have this, if people create this ideal of what is moral or what is right, and they don't live up to that repeatedly, and we kind of see this a lot in religion, people will say, oh, well, I really believe in this, and I really believe things should be this way, but you continue to act below that moral standard, but then you still say that your morals are higher than that. I think that your actions are more representative of your morals than just sticking to this ideal that doesn't
That
represent
can be true. So that can be true, but it also depends on if you're acting in accordance to your moral system. If your moral system inherently recognizes that you may not be able to achieve this standard within your lifetime or come to this standard, then your argument kind of falls flat. There's also the instance of even if you're not achieving the ideal, if as long as you're moving towards the ideal, then you're still like working for it. So again,
Yeah, like Christians say this all the time.
well, yeah, Christians, but like to provide a secular example, I'm against the death penalty, generally speaking. Because based upon like the utilitarian calculations, it's just not worth it. Like the litigations, the killings, the fact that they're very least in the United States, when 10 people put on death row may or may not be innocent, that's way too high for me. So generally speaking, I am against the death penalty. However, I also do recognize that I have a quite instinctual, quote unquote, emotional vitriolic response to child molesters. And Doobie already knows this. I've said this multiple times on the servers of what I want to do to said child molesters, which goes against my standard of being against the death penalty. So there's that issue that I kind of wrestle with.
One second.
wanna
One
ask
second,
TJ
Hold on,
yeah,
hold on one
go ahead.
second, please. We'll get back to that, but we have someone who had been here for a while, hasn't had a chance to speak. Bagel, how are you doing? Did you want to say something?
Hey, yeah, no, I mean, no worries. Thanks, Prime. I was just gonna answer Doobie's earlier question about like a secular moral realist. It would be like a secular Aristotelian, where you're basing your morality in teleology, and this is also how you would sort of avoid the Izot problem, as has been talked about tonight, because they're and also morality as some sort of objective thing is not, it doesn't mean the exact same thing when you're talking about like teleology. So the emphasis is on the nature of human beings. So the question obviously is, well, when a watch works properly, you would call that a good watch. And so the same thing can be applied to like a human being. So when a human being is doing well, is flourishing, whatever, however you want to define that, then they're a good human. And so that would be sort of the goal and answer that virtue ethicists would sort of put forward in response to something like the Izot distinction. And in particular, you have secular Aristotelians who would hold that morality can be grounded in teleology in that way, without having to appeal to God.
Can you explain? Can you explain what teleology is, please?
It's the purpose of a given thing.
Yeah, it's even more than that. It's not just the purpose, but it's also like the direction, the nature, the sort of ideal state of a given thing.
Right. Teontology would say something like the nature of a human is to be free. Like that is a teontological thought
No,
of
not,
humanity.
so he's talking about teleology. You're
Yeah.
kind of you're combining theology with deontology.
I'm sorry. I am.
No problem.
My
So
bad.
So Bagel, how would we know that it's good though? Like, how do we know
So
that
he's
it's
just
working?
explaining. He's just explaining a secular perspective. So like a secular person can accept like there might be a purpose, quote unquote, to human beings, and therefore you need to
Well,
like do
yeah,
some.
it's tied into sort of defining the nature of what a thing is, like any given thing.
Well, that kind of.
Well, it is, right? Because I mean, you can reject that things have natures. That's a totally fine thing, and I would argue that being an emotivist, you would have to be a nominalist in terms of metaphysics. But in any case, that's the point of teleology: is you have something that has like a nature. And then how well they attain to that nature is indicative of the goodness of the thing itself.
Okay, but
don't wanna
how do
go
we
too
know? How
far
do we
in-
know like what something's nature is?
Well, I mean
Let me give you an example,
that's the
'cause
point. That's the point of like like philosophical inquiry and investigation. Like that's what philosophy is or was for thousands of years. I mean, that's what
So-
Aristotle was doing. That's what all those people were doing.
Let me give you an example, and I don't want to go too deep into this, but like if you, because I don't feel like I'm understanding very well. Like how would you explain, not killing somebody? Like why is our purpose like, or the nature of a human to live, and therefore like you're, how would you explain not killing another person?
Right. So that. I mean, you were getting at it. So the Aristotle had this idea of the unity of the virtues. So something like existence and being is also tied to goodness itself. Like it's good to be alive, and pretty much everybody agrees with that
Pause
sort
right
of
there.
central idea.
Pause right
I
there.
mean,
for me.
even
Hold on, hold on,
Nietzsche.
buddy.
Please don't take 5 minutes, Prime.
No, yeah. Pause for me right there. Thank you. That's really kind of you, Stephen, to raid me. That's really, really kind. Unbelievably kind of you. Thank you so much. With 2,380 people. Holy crap, that's
Oh my
really
lord.
kind.
Ooh.
And yeah, we're getting a lot of
Hell yeah.
follows. Hey. Thank you so much for that. We are having a deep philosophical argument. We started on Are People Inherently Good? And it's kind of spiraled from there. But thank you so much. So my name is Prime. In case you're not familiar with me, we do these open panels all the time, right? These are just members of my audience who decide to come in and join and have a good time with us. So you can be a part of that too. Exclamation point open in chat lets you know exactly how to do that, right? So exclamation point open lets you know this is an open walk-on panel. We're honest members like you. Yes, you may participate. Join the Discord server. Go to a robot waiting room so that you can be let in. There's a Discord link for your convenience. But yes, we have these open panels 6 days a week, right? Talk about anything and everything here. You missed the spiciness. We had a really spicy debate earlier, right? Also, we have closed panels. Reverie we have on Mondays. We're talking about American politics. Gets really hardcore there. We rip people's faces off. It's a lot of fun. Amazon Lily we had earlier tonight. It's our female focused panel, and it's more of a one where we're just like trying to understand each other. Much more easier to watch, honestly, because no yelling. And secondly, we have thirdly, we have All Black Everything panel, which we have on Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern. So that's coming up. It's going to be great. It's a lot of fun. It's just like a couple of African American people just hanging out, having a good time, talking about various issues. And then we also have a Primetime Morale. On Saturdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, we have the Primetime Morale, bringing back the Raj Rail Austin Show type format, but just a bit more political. If you've enjoyed any of that, then do me a favor, hit that follow button, hit that notification bell, as so many of you are doing right now. It's awfully kind of you, all those people to have done that. So I really appreciate all the many follows that you can hear. And again, remember, 6 days a week, we do this open walk-on panel with these amazing human beings who are kind enough to share their time with us, right? So thank you so much, everyone who's come in. And again, thank you, Stephen, for being so kind as to share your audience with me, with this very small tiny channel I have on this corner of the internet. It's really kind of you to do that. So shout out. Everyone already knows who Destiny is, but like, I'll still shout him out. In case you don't know, go over check out his channel. I think you'll like what you find. All right.
All right. Last question.
One thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
One thing. Quickly, because otherwise my editor is gonna murder me. The moment the cameras go off, we have a YouTube channel. So if you do miss any of my panels, right, that you just missed that, and you want to check it out, you can go there. We'll be putting VODs there, so check it out. The YouTube link is in chat. Please go there and sub. You can sub for there for free, but you can also just sub here too for money on Twitch. But yes, please go to my YouTube channel and sub there to find my VODs. We're just like doing this now. But yeah, we're gonna have a lot of quality VODs we're gonna be putting there. Check it out. Okay, go back to you, Tom.
Okay, so last question. It sounds like from this standpoint, you would have to be a communist. Like, how could you make because it sounds like almost like essentialist, right? How could you make this argument for property or like not to steal or something like that, right?
I'm not sure where you're like getting that. Like, I don't know where the connection
when you talk about the nature of something.
Yeah.
What is the nature of owning property? What is the nature
I mean, that's a great question, and there's a whole variety of answers to it, right? So how you answer that question is going to change what your moral stance would be on it.
Well, what's yours? What's your answer?
Well, I mean,
I thought you would have to do it within that framework, though. No?
Yeah, no, you do. So you answer the question, what is the nature of property? And then you can extrapolate from there, a teleological account.
Okay.
All right, boys.
And
girls and everybody in between.
What's up, Vitar? Thanks for coming around. That's awfully kind of you. And thank you, Tom, for being so kind as to gift 5 high tier 1 gift subs to the community. That's really, really, really kind of you to do that. Thanks so much, Tom. Everyone who got a sub, welcome to the Worst Generation. It's we're happy to have you. But thank you so much, Tom. And thank you, Sevatar, for coming through. I'm guessing you're about to leave.
Yeah, I'm gonna head out. Thank you so much for having me on. Sub to Prime. 2 last things. Doobie, give me my own room.
Oh God.
And also, you guys can't know anything without the Christian God, obviously.
Hey, Savitar.
Blessed be, brother. Blessed be.
Before you go, have you read Alistair McIntyre before?
No, but if you can like DM me stuff, and no, Koi-san, I have not read the article you've DM'd me yet because 1, I'm too lazy, and 2, I don't want my worldview challenged, but I will definitely read it soon. You and I can talk about it, and you can explain it to me too. I'm not understanding some parts of it.
Hey, Sev, one final question. Have you checked out Prime's Patreon yet? Because I think you should do that too.
I am very. If I'm being honest, I'm talking to you guys on a laptop right now. I don't even have my own PC set up yet.
But
let's say if you're gonna sorry.
If you aren't poor, then we'd love for you to check out the Patreon, which is right there in chat. The link is there. But Sevatar, it's fine, dude. I really appreciate your contributions. I always do. I'm always happy to see you around because I think
it's always really fun to be on your panels.
Yeah,
I really like it. Thank you. Prime's a great creator. Sub to him, follow him, subscribe, all that other stuff. Give him your money now. Bye.
Bye. Okay.
Bye.
So, thank you, Coltrane, for using your Prime Gaming here. And then you then subbed again. You use your Prime Gaming, and then you subbed again immediately afterwards. So now you're subbed to 2 months. That's really kind. Thanks so much. Okay. Please.
I was just going to say, Keo, can you maybe explain what Bagel is saying? Because maybe it's just me, right? Like I said earlier, I'm not a philosophy big brain, right? I went to community college for 2 months. I've never taken a philosophy class. But Bagel, to me, you're wrapping up your word explanation in a lot of like fucking esoteric philosophy bullshit nobody uses teleology in like a normal conversation, so it's going to be really difficult for people to understand what you're saying, right? So if people, Keo, can you just like dumb it down a little bit?
Yeah, sure. So it's not like
normal speak.
Yeah. Sure. So like the normal speak here is that basically like it's looking at like a watch and saying like a watch tells time, right? And if that watch is like failing to tell time, it's failing to do its purpose. And that like what they're saying is like good or bad here is basically the definition of like purpose. Where you would say like something is good is something meeting its expectation as a
That's
thing.
exactly what Bagel said.
Yeah. No, but I'm trying to reword it in a way that's going to make more sense. Okay.
Okay.
Because you just saying like the watch works, right? And it seems like this is like what Doobie I think is confused on is like how do we understand what a thing's purpose is?
Yeah.
Especially like for a watch, it's like really easy to look at and go, oh yeah, that tells time. If it's not telling time, it's not a good watch, right? But like one, this seems to like this is like the critique would be one, you're equivocating on the term good here, right? Is it like we use good in different ways in society, and not like saying, oh, that was like a good show, right? We wouldn't say that show was like morally good, and that's what like teleological people tend to like equivocate on when we talk about equivocating on a word, or we're talking about is like using the two separate definitions at the same time. It'd be like using like one definition
that's also what
there
confused me,
at the same time of there. Yep. So they're equivocating on the word, generally, right?
Is it
But that's not
equivocating,
necessarily a
though?
bad thing. Yeah, it is absolutely equivocating. Like I said, like
Well,
you're taking like
if,
the idea
if
that
there's
like,
if there's a unity of the virtues, is it would it be equivocating if something is beautiful, right? And it's a work of art. I don't see how that would be equivocating on goodness.
well, because you're equivocating on like how we use good in society, and that's what it relies on, right? Specifically, because it's saying that like the argument comes from the idea that there is a good watch, right? And it's just like it's taking both of those terms and saying that this good is the good. When like for a watch, it's easy to describe, but when you're saying that for like a human, like there is no way to like delineate how that is. That's one of this is like the epistemic foundation for this, right? Epistemology meaning like how do we know things, right? So how do we know what a good thing is? In a watch, it's really easy to tell, but when it comes to human nature, that's crazy, right? It's taking like one definition and making it another.
Kyo-san, can I ask you? Is it?
Sure.
It's like things like a good watch is a watch that tells time perfectly, and in the same sense, like a good like bubonic plague or like some virus that people made would be one that would like spread across the earth. Even though we would say that's a terrible, terrible thing to do, it would still be good by.
Yeah, that's a really good example of where those two meanings clash. Yeah.
So then the question is, what is the universal good? Sorry.
No, that's fine. But I just wanted to quickly say, hey, we do have a hype train in chat. We have a minute and a half left on this hype train. If people want to help us get to a level 3 hype train, now is the time to do it. Just pointing out, we got a hype train in chat. We got 90 seconds left on that hype train. Help us out if you can. It'd be awfully kind of you. Help us get to level 3 if you can. But I think you all, the donors who were so kind as to even start this hype train, didn't expect that. Oh, I didn't even notice, DB, you gifted another sub. I didn't say hi, thank you to you, but thank you for gifting us up. Thank you so much. But yeah, we have 90 seconds left, or less than that. We got a minute left in this hype train. If you guys want to help us out, get to level 3, be off the kind of you. We give you a lot of content here on this channel. So if you want to support, if you want to keep this channel alive, keep it going and growing, right? All you gotta do, $5, just $5 to keep this channel alive. But we appreciate all the support that we've gotten so far. This has really been a good day. Okay, so if you could help us out, so if you go to Brento, but Tom, I sent you something in your DMs. If you check it out, please.
Yep. Yeah. Sure. Thanks. I was just gonna. I made my point to Kyo-san like that. That something that fulfills its function is considered good, which is true, and that's like a utilitarian, right? Clock or a bioweapon can both be good by fulfilling their function, but we're asking what the greater good is, or maybe like a universal good, and what is the purpose that they serve, maybe life or other people or something like that. And that's the question of what is good.
Yeah, like you wouldn't say that there's like a virtuous like plague, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
So like I'm a little bit biased, right? I'll be pretty upfront with my positions here. Is I'm what you'll generally call like an error theorist, right? And this is the idea that when we like talk about things being good or bad, that we're actually like making like this is like it's not a distinction, right? It just doesn't exist. It's like we're an error, right? So like the two arguments here for this is one, the argument from like moral disagreement, that like there's disagreement in the world. If there was like some objective morality and people could know it, they probably would know it. And two, the argument from Queen arithurus, which is that the idea that like if we look at say stealing things, right? And we understand that most people would argue that when they make like some moral argument, that they would say stealing things is wrong because people lose stuff and people are upset by it. And so like deontologists will take this and say, well, we don't want those things in society, so we should never do them. That's like the categorical imperative meme. The utilitarian will say that like things are good and bad only by their conclusion. So that there could be like some virtuous stealing if it led to like more good. And the virtue ethicist would say that we should strive to some virtual ideal of society, and that like we wouldn't want like that person wouldn't steal, right? Now, what the Arethuist would say was all of those arguments all rely on the conclusion, right? And that if we looked at a like stealing where there was no bad consequences from the stealing, we would understand that the stealing isn't bad. So there's nothing intrinsically bad about stealing. So Arethuist would say there is nothing, and you could apply this to almost all moral actions. So there is nothing intrinsically bad about anything or intrinsically good about anything. It's the consequences that we care about. Right? So Arethuist say that there isn't good or there isn't bad because there's no way you can show that something is intrinsically good or bad. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. And I should also be clear about sort of my pre-reps. I'm not a secular Aristotelian. I'm actually Catholic. So
hello.
I'm definitely coming from a place as well where God does factor into it. So I was just trying to sort of give an example of somebody to answer Doobie's original question.
Hello. Well, there's so many people in this room. Hello.
Yeah, Tom, did you have a question for me earlier?
Who was? Oh no, I was a little confused because you kept saying that like, well, if you do something that's against your morals, then actually what you're doing that is your real morality. And I just disagree with that. I think that you can like make mistakes and do things that are against your morality.
Can
now,
I ask a question real quick? What are we talking about?
You gotta listen to figure that out, dude.
Ethics and morality.
Keep listening.
So yeah, I don't know how you can hold that belief as if like you can't make a
We can
mistake
hear you
because
typing.
if
Sorry, the new guy meme Scoper. We can hear you typing. If you can mute yourself, please.
Oh shit, my bad. Okay.
No problem.
if one day I do something within my morality, but then the next day I do something against my morality, is my morality changing each time that I do something different? Like I'm not understanding.
Yes, I would say it is, and that's the reflection of your morality. I would differentiate between making a mistake and a pattern of behavior. So, and what I see, I don't want to bring religion into this, but a lot of times Christians will say, I hold this belief that lying is wrong. I hold this belief that, having sex outside of marriage is wrong. But you have a boyfriend and you're living in an apartment and you're having sex with him and you have 2 kids. But then you'll say, well, no, I just made a mistake. No, you're not making a mistake. That's a reflection of your conscious choice.
Can I ask something? Wait, can I ask something? I thought that's the definition of mistake. Am I wrong?
Well, he's saying if you do it more consistently than you do the other thing, then it's no longer a mistake. It's a conscious decision. And I think I agree with that.
Right. The argument of like if Jean Valjean, like you guys know, like Les Mis, like if Jean Valjean, it's bad to steal. Jean Valjean, he went to prison for 19 years for stealing a loaf of bread. That's bad. But as Jean Valjean was just stealing loaves of bread every day, that's bad. Like that.
Can I ask who Jean Valjean is?
Jean Valjean
Les Miserables.
Les Miserables. Yeah, it's a Victor Hugo novel. Also,
it's a Victor
doesn't matter.
Hugo novel. Is that no? It does matter. I'm trying to understand.
It's a fictional character from a novel from the
Yes.
French Revolution.
that is often used in ethical arguments. Like Jean Valjean he's a character. He got sent to prison for 19 years for stealing a loaf of bread. Okay. And what I'm saying is like, that's wrong. But if Jean Valjean was like stealing the same loaf of bread over and over and over again, that's no longer a mistake. That's a pattern of behavior. That's all.
But isn't that the story of Robin Hood?
so I'm on. I mean, it's the question of virtuous theft. That's the question which you're asking. But you're gone. But yeah, thanks.
Okay, but what I was saying, it doesn't have to rise to the level of you're doing this action more than you're doing the other action. I would just say that just a repeated occurrence is a reflection of your morals. So, like, you can say it's wrong to lie, but when you show up for work, you just don't say I was actually late for work. You say, "Oh no, my kid was," and you find situations where you justify reasons to act contrary to your morality, but then you still say, "I hold this higher moral value." So that's why earlier we were saying that if you go ahead.
No. I was listening to you. I just wanted to speak what you're saying, but I want you to finish, please.
Yeah, because earlier we were saying if we hold this ideal and we never get to it, it doesn't matter. I find that leaves a wide door open to make all these ideals, and you never have to get to them, and it doesn't matter because those are actually your morals. While you can continuously and live below that.
Right. I just wanted to say, like, I mean, people do things that they know are wrong all the time, and that's why they feel guilty. And you only feel guilty about something if you innately, in some place that maybe you're not consciously recognizing or expressing to people, that you know somewhere that you're not telling yourself that what you've done is wrong, or that you owe someone an apology or something like that, or like if you can really break through or have some sort of catharsis and really get it out, you're like, I shouldn't have done that, and I knew it was wrong at the time, or I was mad, or I was confused, or I was afraid, or something. There's something that compelled you, or you weren't thinking right, or maybe you were drunk or something like that, which doesn't make it right either. But people do things that they innately know are not correct, often actually. But then later on, at moments of clarity, or when they can, apologize or something, they will recognize and say, "And I knew it was wrong at the time, but I did it anyway, and I'm sorry."
I disagree with that. I think that's a conflict between that ideal, and they're having a conflict with that ideal. So they're failing that ideal, and to say that in that instance they knew it was wrong, I would say that they knew it was right because they weighed the options and they said, in this situation, what will serve me the best? So
All right, wait a second. I gotta go. No, because we wouldn't say that this is gonna be. I hate pulling the analogy, right? We're pulling the Destiny analogy, boys. Let's go, right? We wouldn't ever say that rape is right, would we?
We wouldn't.
No, but nobody would ever have included in the morality system ever that rape is a morally good action.
But he's saying that they are betraying their morality system, and therefore that's not their real morality system. That they're lying to themselves about what their morality system is. Yeah,
that's what I mean. The actions that you take would be indicative of your actual moral beliefs. Now, I understand the point that they're trying to make. That when you have conversations with someone and you ask them about their positions, and they usually use some other justifier, it's usually the base position they're talking about, right? So someone might say drone. So here's a good one I saw today because I saw LSP mention it on Twitter, right? Drone strikes are bad, right? And I'll say, well, why are drone strikes bad? And then someone will say, well, because we don't want to be killing people in foreign countries. Well, it doesn't seem like drones are intrinsically bad. It seems like what's bad is the foreign policy itself, right? So when we're talking, I can understand where TJ's coming from. It seems like that's the position they're talking about. So tell me if I'm strawmanning you or not. But it seems like what we're talking about is when we talk about people's actual positions, we're talking about they haven't gone all the way down to base principles instead of just holding some other part of it, right? But I don't think that when people I think that there are such things like moral failures. People make mistakes, right? Like a vegan who eats a steak isn't going to have some intrinsic belief that animals are worthless, right? Just like we would argue that people who do bad actions don't think those actions are actually good.
I would say I wouldn't say you're strawmanning me. I just think you're taking their contemplating too deep. So what I'm saying is, in that situation, since you brought up the rape situation, that person in that moment had an option to not do it or to do it. And in that moment, they made the decision that doing it was better than not doing it, or else they wouldn't have done it.
No, but they can weigh other things versus their morality, right? I can weigh like short-term happiness versus what I believe is moral and say, well, right now I'm going to go what's going to give me that short-term happiness, right?
That's
So
a reflection
like
of your true beliefs.
right, I am violating my morality is what I'm doing. But that doesn't mean that that's not my real morality. It just means that I made a decision for the short term, even though it does still violate my ideals.
TJ, I have a question for you real quick. With your beliefs that are put forth so far, how would you define a bad person?
A bad person?
Or like an immoral person?
I would judge them. Oh, go ahead.
Well, TJ, finish your point, and then we'll go to you. We'd love to see what you have to say. Art, go ahead, TJ.
I just want to make sure that we're like because bad and immoral to me are two different things in this conversation. So like, what do you mean?
I guess I'm more going towards an immoral thing. Yeah.
I would judge them based on the actions and evaluating if those actions were. I mean, this is kind of the conversation we had before this. Objectively, or if society could agree that those actions were good or bad, and if they had a significant amount of bad actions, and the more severe, probably the less amount they would need. So, like murdering someone or whatever the case may be, then you could evaluate them and say they're a bad person.
Yeah, but what society? Because some societies think it's very, very, very bad to throw gay people off of buildings, and some societies are just kind of like, meh, it's a Tuesday.
You're super quiet today. Right now.
Shit.
Yeah, try to get closer. But we heard what you say about tossing people off of buildings. But yeah, go ahead.
Real quick, I was gonna say with that rape analogy, could you make the argument that morality might not even come into it because these types of things are typically like crimes of passion where they don't sit there and like hash out their morality in their head before they actually go through with the action. They just kind of do it.
That's what I was saying. Yeah,
but that's what I'm saying. You don't have to. You make decisions every day that you don't sit there, and if you give a homeless person, $5, you didn't hash out whether you just, I should do this, and then we evaluate you on the fact that you did that, and in your moral framework, you didn't have to hash it out, but your underlying programming, your moral framework said in this situation I should do that versus not doing it.
Okay, I think I fixed it. Moral framework. Not everything is morals. So whether or not you make a decision doesn't always have to be moral. Sometimes it can be like just because I want to do that right now, but want is not the same thing as what's moral. Moral is an ideal that I hold or a goal that I hold for myself. Whereas what I actually do, it doesn't always have to be moral.
All right, real quick, I'm gonna jump in with my mic work so I can get my point that I was trying to get across. Thing. So the morality is a subjective thing, right? With the whole, what's immoral to society, where some societies would feel like throwing gay people off a fucking building is a bad thing to do, and then there are some societies in the world that are like, meh, let's do it. It's a fucking Tuesday, where it's completely normal and it's not considered immoral or wrong. In fact, some societies will encourage that behavior based off of their moral beliefs, because morality is subjective based off the experience of the people or peoples in that area with a shared experience towards that view.
Yeah, and that goes back to what Tom was saying, and that's why I disagree, because what you're saying is you can disconnect and someone can have raped 10 people and they can say, no, that was just an action, that was just a decision I made, that's not a reflection of my morals. Like that's what I'm saying. You can, as long as you make the argument that way, people can take these actions and they can continuously disconnect them from their morals, no matter how bad they are. And they'll just say, well, in that moment, I just chose to do it. That's not really my morals.
Well, I guess
being
disconnected from your morals. Well, like,
can I just say something real quick? Like, can we use a different analogy over rape? Because I really like.
True.
Because someone just mentioned like that there's no way rape can be construed as good, right? Like, can we say something like killing or something like
kicking
that?
The baby? Kicking the baby.
Or I don't know. I just really hate that. I really hate it. I really
No,
hate it. I
sorry.
just have to.
No, thank you for that, Ark. I didn't hear it. But we had already established that like a long time ago. Another woman talked about exactly how problematic that is. So yeah, let's use another example. There's plenty of other horrible crimes that humans can
I was
imagine.
about to say there's so many others. I don't know where
Yes.
we have to go here.
Kicking
Fair
a
enough.
small
Fair
child.
enough.
Got it. Kicking a small child. Morality is over kicking a small
How about we
child.
don't do that? Like, can we do can we do killing? Like, because I think killing.
Well, so
Yes,
the thing
please,
is here when we're talking
everyone,
about
let's
intuitive
do murder. No, just
Okay.
kidding. But
and Minecraft.
yeah, in Minecraft, of
Only-
course.
So the only reason I brought it up was because it's like the one thing that everyone can agree is like just a universal bad. If we ever get to like when we're talking about like hypotheticals, if we ever get to like killing, it's like, well, it's pretty. We could always think of like killing Hitler,
Right.
like murdering Hitler as a child. If you could time travel, everyone would intuitively go back and like say, yeah, let's murder Hitler, let's do it, right? Instead of like that's just because like you can see things, you can see times where if you had like premonition or something like this, like cold-blooded murder could probably be like what people would call morally just. Right. It's just I think that like at an intuitive level, there's like no way to justify the letter. I know it's gross. I don't like it. I avoided using that as much as possible. But just kind of making like a massive point of fact when it comes to things that we know are definitely bad. I think that's one of the things we can all agree. Everyone in society, in any society, can all agree it's bad.
Wait, this might derail a little bit, but do you guys think that it would be morally righteous to kill Hitler like as a baby? I'm just curious.
It would be morally wrong.
Okay, where are we at?
No,
Okay.
panel. Yeah, I don't want to do this.
The answer is yes.
I agree with you.
Wait, is it morally wrong to kill? Yeah.
No, it is perfectly acceptable and most likely encouraged. Please do it.
No, it's
Please
not.
kill baby Hitler.
Utilitarian standpoint, or
Utilitarian? No, I'm talking about like morally, ethically, and everything. Hitler's
I
a
really
shitbag.
didn't mean
Kill him as a
to
baby.
piss anybody off. I was just saying that I just hate that this analogy.
No,
is-
you're absolutely
Sure.
right.
Can
You're
I
absolutely
just-
right. Yeah, don't feel
You're
bad.
right. That's
point.
fine. That's fine. I just want to say something. The whole is it morally right to kill baby Hitler thing is just an absolute. It's almost a psychotic question. It's like it doesn't make any fucking sense because it's impossible
Well, you
to
could frame
know.
it as self-defense.
It's no,
Look,
no, you can't. You can't frame it as
we can
self-defense
all-
in reality because you can never actually know what someone is going to do in the future. It's predicated on this idea that you have some
Brento,
pressure to know
Brento,
what people's
Brento.
actions.
No,
So
no,
that's
no.
almost
Look,
psychotic.
here's
It's
the
not
real
real.
take.
I-
Here's the real take, Gret.
Yeah.
No, it's
If
not. a real
you
take.
all of it's just like no, the murder thing's just unimaginative, right? The real take is to go back in time and like plow Hitler's mum, and that's it, right? You solve the whole problem.
No.
But then you're Hitler's father.
Okay. Stop. It doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. The butterfly effect, tangent doesn't matter. I'm still painting the walls with baby Hitler.
Are you gonna clone the baby so that you can really get like good spreadage? You know,
I mean, you got to
I
get
don't
those
think you can do
corners.
it
You
just
got to
one
get those
baby.
corners. Got to get.
I mean, just-
two coats minimum.
I don't want to actually start a conversation about this, but as someone who believes that people are like products of their environment, I think it's important that you acknowledge that you shouldn't just kill
I don't want to even get into this. I just
a baby in the past just because they did something in your current timeline that's bad, you know?
Yeah,
the
shut the
true
fuck up.
thing that you would do to baby Hitler is like you would enroll him in art classes and you would mother him.
That's what his parents did. That's what his mom did.
I would.
I know, and you still got Hitler. So there.
I would mother him.
And I don't know
I'd
if
mother
we're
him
gonna
by
have
putting
that, like-
antifreeze
kill
in his
him
fucking bottles every day.
Right,
Fuck
right,
it.
yeah. Kill baby Hitler some way. No,
I
the
mean,
whole,
this-
the whole,
this is basically just-
there is an actual problem with the question. The question is predicated on whether saying and not murder is justified because you say you know what someone is going to do, right? I mean, it's fictitious because you're saying it from the future and you're saying it about the past. So that's why it makes no fucking sense at all.
I mean,
But the
this
question
is essentially like an
has to
abortion argument.
justify murder based on what you imagine someone is going to do.
Yeah,
So
but
that's why it's
prove,
a crazy
prove
question.
I did it. If I had a time machine, it would be Schrodinger's murder. Okay, shut up.
Hold on. So T-Jar, you think this would be like abortion?
I mean, that's basically essentially what he's arguing. He's saying that before a baby's born, I can predict what their future is going to be like, and if it's below a certain level that would be against, then you can end the life before it's born.
But hold on. But baby Hitler, like we're not predicting. We know, right? We know.
But what?
But what?
We don't
but
know
within
what
the
we
analogy-
know.
Pretty
But
much
I-
conditions
but I-
that we know that
yeah.
it's gonna happen.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Hold on. Within the analogy, we know it's going to happen.
Yeah.
Like that's the point.
But
is that
that's
we
why
do
we
know.
have a time machine. Saying it's not a good analogy because you can't know that.
But
you do know.
It's like you're
Can you not engage with an analogy?
Yeah, it's just hypothetical. Yeah. And
This whole tangent is bad faith joke. That's all it is. It's a joke.
It's
Calm
not
down.
bad faith, I swear to God.
Shut up, meme scoper. As of right now, it's a joke. Let's get back to where we were. Thank you. Fuck Hitler.
So nobody here is a moral realist, though, right? Like, wait.
I am.
Why?
I am also.
That's dumb. Why?
We've done this. We did this for about 2 hours.
I'm sorry. I was
Can
saying.
we move on to something other than philosophy?
Sure.
No.
Yeah,
real
dude,
quick.
fluffy
Real
joke.
quick. I'm one of the stupid people here. What the fuck is moral realist?
You basically believe that there are good and bad actions that are objective across, like.
Oh, no. Okay, never mind. That's wrong. You already answered my question. Fuck it. No, morality.
Moral realists might not. So, no. Moral realists might not necessarily believe it's objective, but that there's some real truth to it. That there's like that we have, like, when we make moral questions, that there is a yes or no, and there's a guide to that yes or no answer, right? Because like there are people who like believe that when you say something's good, they're actually saying like the same equivocation, the same value that you give to something being good is the same value that I give to saying like my spaghetti was yum, right? Some people who do morality will say that they're called non-cognitivists, and moral realists will say there is an answer to that something is true or false when we say it's good, and that and that here's a guide for believing that. It doesn't necessarily believe in an objective good. It doesn't necessarily have a categorical norm, right? It just means that there is an answer for it, and we have a guide for that answer.
So what is the term for the opposite? Like for people like me that believe that morality is subjective based off shared experiences of that like people or culture in that area.
So like
reality.
moral subjectivism can actually be like a kind of like it's moral realism, but that's why you define it as moral subjectivism, because you believe that there's like, because I'm going to guess that you have like some say that within a culture that it's true, right? Is that correct?
Well, I mean, within like with
That
me,
was like your
having
earlier
been
analogy with people being thrown off a building. That's like
well,
a
yeah,
subjective.
well, me, I've been in a lot of places around this world, and have seen what different people would consider right or wrong. Like where we would punish somebody for stealing a loaf of bread, other countries would be like, "Why did you steal it?" And if you were like, they go and check your house and your fucking family's starving, and they're like, "Just yeah, okay, never mind." And in other countries, like, you stole a loaf of bread, give me your fucking hand. Like, it's really weird how each part of the world will deal with one problem in so many different ways based off how they feel in that area. Which is why I believe hardly that, you know, like, morality is fucking subjective based off of the shared experiences of the people in that area.
So do you believe that it's like subjective per the individual, or do you think there's
Well, it can be subjective to the individual, but like in a larger scope, like people within your area going through the same experiences in that area that you do are going to have feelings about right or wrong based off of the experiences of the people in that area. I mean, you never leave that area, you never get news outside of that area. You're going to have a certain belief all within that area, right? Say like a town, a city, or a village, wherever the fuck you live in. You're all going to have that experience. You're all going to have a similar belief because you're all sharing that experience and are experiencing morality in the ways that you guys perceive in that area. Where say if somebody on the other side of the fucking world, in a different city, town, village, is going to be experiencing it differently than you. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
It does.
Well, we did this for a while. I don't know.
Yeah,
I can't go
I
into
don't
this.
want to
It's too
repeat
much.
like
We've done this
past shit. Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
just trying to
this
tell
is
you
dumb.
why you're wrong and I'm right. That's all.
Oh, okay.
If y'all wanted to discuss abortion, if you want to change the topic.
I have a
Let's
question.
not do abortion.
I have a question.
Please, no.
Someone had a question.
Well, yeah. Well, I don't know. It's just a topic. I'm not sure if it's gasoline or not. But did you guys hear about Dr. Seuss? The 6 books? No Dr. Seuss books.
I don't know what it is. Can you explain this to me? I know all the right wingers are freaking out about
We're
it.
probably going to talk about this on Thursday. But we can talk about it now if you
from
want.
some of his books from like the 1940s are deemed racist now. So those books are not being published anymore.
Yeah,
No shit.
because Dr.
But
Seuss was
some
a
of his books are.
racist.
The
You're telling me
Cat in
that
the
like
Hat
back in the
is still coming
40s
out,
that
I think.
people had some like racist caricatures?
Yeah, Dr.
Yeah,
Seuss
pretty
was a
much.
racist.
Especially because here's the thing. I think about it this way, right? Especially because they're literal like absolute cartoons. So like, you know, like everything in a cartoon has to be like reduced down to like the most you know, like almost stereotypical, you know, images right? So yeah, Dr. Seuss has apparently he had some cartoons of black people and a Chinese person. And so those 6 books are being discontinued. But
I'm
you know, if you guys don't
posting it in
know
the
about it,
VC.
that's okay because I'm not fully aware of it at the moment. It happened
I'm
today.
posting it in the VC chat right now.
Hey, hot question related to that. Can you separate the art from the artist? We can do this topic round 2 today.
You
I
cannot
love that
actually. You
argument.
cannot do that. It's not possible.
Bullshit.
So if
Not in
we
truth, not in
like
truth.
Michael Jackson music,
Wait, why
but
not?
we believe he might be a child molester, does that mean we stop listening to Michael Jackson?
That's
like-
a personal question, I guess.
Here's
But
here's
that's
the,
the question.
So there's like a postmodern view here that like everyone's probably heard this term. If you haven't, I'd be really surprised. It's like the idea of like the death of the author, that once the author releases the book, it's the idea that people's interpretation of what gives that book meaning, and the author's intention doesn't really matter into it. Now, there's been a post philosophy movement to say that like post postmodernism movement to say that, well, realistically, right, the author's intention is going to imprint on the book, and that now people actually have access to seeing what that author's intention is, and it's going to influence that person's interpretation of the book, right? And this also applies for music. Now, when it comes to like so for example, with Michael Jackson songs, you could say that like, oh, we can't listen to Michael Jackson songs anymore because of what he did. Well, what about a cover of a Michael Jackson song? It's the exact same song. He's not benefiting from it. You're hearing
But
the
it's
same
still
thing.
his art, right?
Yeah,
What
but how's
about
it?
if I moon
He's an
dance at a
artist, someone
club?
else's.
You
Wait,
know,
how's
if I
it his art?
moonwalk, moon dance. I called it moon dancing.
Well-
What if I moonwalk? You know, at a club.
Moon
Am I?
dance.
I moon dance. Yeah.
I have a question about this too. Like, so with Brento saying, "Oh, that's a personal question," right? Would people stop listening to Michael Jackson over beliefs, right? You know, this is showing that whole moral subjectivity thing because other people are going to believe in different ways of like either, oh, I have to not listen or listen to based off of their independent moral structure of themselves. Welcome to Morality is Subjective. Thank you.
Is this
the
just
way that
me
you
or
practice is subjective.
hold on 1 second? Is it just me or Prime and ZZYN?
No, they are.
Flipping out?
They are frozen.
I'm frozen.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who knows? Maybe we're not even
I
live
am-
right now. But I was
Oh,
just gonna say,
shit. Am I
because
frozen?
if Prime is off, then we're off. But yeah, I was just gonna say,
Hello,
I
chat.
use
Chat,
Checkpoint on
chat,
Twitch.
chat.
I don't-
Am I frozen?
Prime's
Oh,
still
you- okay,
visible
now you're back,
on
now you're
this
back.
channel.
Chat,
No, you're back.
chat. Am I
You're
frozen?
back. You're back. You're back.
You're not.
back,
You're
Prime.
not
back.
visible on
You're
chat.
good.
But
Okay.
I was just gonna say, I don't think you can actually separate the art from the artist or the or like the whatever. I'm sorry, I can't remember the term.
Content from the producer.
Content from the producer or the author. I think that's like a wish
weird.
because
Maybe it's a backbone issue.
You're trying to keep what they created as like and through who they are, and then like discard other parts. And I think that's ultimately false. I don't think you can ultimately do that. I think that you have to see what they created as a reflection of themselves, and then recognize that they were humans who are flawed too, and that flawed humans can create things that you appreciate. I think it's like trying to keep what someone produced and then reject the human. I think is like it's a false thing. It's like a weird purity thing where you're trying to be like, I only want the good in people, and then I'll reject the human being that they are and keep what I can.
But can
I
you?
don't think
But
that's a
can
real
you still
thing.
enjoy? But can you still
You're
enjoy that
such a
person's
lover.
content?
That's so awesome. That's so awesome.
But
Such
can
a
you still
lover.
enjoy that person's content?
Yes, of course. In fact, you may not even be able to really ultimately like deny it. Like you can tell yourself, "Oh, I shouldn't enjoy it," right? But if it comes on and you don't think about it, and you're like, if you can tell yourself that you don't like Michael Jackson's music, but if it comes on and you're jamming to the song and you're enjoying it, and then like someone goes, "Oh, you know, it's a Michael Jackson song," and you're like, "Fuck," maybe you could like then have like a hiccup in your head. But the fact is, you enjoy it. That's the truth.
Right, and I think a better example of than Michael Jackson is maybe Roman Polanski. Like, because for one, like I know a lot of people, and I for one, you know, Michael Jackson was never convicted, is what I'm saying. And so, like, in order to like not disparage a dead man who was never convicted, maybe we should use an alive man who has been convicted, someone like Roman Polanski, and not a dead man that was never convicted.
I mean, Hitler was never convicted of anything.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
Oh, no. Like, don't like. That's why I don't like that argument. He wasn't taken to a court and convicted of anything. doesn't mean he didn't commit these things. So like, let's not go that route.
Sure, but I
Maybe
mean,
more
like, I just
broken
don't like
version of that at some point.
disparaging, you know, like someone that, like, because I believe that, but a lot of people don't, you know. And I don't want to fucking like shit on someone that never faced their time in court, that never got convicted of their crimes.
Is it
I
just
don't
that
wanna
they
do
were?
that.
But
Okay,
isn't-
so it's not just that they're dead. It's more the fact that they never got convicted for what they were accused of.
Yeah, I just think that that's kind of, I don't know, like, I don't know, like with a platform, like, I don't know, like there's like 1,000 people in here. I don't feel comfortable just shitting on them. Like,
But isn't
Can I jump in? We
Please.
don't know that OJ did it either.
Wait, hold on. But with Polanski,
no,
isn't it,
convicted in one court, not convicted in another. I think that's different.
yeah, but with Polanski, isn't it a little like different because he fled the country? Like, isn't that?
Yes, but he was still convicted.
Wait, ARK, I love you. Just want to say that for the record really quickly. But Michael Jackson absolutely did face his day in court. And in his day in court, and they absolutely showed that he was 100% innocent. All of the cases, there was a humongous investigation by the actual FBI, which came with a really ridiculous, like 200-page report, all sorts of raids of his property while he was gone, like unscheduled raids of his property while he was gone. He went through he went through a very, very lengthy court process. The victims, quote unquote victims, literally came back later on in life as adults.
That shit doesn't happen to innocent people.
The victims came back, literal victims came back as adults, admitting that they were 100% that the charges were 100% fabricated. So yeah, I don't know. I think all of those
shit doesn't happen
I know
to
the Michael
innocent
Jackson
people.
case is very complicated, and that's why I
Sure.
just thought that it was a bad example to use.
It
Because it's
is,
such a
Ark, and you're
complicated-
beautiful for stating that. Thank you, and I really do appreciate you for stating that. And you're right, it doesn't happen. Well, to say that it doesn't happen. To
Well, I
innocent
guess it
people is-
does.
it's
I'm sorry,
absolutely-
it does. But
wealthy people
still.
are extorted on a regular basis. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. What?
Right.
Yeah, but
You're
there
right.
was a
Get off my
documentary
use a
that
different
came
name.
out
Yeah.
more
Okay. So
recently where
sure.
two
So that
different people had
documentary.
stories
Yeah.
that lined up where neither one of them had ever met, and they both had like the same exact stories.
Not true. So first off, the main character from that documentary, Leaving Neverland, he was the person that went on Michael Jackson's second trial as an adult, willingly was a character witness, said 100% that Michael Jackson was innocent. He knew already the trial because he already knew what he had to go through because he had been through a previous trial for it. So he went in trial where he knew he would be under a cross-examination. He knew that he was going to have to go through discovery, and it's a very grueling process. And he willingly did that. He willingly did that, knowing exactly what he was going to go through. It was a very grueling process, and he did that. Furthermore, afterwards, him and Michael Jackson remained to be friends. This is well into his adulthood. After Michael Jackson died, that same individual. After Michael Jackson died, that same individual tweeted out that Michael Jackson was his reason for living. I mean, his reason for doing what he did, which he was a dancer.
Stockholm syndrome.
He then went on to ask if he could choreograph the new thing that was Cirque du Soleil. He didn't get the thing. So after he didn't get that thing, he then said he was destitute. And after he said he was destitute and didn't have any money, then he was approached for this documentary. And I'm sorry. He wasn't approached for the documentary right away. Then he said he had recovered memories. He had recovered memories that he had completely forgotten. And somehow he had finally found out what Michael Jackson had did.
To be fair,
And
it is
after he did
possible.
that, then the guy went to do the documentary. I'm just going to wrap up really quickly. Then after that, then he came forward and said, yes, I'll do the documentary. In that documentary, if you want to even call it that, the person literally never interviewed a single person from the opposing side. He only went off of the testimony of two known complete liars who would completely reverse their stories after Michael Jackson died, after they were found money. He paid both of those individuals to do so. This is not, it's not a documentary
Very
in any sense
clear.
of the word. Now,
It's very clear
R.
that
Kelly?
you've never been abused.
What are you talking about? How would you know that?
No,
How would you know that?
Zin,
I wouldn't want to make
hold
that
on,
kind of assumption.
hold on. Zin, that was a really shitty thing to say, and like I'm really kind of like that's kind of fucked up. That like don't try to like hold fucking trauma over people.
How would you even know?
All right.
Okay.
But I just it feels weird.
Okay, I don't care about your feelings. Don't go accusing people of things like that. You don't know anything about me. You
Cool.
don't know what
My
I've gone through.
apologies. No, my
Yeah,
apologies.
you're right.
My apologies.
All right, I'll accept your apology. Anyway, so to wrap it up, there's a very big difference between that kind of a case and something like R. Kelly's case, where there was God knows how many different victims. There was obvious video evidence. He did go through a trial, but then the trial was whatever because the victims were paid off. But the victim never even had to testify. The family dropped the trial after he had they dropped the trial after he paid them off. There was evidence that he had paid his brother. That he had offered his brother a payment if his brother would stand up and take the trial for him. There's God knows how much investigations that like literally proved what he was doing, which is why he's actually being punished for it. There's a very big difference between that and Michael Jackson. So I totally 100% agree with Eric.
Well,
He's just a very terrible
Just a
example.
point of clarification that R. Kelly hasn't been punished yet. He's still being going through the
Yeah,
trial.
he's still in trial.
Just a point of clarification. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, you said that he paid them off, but if you were, I don't want to say, so wouldn't it make more sense, if you were being accused of, sexually molesting children, that he wouldn't pay them off if he knew that he was 100% innocent, that he'd want to take it to court? Doesn't paying them off to avoid it going through the courts kind of look shady as fuck?
Yes, it very much does. So Michael Jackson, when it came to the paying the people off, it was something he was 100% opposed to doing, but it was something he was advised to do for his legal team, and he did go ahead and do that. That was for the very first case. I think that kid's name was Emilian. I can't remember, but for that very first case, he did do that. Then 2 more people came forward. He fought both of those things in trial willingly, and fought both of those cases. Now, the one case he only did pay off one case. The one case that he did pay off, that one, they released a video. They released a tape 4 years ago in which the father was heard on tape absolutely extorting Michael Jackson, telling him, either you give us X amount of money or I will destroy your career. That kid then came out and said 100%, my father made me tell all of these stories, and then his father killed himself.
I don't know, dude. Post the video in chat.
These are all facts. You can Google it yourself.
Dude, I wonder why a lawyer would advise their client to pay someone off with that kind of accusation. I wonder why that might be the case.
So these kind of things happen all of the time. So there was a case recently. There was a case very recently. No, it wasn't that recent actually. Where Magic Mountain, there was a person who jumped over 2 fences, got hit by the Batman ride, and was decapitated. And rather than fight that case, Magic Mountain just went ahead and settled. Even though they know for a fact that they would have actually won it. They had 2 fences, 12 feet fences that were blocking it, but they couldn't. And the guy, they were marked, and they said that they were electrified. Now, they wouldn't actually electrify a fence, because if they did that and someone touched it, they would die. Then they'd still be liable. But they put these fences, all sorts of warning signs, did everything that was in their power. This person willingly jumped over 2 big fences in order to get his hat and was decapitated. But you know why they paid that off? It's because the publicity alone would have absolutely punished in those cases. So
I'm going to be a technical Terry here, only because this is literally like part of my job. This is like my degree, no HNS. In that, if there was like reasonable action in things that they could have done, there was a possible chance they could have gotten hit for a much higher sum. So if there was like, say, some like standard of people jumping over fences, if there wasn't enough security in the park that was deemed by the courts, there's like a list of other like bylaws that they could have been passed. I don't know what they are specifically in Florida, but I know that like this was Disney World, if I heard right, in Florida. Magic Mountain. Sorry, that's like California, right? Either way, yeah. So like it could have been within those bylaws, and if the court like had deemed they hadn't put enough in there. And I know that sounds like really strange when you say there's 2 like 12-foot electrified fences, but there is like sometimes there are things they can say they had like reasonable action, like because they talk about ALAP like as low as reasonably possible, in terms of cost. So if the court deems that they didn't do like their duty in terms of protecting the consumers, which, well, like I said, with 2 fences seems like ridiculous, but there are certain things that they can bring up in court that can.
So what you're doing, this is just an appeal to ignorance, right? So it's basically the idea.
No, it's an appeal to
It is, because what you're basically saying is, well, hold on, there's a whole bunch of different things that they could probably try to argue that might have possibly in some other universe that had they taken a trial, that it might have possibly been used by the judges and so on and so forth to whatever, and none of that would have made any sense. Magic Mountain clearly did. Actually, I don't even think it was Magic Mountain. I think it was Six Flags Over Texas. But in any case, same company.
I don't think it's that far.
But they did all of their reasonable due diligence. They did all of their reasonable due diligence, but we see these kind of things happen all of the time. We see grocery stores where it's like, I'm from this country, so I would know a lot about it because we happen to have the most frivolous lawsuits of any of any country in the world. So there's there's literal lawyers who make their entire career off of these kind of things. So you have
it's true.
grocery stores where this is happening on a regular basis, where someone literally intentionally spills something and then whatever, but then they will still get a settlement because they'd rather pay the person than have to deal with the whatever, because then that'll also encourage more people to do it. In Michael Jackson's case, that's exactly what happened, and then he went ahead and fought all of those, and then in that specific case, the one that he paid off, the kid later on went back and said he was 100%.
Hey, Fanatic, I have a question for you.
I just wanted to point out the irony of losing your head trying to get your hat back. That's quite the way to die.
that's
Just
the
let
quiet
the
way
hat
to
go,
do it,
bro.
right? I don't have a head to put my head on anymore. Go darn it.
Maybe he's even happier now that he doesn't have to worry about wearing a hat or
I have a
not.
question for Fanatic though, because Fanatic, we were talking originally about the death of the author statement, and why I wanted to steer away from Michael Jackson was because of the complications regarding his whatever culpability. But I want to. But if you did believe Michael Jackson was guilty for all the things that people claim him to be guilty for, would you still be able to enjoy his music you yourself? Because that's what we were talking about, is this idea of death of the author. So
I would be. I do think or have thought that he's
happens every year from now until good music. I dig it.
Someone has
Zuzu,
something in the
my
background.
end is
know.
yeah.
Am I? What's going on? What's happening?
It sounds like you got some background sound.
So Tom finished up, but then we also want Mr. Fanatic because the question was for him. But go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, I did, like, I have assumed or understood that he did these things, but I love Michael Jackson music. I think that he's a great artist. I enjoy the music. I would condemn him personally while still feeling as though like he was a great artist at the same time.
Sure. So it's a really difficult thing, right? Because it is very hard to separate an art from an artist. Very often you'll come into the situation where you'll start to wonder about what the influence was of that music, right? So, for example, like R. Kelly wrote songs for Aaliyah. One of the songs he wrote for her was "Age Ain't Nothing But a Number." You guys remember that one?
I sure do, and it certainly is cringe finding out the facts afterwards.
Absolutely. So then it's like, wait, it is really hard to separate that, right?
But is the song a bop or not?
The song is OD, but that doesn't change anything. So the point that I'm saying is, it's this: like, very often you'll find like within these people, like if R. Kelly's music is like literally most of the time sexualizing women, his music videos are doing that, and we know how attracted he is to little girls, then it does become a little bit disgusting. I don't perform R. Kelly music, nor would I buy any of his music, nor do I want to support it in any way that he can gain money. Now, if I happen to be running ad block and listening to the music on YouTube, then that might be a little bit different. But me personally, I would not want to give him any money in any way, shape, or form. Now, if I already owned his CDs, best believe I would be bumping them CDs because the music is good. You can't deny the fact that the nigga was a music writing genius.
Remix to Ignition still slaps, yeah.
No way. Yeah,
you can't
dismiss that. I'm sorry. But would I listen to his music personally? No. Will I perform his music? Absolutely not. I think it's disgusting to give him any sort of monetary gain whatsoever, considering the heinous things he's done and how he's wielded his power. I think
I
it's
completely agree with that. Yeah.
All right, so maybe a different example when you're talking about how you can clearly tell like what someone's personal influence has on their music in this kind of scenario. Are you guys familiar with Wagner?
Yeah.
Yes.
Sure
Yeah.
am.
Are
Wedding
you familiar with all
baby.
the like anti-Semitism like in his private life that he like engaged himself with?
Sure am, baby.
Yeah, so that might be a
not.
better example for this kind of conversation. So like he was a big supporter of like anti-Semitism in Germany. Like this was either before or during World War II when all that shit was going down. So like, but like all of his like really like he composed really good music and it's still played like a lot. And that might be a better question when you can't very clearly see the influence that someone's like outlook and values has on like their art essentially.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say it's like, I mean, this is true. It's like, and you take people out, you try and take people like as a whole, right? But it's like you can be right about some things and you can be wrong about some other things, and you can like have like an insight or like a beautiful expression, whether it's like artistic or literary or as like a painting, right? And I mean, like, well, we can just go to like Van Gogh sent I don't want to Like
I think he
but
sent
I
either
think he
an
sent
ex-girlfriend
like
or
someone he cut off his ear and he sent it to a woman, right? That's pretty fucked up. I think that was Van Gogh, right? And but he also had some very
Saying
beautiful
that
paintings. And
Wagner's
it's like
work is
it's
shit
just like
because of oh my god.
artists
Let him
typically are people who are kind of troubled or have some other issues, and you could say like, well, there's a difference between being troubled and being like hateful or anti-Semitic, and you can say that's true too. But it's like this. It gets down to the original question of can you separate the art from the artist, and I don't believe you can. Right? I think the attempt to do that is an attempt to almost dehumanize art or people, and it's like, what art could you ever possibly enjoy? Like, are you going to find the perfect human being who is also the artist who produced all the art you're allowed to enjoy? You're never going to find
No,
that.
you don't have to
that's
find
not
the
it.
perfect human being when we're talking about like molesting children or raping people or something like that. Like there's a
Well,
huge
I don't
difference.
think Brento is saying
But I'm
you can't
thinking the
enjoy
larger
their art,
concept.
just that you
Hold on,
can't
let
necessarily
me
separate
say,
it.
because especially
Yeah.
like a fanatic said, where like you want to make sure that you're not supporting them monetarily, right? Like when we look at Michael Jackson, if we're assuming that like he did these things where he's using this big huge theme park and he's spending tons of money on it and he's able
Well, he
to
ain't doing
use
shit anymore.
sure, but he would be able to use his money to lure in more kids. Like that sort of thing makes you think like, okay, the more money I spend on this person, the more they would be able to do these things, right? So it's like there's but if I say I spend more money on this guy and maybe he's gonna be able to cut off more of his ears and send them to more people, like that's just not really a thought, right?
Yeah, and then furthermore, like I don't think it's really. I think it's kind of ridiculous, like to hold Wagner to this standard of like, oh man, what we're doing now and how we feel now. Like if you didn't feel that way at this point, then whatever, right? Because like you can find even within the abolitionist movement that there were plenty of people who were abolitionists that still didn't believe that still would not allow their daughters to marry slaves, right? I mean to marry freed slaves, right? And
I
it's
think
just
that's quite a different situation when the majority of the entire human race was against anti-Semitism at the time, or at least was against the actions that Germany was taking.
I don't know if that's true. So
no, that's not true.
Not
Germany was a
anti-Semitism in general,
humongous
but like the
coalition
actions that Germany was
Yeah,
taking.
the Nazi regime was like literally allied by like
was
Italy and
Wagner-
several
but was
others. It was like a
Wagner-
humongous thing. So that's not true. But anyway, I want to finish this point. I want to finish this point really quickly.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
okay,
like big
okay,
time.
okay, okay.
One time. Fanatic, finish your point, then we'll go to Fab. All right.
Right. So the idea is, like I said, with certain people in the abolitionist movement, that they were like they still were like segregationists, right? And I'm not going to sit here and dismiss everything that they did because they had other areas where they weren't as progressive, right? And I get that there's a distinction here, but I think what you have to recognize is that with certain people, within certain cultures, within certain times, that some people might have gotten fooled by something. If he's not alive to reap the benefits of what it is right now, I don't see any reason to demonize his music, unless we could find some way that the oppression of Jews or something was embedded into his music. Like,
I agree.
I mean, of women would be found in the music of R. Kelly. Since he's dead and that's not present, and we can't find any of those representations, I think listening to the music for the art, I think that's perfectly fine. I just don't believe in monetarily supporting people who are bad.
Okay.
Yeah, I think.
Go ahead, Fab.
Yeah, I think the main point, at least for me, when it sort of comes to this issue, it's like, yeah, if the person is still alive, don't be in any way, shape, or form that you can giving them any sort of monetary or like helping them in any of that respect. And any of their work that is obviously that can be in any way connected in a problematic way to like their actions or their views that are deemed reprehensible, you should try your best to not consume that work. So like the songs that R. Kelly may have written or may have done himself that are in light of some of the accusations that he has against him become problematic, to steer away from that. But like in sort of the example of Michael Jackson, like if he has some sort of song about children, maybe avoid that song, but like something like Smooth Criminal, I don't know, or like I don't know, Thriller, like I don't think that Thriller has anything to do with that. And so it's like those for me are like how you separate it. To outright say like you can't, like you just can't separate the artist's actions from the art when the art has when specific art pieces that they do have nothing to do with their actions. then I think that
Right, and that's why like, Woody Allen is so fucking problematic. Like, why I cannot fucking enjoy Woody Allen on any shape or form is that like so many of his movies are literally about old men falling in love with young women. Like a lot of his art is
like that
about the
problematic
things
connection
that
between-
that he is accused for being a problematic figure for. So there is no separating the art from the artist there. The art is the artist.
Can I ask you a quick question? If
We'll go to Kilo-san, and then after that, I want to learn the new people, Adam, and then was it Diamondback or something? Yeah. So go ahead, Kyo first.
So I don't disagree here. I just got like a question for like the people like making the design, because I pretty much more or less agree. Do you think it's like, I don't know if like morally right here is like the right word, but I'm going to use it anyway. So like morally right. You think like if you were like to go on like a Napster and download like, is it R. Kelly did Ignition? Is that the right one?
Yeah,
I'm like,
remix to Ignition.
Sweet. Yeah, so if you were fucking, do you think it's fine to like go on Napster and like steal Ignition and put that on and bop to it in the car? Do you think that's like fine? Because he's not making any money off it.
I think doing that would probably influence more people that already like R. Kelly to support him monetarily.
Yeah, just like if you're like you're driving a car by yourself and like you go into work and home, you just sort of like really like Ignition.
I mean, if there's
I
not a
would
way for you to
almost use
influence
the
other
Destiny
people.
N-word argument, where like if I'm just listening to it in my headphones and no one else hears it, and I'm not influencing anyone else, then it's okay to listen to Ignition, okay? But if anyone else hears it, then I can.
Is your question, is it morally wrong to do it? Like, or what are your...
So like it's like people would say that it's like I guess like maybe tell me if I'm misinterpreting here. It's like the argument here is that like it's like that we shouldn't financially support, like ought not to, as in like it's morally bad to financially support people who have done bad things. Yeah, I'm just saying, is it okay to steal in this instance?
I think probably not. I think it's
No,
still
just don't-
probably
just
wrong
don't
to
consume their
steal.
don't consume it if
But-
you can't do it in a way that's not monetarily supported.
Yeah, but I think like if we compare, or if we changed it a little bit to like somebody said in my chat, to an inventor, like, and said like, okay, this person invented this thing, but they were a rabid child molester, would we then not consume that product whatsoever because they might have I guess not like a copyright, but I can't think of the word.
Yo, how many like Twitter exposés have we had on Thomas Edison?
Right.
True.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Top Twitter exposés on Thomas Edison.
Let's go to Adam. He came in. Thank you so much for being here. Love to hear from you.
Yeah, no problem. I just had a quick question. Maybe I have only been listening for about 15-20 minutes, so maybe I missed something. But so do I then have like a moral responsibility to like go through every artist that I've ever listened to or like looked at, if you're talking about like paintings and stuff, and like check out the person and see like, oh my gosh, like who is this person, and like do a deep dive into like everything they've ever done just to see if I like am
Maybe
allowed
not,
to listen to this
but-
artist.
Be more Maybe not, but if you
Mm.
know, if you actually say you already know something though, like you don't have to go and do a deep dive, but say you do already know, like wouldn't you assume that there is like you have moral culpability in that case?
I mean, maybe, but like the idea, I don't know. I think it kind of like goes down a weird place where it's like, if you don't know, but we have the internet and you reasonably could know, then you're like negligently acting in a way where you're like supporting someone who, like has done a bad thing.
The only time it's going to be a reactionary is in this context right now. Then it's fine. All right.
But I mean, also it also depends because you have different things. So like we're just talking about people that may have done morally reprehensible things to like children, right? But like take a look at my playlist, okay? Like half of my playlist is full of people from Norway who literally burned down fucking churches. Shout out to the Norwegian black metal.
Ooh,
hold on. I'm still talking, people. Chill. The other half is full of like people that have literally bragged about shooting people and have been literally incarcerated for shooting people and murder and fucking gangs and drugs. I'm not gonna stop listening to fucking West Side Connection. Get the fuck out of here.
Okay, I have a question for Tom and Brent Box. With what you said earlier about not being able to separate your actions from your moral ideals, I find it kind of ironic that you can't separate being able to listen to a song that you didn't do any of those wrong things, but by listening to a song, it can compromise your morals. But
I
doing
didn't say that.
certain
I
actions,
didn't say. I didn't say by listening to a song. I said by supporting them financially. So like by buying it on iTunes, by buying the CD, by paying for it in any way to where that money will go back to the artist, to where you are now financially supporting them through these means, then that is when you would be morally culpable.
Yeah.
Wouldn't we have
To
to-
be clear,
wait.
isn't necessarily the right or wrong thing. It's about the support that you're giving to the artist itself.
Yeah, and to be clear, I didn't say that at all. I don't think it morally compromises you.
Also, wouldn't we have to talk about the pay structure of how artists get paid in the first place? Because
No. This is all impractical. You guys, come on. Let's be realistic here.
God
Like,
damn it.
you don't have to stretch it to some completely like ridiculous thing here. It's really, really simple. When you're aware of something, then at that point, then you do have, I would say, a pretty a responsibility to ensure that you're not supporting the artist and allowing them to further the harm. But I think the idea of like trying to sit here and vet and look up all pieces of information regarding something. So do I need to look at the makeup artist for the movie that I watched, or who the director is, or who's the producer, or what about the head of the film studio that made it? What about the owner of the theater that I'm going to? Like this gets completely ridiculous and impractical. It's really, really simple. Please don't overcomplicate it and obfuscate a very simple thing.
All right.
I just want to answer. I just want to answer to you really quick. That like, I'm not saying that you can't enjoy it or that it's more compromised or that you're morally compromised. I just don't think you can actually separate the artist from the art. I think that's almost like an egotistical kind of thing to do, to imagine that you can enjoy something that someone made and then pretend that they didn't make it, or that you're separating the human from the person, or the human who created it from the creation, and then like pretend that that's possible. I don't think that's possible. That doesn't-
Wait, how did that
argument?
But
How-
but
wait, can I-
you're not saying that it's impossible to appreciate the art itself, and that it's not impossible to understand that what the person did was bad. You're just saying that you shouldn't totally dismiss it as if it were not done by that person at all, right?
Yeah, correct. I don't believe in death of the author. I think that's a fallacy, and I think that's sort of like an egotistical fallacy to imagine that you're going to oh, well, they're not a perfect person, so I'll just pretend they don't exist, and I'll appreciate this as if it didn't come from them. No, I don't think that's really real. I think you can appreciate things for what they are, but like I think like it's almost it's like selfish in a sense.
I feel like that's maybe like a misunderstanding of like the death of the author, because the death of the author just states that the intention is what, like the interpretation is what matters, right? And obviously like the artist is going to influence like that person's interpretation, because you can't take, the whole point of it is to understand that people's external influences are going to influence how they read a piece of work, and that like once an author releases out into the wild, it's out. I don't see how that's like fallacious.
Yeah,
right, because I always thought the death of the author argument was like if someone wanted to interpret The Great Gatsby to be like a strictly environmentalist story or something way out there, then then that's totally as valid as what the author originally intended the piece to mean. That's what
I also like connected this earlier, like in the Michael Jackson scenario, where I said like he doesn't have to be a perfect person, but I'm connecting what it is that I'm giving him financially to what it is he's doing that I deem to be wrong, right?
Sure.
So
right,
like
right.
I am actually funding him doing that if that's the scenario.
Okay.
Really quick. Listen, there's plenty of time where we engage art without even knowing who the artist is. So by the nature of that, we've already separated plenty of art from the artist as it is, right? There are plenty of people who right now have just turned on Spotify. The radio starts playing random songs. My song Araya comes onto the radio. They start hearing it. They have no idea who I am, and they've appreciated the art, and they don't even think about me as some guy yelling at people over Discord and being rude and belligerent. Like that's never gonna cross their mind. That art, Araya, is already separated from the artist fanatic.
Not anymore.
And did they go and look up? And then they go and look you up and see your Discord text and like, God damn it, this guy's really frustrating, but he makes really good music. Holy shit! How do I?
The question is in if they like have knowledge of you in some way, can you divorce yourself of knowledge?
No, you can't.
Or can you appreciate
you can't
it separately?
like get rid of that knowledge, but like you don't have to necessarily like not. Maybe this is different for how different people listen to music, but you don't have to necessarily like. The knowing who the artist is or anything like that doesn't necessarily have to like change your experience of how you experience the music.
True.
Or
I can agree
art,
with
in
that.
general. I use music because I'm a very music-oriented person,
Yeah.
but like it could be lots of different things.
So you mentioned Wagner before, and you know that actually brings up a good point because there, without a shadow of a doubt, he contributed to music theory, right? And he was a horrible anti-Semite. So are we saying then that like his contributions to music theory, we would have to basically throw the baby out with the bathwater, right? Which I think it's fair to say though that there are some problematic contributions to music theory, and just acknowledge that, right?
Diamondback, can you tap on your mic real quick? I don't think your mic's plugged into Discord.
I can hear him. I can hear him.
Yeah, I can hear him, but it's echoey. He's got his
Yeah,
mouth
it
right
is
up
kinda-
against his
yeah.
mic, and it sounds like he's really
He knows
far away.
because Tom's done this exact same thing like 5 times already.
I did it earlier today. Now I have a thing though. It's like, but what we're also forgetting is that there's a lot of works, especially in literature, where we're looking at these pieces of art because of these people's problematic past or behaviors, and it's intrinsically tied to the piece. Like, yeah, I'm just gonna go super bad fucking take here, but like, you know, like I want to read Mein Kampf, right? I'm not reading Mein Kampf because Hitler's a fucking amazing author, right? I'm like probably reading it because he's a piece of shit, and we're trying to figure out what's wrong in his fucked up, twisted shit lib head. Because I'm looking at getting a time machine and killing baby Hitler.
Does he have family that still makes money off of Mein Kampf?
I don't care. No, hold on. Even if so, right? Are at this point in time are like, is my child responsible for my actions? Is my grandchild responsible for my actions? Now you're
I
getting
was
into
just
shit.
wondering.
Alright, so
There was a little
to
off
answer your
topic.
question, I can answer your question though. Tom, just for a moment, I can answer your question. One, yes, Hitler does have family. Two, they are, at least part of them are in the States. One of them, if I'm remembering correctly, lived in New Jersey because where else? Is
New Jersey sucks.
Typical Nazis.
I forget if that one, the one I'm thinking of, the Hitler relative, is also an architect, or I'm just mixing them up with the son of what's his face, the big drug dealer Pablo Escobar, because he's an architect. I forget if the Hitler kid is also an architect too. Any which way, but
He designed special showers.
Oh, does he?
I don't think it's fair to assume that.
That was a bad joke. That was a bad joke.
But also on the last point though, I don't think you can make money off of Mein Kampf. First of all, who would respect that fucking patent, right? Like, or the copyright? Who would respect that? But I think it's in the public domain, so.
I believe it is in the public domain.
Yeah.
I have another question. So like, when we talk about like we're supporting the artist, so like I'm gonna talk about music because this is what I know, but you could probably like put this to any form of art. So what about all of the other people who go into making a piece of art? So for example, in the music industry, I believe artists make about, I think depending on the artist and like their contracts and stuff, they only make about 12%. And the smaller you are, probably less, I would assume, of like the money that like is made from that piece of art. And let's say that like in like a perfect world, like everybody else in that chain had no idea like what this person was doing or whatever. And let's say like it was somebody like who put up like a top like 10 song that makes millions and millions of dollars. And like we stop supporting this person. Do we just like cut off everybody else's revenue stream in that like in that series, not just the artist? Like you're hurting lots of other people.
I don't think
who
anybody
necessarily like weren't part of that.
I don't think that anybody, no matter like whether they were like they had knowledge of it or not, should benefit from support given to them, even given that person's actions that they took in their life.
Okay, but you could take this type of argument and like conflate it. Like, I'm gonna bring up Hitler again. Sorry, I'll be the doobie for the night. But like, you know, if you want to take in like monetary support for people who at the time, like artists and authors and everything, technically become like a brand, like a corporation, right? Well, if you really want to go down that path, are we still, should we be held? Or should we start rethinking what brands we use or companies we support that, you know, like literally did product and business and supported Hitler?
I mean, we should already do that with like slave labor, right?
Diamond, do you want to say something previously? I'm not sure if you got the chance.
No, I said what I had to say.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, I just don't understand why you can think that you know, for R. Kelly, for example, how can you just think that child molestation is wrong and still enjoy his music and divorce the two? Like that
bangers. They're bangers, dude.
Well, he was never convicted, right?
Yeah. Well, even
No, he's
even
still in
what he
court.
did, that's still not like the only thing he's ever done, and it's not like the only part of like. If he loves his parents and he writes a song about loving his parents or something, I don't know. I'm not well versed, right? But let's say he did that, and he writes a song about loving his parents or something, and like you grow up with it and you love that song and it reminds you of your parents, like, and then it's like, well, he got convicted, and it's like, well, that song can still be something beautiful that like you experience and he experienced and everybody experiences, and it can be about something more than like the crime that he committed.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. So I think we kind of agree with each other. But I think earlier you said you couldn't separate the two. That's why I was confused.
You can't. My point is that you can't. You can't separate the two. He's the guy who did that thing, and he's the guy that wrote the song. He's the same guy. That's the truth. And
Right, but
people are like, well, what do I get? I can't handle that. And it's like, but that's the reality.
No. The way you make this practical is because you can separate your support for the artist, and that's the meaningful separation here. It's not like I'm going to convince myself that R. Kelly didn't make some absolute bangers. Like that's not. I'm not going to start doing that. I will always know that the music came from R. Kelly. He has a very distinctive sound that I grew up with. So I'm never going to do that. But what I am going to do is I'm going to say, hey, like this person is unworthy of my support, and supporting him, I think like aids and abets like the harming of these women. So that's not something that I want to be a part of. So I separate that. I'm not going to that's so this whole idea of you can't do that. Of course you can. I can easily listen to R. Kelly's music that I downloaded on Napster and then do that. And I don't download people's music because I think you should support artists like Fanatic or whatever. But I wouldn't do that. So but for these cases specifically, I would do that because I recognize like I don't want to give that dude a dime. He's a monster.
But I think what Brento is like the argument that he's kind of like tilting at it is the argument that like you cannot enjoy a piece of work because creator was
I'm not
person.
saying that. No, I'm not.
I know you're not saying that. I'm saying that's the argument that you're arguing against.
Yes.
Right? Like,
right.
Oh, yeah. No one here is saying it. No, I don't. Is there anyone in this panel right now that is saying that once they find out somebody once they find out like R. Kelly is a creeper, that it changes the quality, the sound quality of his music? No one's making that argument. What we're saying is like
no. I think that what Brento was saying is that like I've heard this before, but I think he's saying that like regardless of like what someone may or may not believe, that like the person who made the art and the person who did like the morally reprehensible action are always going to be the same person. And you can't just like pretend that they're not the same person.
But
now, personally, I don't think this matters. I don't think
this
matters, but like this is what he's saying. He's not
But
saying
we're not
that, like,
talking
that's
about
a
the
straw man
person who
argument.
made
No
the
one's doing
art.
that.
We're talking about the art
not straw man.
versus the artist, not the artist versus the regular person. It's the
Wait.
art versus the artist.
Yeah, Top Dolphin, you literally just said, oh no. I'm sorry, let me speak for
Wait,
Brento,
what?
and then just went circular. Like, cause like literally what I said was no one's ever talking about ignoring who the artist is or denying that. That was my opening thing. And then someone moved it, and then someone was like, no, he's not saying that. What he's saying is, and everyone keeps saying what he's not saying, but like the idea is what like the opening concept is just really, really simple. Not separating the art. I mean, separating the art from the artist is appreciating the art while being sure not to financially or any otherwise support the artist as much as reasonably possible. Right?
I mean,
Like,
I
that's the end
understand.
goal. That's it.
I
Like,
understand what you're saying, and that's a good point, and I understand, and I agree, right? Like, so to not support them anymore if they're benefiting or if you feel like you're adding to what they might be like doing that you don't support, right? That's all fine. But like the larger discussion, or like at least discussions that I've heard that I'm speaking to, even if no one's taking that point directly right now on this panel, although I think some might be, I'm not sure, but that's okay. It's a concept that's called death of the author, and it's this concept that like you can actually separate art from the artist.
Yeah,
And
whoever
That's not what the
said that
concept.
is
That's not what the
wrong.
concept
Whoever
is
said
at
that
all.
clear.
That's not what the concept is at all.
Yeah, no, it's not.
Oh, okay.
It's really
We're
not.
interpreting the concept.
Okay,
Yeah.
Kyosan.
The death of the author is the birth of the reader. That's it. It's just saying that interpretation is separate from the art itself, from the work itself.
What you guys are talking about, I don't know if there's like a term for it, but like death of the author is like the concept of like like how I said before, like if someone wants to interpret Great Gatsby to be an environmentalist manifesto, then that's their interpretation. It does not matter what the author had to say. That's the argument of the death of the author argument. That's what that is.
There's the further idea that if you know the intent of the author, that can impact your interpretation, and therefore the
right.
intent
There
of
was
the author
actually a
does
really
matter.
good comment made by someone in the chat that I'm gonna. It was from user Wait a Second, and they said, "What if an interpretation of art goes against the artist's politics? If Stanley Kubrick's films were widely interpreted via an anti-Semitic reading, and that reading started to becoming a popular interpretation, should that be okay? If you agree it wouldn't, that would indicate that author intent matters."
Right, but I don't think anyone here would argue that it like, would it be okay? I mean, that's not a. I feel like that question like is kind of ridiculous, because ultimately we all know that once you release something, it's done. Like you can't force people to see it from your interpretation, and sometimes the thing that you envision is literally not the way it goes. And if that happens, it sucks. But you just have to accept that as an artist. Like, well, people say that all the time. Like once you write the end and you put that out there in the world, it's the world's to take at that point. That's the whole death of the author thing. It's no longer yours. So like, it sucks if somebody starts using your thing for ill intent. It happens all the time. There were I remember Dolly Parton recently. They were trying to put up a statue of her in her state, and she was like, no, like this is not a good thing to do at this time. I love Dolly Parton, she's amazing. No, this is not a good time for this. Like, if y'all want to do this at a later time, like whatever, like that she can choose to do that, because she knows that people would interpret it that way, and she's always been really very much about like staying out of politics 100%. She's always had that mentality. That's why she's such a lovely woman, and her songs are amazing. But at the end of the day, like people are going to interpret your stuff, and they can take your stuff and run with it in an entirely different way. But that's not up to you. You can't control that.
Well,
Okay,
I
now,
feel like this is where like the conversation started, but I kind of came in right after that topic flew away. Is it then bad for me to not read The Cat in the Hat to my child now that Dr. Seuss, like, I mean, not that now, I mean, we knew for a long time that Dr. Seuss was a racist person, but like now that it's becoming more and more like everyone is like, oh yeah, Dr. Seuss is a racist person, is it bad then for me to read Cat in the Hat to my child?
No, like it's been proven. It's been proven many times that like there's a lot of utility for that rhyme structure that he played with, and that other people hasn't touched. I mean, it's an iconic book. Yeah,
Right.
fuck, dude was a douchebag, but at the same time, there's a lot of people. Like I was just about to ask a question with this, like, but I'll put that aside. But yeah, no, fuck, read Dr. Seuss to your kid. Teach kids how to fucking read. Stop having a literate dumbass.
If we're talking about where the money's going, sorry, go.
Is he alive?
No,
No,
he's
he's
fucking
not
dead.
alive.
He's fucking
Okay.
dead.
So then why would it matter?
Yeah, but I
Exactly.
think there is a point to be made for people who are still alive. But so let's say that like there's like a piece of art out there. I don't know. I could use an example, but I think it's better not to.
Harry Potter, J.K. Rowling.
Yeah,
There you go.
that's like something like Harry Potter. Like, let's say she put like all these books out there, and like those a lot of people think she's a TERF, and she does really bad things. I personally think she's a TERF.
She's
But,
a TERF.
like,
There's no thinking she's a fucking TERF.
But at the same time, like, am I not allowed to, like, let's say that like reading her books and like consuming her material like causes like a lot of good things in the world? Should we like not do that because we're like supporting her? Like, let's say there's like, this is like a really fantastical situation, but let's say there's like 1 million kids who won't kill themselves by reading these books, but she has to profit off of that. Then is it then still a bad thing?
Nope.
Yes,
Also, it's a
yes,
wonderful
it is.
thing.
Absolutely. No, it's a terrible thing. And here's the reason why. Because again, like if by us supporting her music, by us supporting her books, if it's going to put money in her pocket and elevate her platform, and then she's going to use that platform to be extremely harmful with like TERF positions, then supporting the artist has a really, really negative quantifiable.
But then shouldn't our like problem be less with like the monetary like purchasing or supporting of the artist in that way, and more focus on not allowing the artist to caused the harm in the first place. So like,
But
this is where we talk about like deplatforming people or like people who commit
Putting money
crimes,
in
we
their hands,
put
that's
them
what
in
I was saying.
prison. Like
That's what I was saying from the beginning, is that putting money in their hands allows them to do that, right? So when you start arming people, wealth is very much an insulator from a lot of the backlash that other people can do. Like there's a reason why Dave Chappelle can't be canceled. Once you have a certain amount of success and a certain amount of wealth, nothing can stop you in that case. He'll just go ahead and do it privately, right? And I don't think he's done anything that should be cancelable.
A really
My
simple
point is,
solution to the whole issue of don't give money to authors is there's a little thing called a public library. Just to put that out there, I can go to the public library and I can read every goddamn book that's
I
ever
would
been
like to
printed.
point out
State of
something.
the Union. I won't give
yeah, but libraries buy books, and when you like go to a
No,
library,
no. Instead of me having to buy a book, my neighbor having to buy a book, and then my uncle having to buy a book, all three of us can just use the one book from the library.
but you're still, and then like, so let's say like a lot of people read this book, then. Well, like the more people, the more demand there is for something like a book.
All of them at once.
Right?
I don't know. There's
But wait.
a lot more. Like I'm
Here,
just
hold
saying,
on,
like there's
hold
ways
on,
to
hold
not
on, hold on.
support them.
What Sam?
Yeah, but
put in real
like
quick.
there's still like, never mind. Go ahead.
Adam,
Sam, go ahead.
you do this
as
you've done this.
fucking
Sorry,
Christ.
sorry, it's wrong.
ahead.
Sam. Sam the human. My bad.
Yeah, sorry. I was just because we've been talking about this for a while. I was just wondering, like, how does this apply for like the Eminem situation that is happening, right? So maybe he didn't commit actions, but his lyrics in the past have been construed as like, homophobic or things like that, and then people want to cancel him for lyrics from his past songs, or not cancel him, but don't want to support him today. But we've seen that maybe there's like a change in his lyrics or something, right?
I mean, I think we should consider the times that things were written, even if we do deem them to be wrong now. If it was a normative thing, or if it was within cultural norms at the time, like I think
people.
To be fair,
Tom.
Eminem created that cultural norm. Like,
Tom,
he didn't create the cultural norm.
Guys,
well,
let's
not
be honest.
create, to be fair, not
At the
create, but
time-
like absolutely pushed the usage of that word. Like absolutely pushed it.
The F
It was
slur?
Not more so than
yes.
That's like really
What?
disconnect because like
No, it's
everyone
not.
was using the F slur even before like Eminem like.
Wait, how
started
old?
using
How
it.
old? Like,
Yeah.
I'm like Fnatic. Wait, Fnatic, you're like my
sorry,
age,
excuse
right?
me.
Yeah, I'm
I'm
30.
just
Number
saying
one,
that, like,
36,
Eminem, like, even at the time, he was controversial. Like, if Tom, if that's your goal, right? And at the time, he was absolutely controversial. People couldn't stand him. There were protests against him. There were boycotts against his music. There was like a whole list for his treatment of the homosexual community within his music, right? So even at the time, if that's your standard, then
Yeah.
But no.
Like,
it
even
wasn't-
like-
we weren't doing it just for that. Most of the time, it was like because all of his lyrics were incredibly inflammatory. He was literally doing music troll. Like, I mean, I'm the real Slim Shady is like he called out Britney Spears and Christina Aguilera. Like he was just going in like that. It wasn't that they weren't trying to cancel him exclusively for that. Furthermore, we have plenty of examples long before Eminem ever released a freaking mixtape. Look up No Vaseline by Ice Cube. He didn't push. Forward, advance, cause any of this. He was literally just somebody participating in something that had existed long before him. Please stop.
Within
disagree.
hip hop,
because,
all
like-
of these things were normal. Like within hip hop, they
can't
were.
disagree. This is my music. I was
in
raised in it.
America. I was in elementary school, and the F slur was just a normal thing to say. You said it all the time. Like we didn't even know what it meant. I think I eventually asked what it meant, and people told me it meant cigarettes. Like it was something from.
What are you saying? So the thing I would ask was
Good old
right.
bundle of
Were you
sticks, calling
were you
people
saying it was
cigarettes.
like that much? Yeah, were you saying this that much before like the thing? Because the difference is that like I agree, it was absolutely normal like in hip hop culture, and like you mentioned before, Ice Cube thing, right? But like Eminem brought that culture to communities that never had it before. Right?
Okay, so you're saying it was new for
Oh,
white
no. They had that before. Trust me, I've had many a white kids
They
beating the
said
shit
it.
out of me,
Like, they
beating the shit
said
out of me,
it.
calling me that word.
Normalized
Before
in the United
Eminem hit
States
it.
by the
Stop that.
1980s. Like
he didn't bring the F slur to them, but he did bring hip hop to them. I'll agree.
He
with,
made it
like,
cool. That's what I'm saying. It's like saying that as like a casual thing and make it more of like obviously homophobia existed, absolutely, right? And I wouldn't deny that at all. And that's like Eminem didn't create the word the
South
F slur,
Park
right?
maybe. South Park may have made the F slur sound cool and more casual, and that was very common on South Park before Eminem ever came out.
I would think
with
that
a song.
Eminem. I would think the Eminem probably made it more cool. I don't think he was going to be the person who made it cool. Like this
No,
sort of this
I
idea
think
that like the sole person who really pushed it hard makes no sense when you got Eminem, you got South Park, you got just literal politicians saying it on TV. Like it's just absurd to say that he was like a central figure.
I
in
think
that.
I think you can say that like I think you can say that like Eminem might have like reinforced the uses of these words. So like a lot of people were already using these words, like bad words, bad like homophobic things. And like Eminem putting music out there that got really popular and brought music to people, like lots of new people, might have like strengthened people's like, oh yeah, well now I'm more confident in my use of this word because Eminem does it. But he absolutely did not like bring this word up to new communities or anything like that.
That was
Because
such a-
like
it was everywhere.
it was ubiquitous. Like
I totally
same
agree with
time,
the way you
at the
just phrased it, Kyle. I love the way you just phrased that. Like he reinforced it. He didn't bring it into the limelight. He didn't make it a new thing, but he reinforced its usage.
Yeah.
Right. Do people
Okay,
think
but at
that
the same time,
Eminem...
years ago, he came out publicly, apologized for that behavior, and made amends with Elton John and the
Right.
community. Like every time he's had a problematic behavior or whatever, he has like nipped that shit in the bud, learned and progressed as a human being before fucking cancel culture became a thing, before this fucking boycott bullshit became a thing. I remember they just tried to tag him on that song about that girl that he broke up with and using some like racial stuff. And he came out fucking years ago and fucking apologized for that shit. And last year they're like, we need to cancel Eminem
for
to do with
a
race.
very long time, he defended his use of like the F slur and like
did.
gay as a pejorative. He came out and said, "Oh, like I like this, like I'm not talking about like homosexual people. That's not what it means for me. It's okay to say these words." It wasn't. It was like it seems like a long time ago for me because I'm younger, but like it was like 2010 when like Rap God came out, and like I listened to this song like the other day, and I was like, "Holy shit!" Like. I can't believe like we're allowed to listen to this. Like, holy shit, this is like bad, and it's not even that old. Like,
no, I'm not saying that
don't be an Eminem apologist. Like he didn't.
Oh no, I love his
no,
music.
No, not
I
you,
should
not you,
apologize
not
for
you.
him.
No, I'm just saying like to Samantha because it's like I don't think that he had this thing of like constantly being that character long before cancel culture. He barely apologized for his F slur in 2018. Like the cancel culture has been around for quite a while. I hope we wouldn't be trying to say that cancel culture didn't exist in 2018.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. But like before all these people started calling him out for this shit, he had already apologized for these things.
No, he came under fire. He came under fire for it quite a while ago. Like as Prime was saying, like yes, they were chastising him for it then, and he had no apology for it because it's what made him successful. Like no, but like recently he released an album and his star power has fallen significantly, and now he recognizes that he has to play by the same rules as everyone else. Now he's being apologetic. He wasn't apologetic when he was like literally at the top of the charts and at one point was the most Grammy award-winning rapper of all time.
Well, he was for a lot of
two rappers that have ever hit diamond.
He
albums,
did apologize for a lot of the gay stuff though, and he did do the thing with Elton John. Like he did apologize, but that doesn't
Does it even matter?
Him.
Elton John is not the emperor of gay people.
Wait, but does it matter if he apologized?
It was symbolic.
I don't care. Elton John is not my Jesus, and he doesn't.
I will say that like I'd rather see rehabilitative justice and people learn from their past actions than fucking condemn them for life.
I'd rather see
I'm less mad. I'm less mad at Eminem for dropping the F-bomb quite a bit and like other slurs than I am at fucking Ice Cube for voting for Trump and being a piece of shit.
Eminem did stuff with Elton John the first time in 2010 though.
Wait, Ice Cube didn't vote for Trump, nor was he a Trump supporter. What are you talking about?
Wait, what?
Did you miss
I
that?
think he did, didn't he?
Wait, I thought that was Vanilla Ice.
No. Ice Cube 100% came out and said he was not a Trump supporter, and the media absolutely ran with that. And he originally went to the Democratic Party with the contract for Black America. The Democratic Party told him to wait until after the election. Trump was willing to listen to him. So then he said, well, since he's the person that's willing to listen to me, I will meet with anybody. He never, ever was a Trump supporter. He actually came out in several interviews afterwards saying that he wasn't a Trump supporter. What the hell are you talking about?
Wait, so you don't think that someone who probably voices the concerns for a lot of at least the Black community as like a popular Black artist, maybe meeting with Trump with these issues might have influenced people to support Trump a little bit more? You don't believe that to be the case?
I do believe that could be the case, and I think the other bevy of black rappers that came out and actually supported Trump was absolutely appalling to me. But I do believe this also. I think black loyalty to any party is absolutely ridiculous, considering what happened with the Compromise of 1867. It doesn't make any sense why we'd be loyal to any party. We saw what that netted us with the Republican Party, which is why blacks switched to the Democrat Party after the party switch. So the idea that we'd be loyal to a party is absolutely ridiculous. We've seen how these liberals have done literally nothing to support our cause. Some of the greatest harms have came by way of Bill Clinton and Joe Biden. So the idea that we should be loyal to this party, that is absolutely ridiculous. If we have a contract and we have a recognition that the economic problems that are specifically facing African Americans are very grandiose and seem to never be addressed, then the idea that we would be loyal to a party that's telling us to wait until after an election, as opposed to giving us some sort of some sort of promise or some sort of at least being willing to even freaking listen or consider the plan and put it as part of their platform, the fact that they would kick that down the road, I absolutely stand by him going to whoever the hell will listen, especially when you have a sitting president in power and can possibly get something done then. Trump went on to go release something that had nothing to do with Ice Cube's plan. Trump is a complete POS, and he was only using it for optics. But the idea that he has to just wait around and hope to God that the Democratic Party will actually listen is absolutely absurd.
I don't think anyone's disagreeing that you shouldn't expect black people to just vote with your party because you think that it's in their interests. I don't think that anybody disagrees with you there, just to put that out there.
So then what's the chastisement of Ice Cube deciding to meet with, first going to the Democratic Party, who then told him not until after the election, and then deciding, well, fine, then this is the nigga in charge, let me talk to him.
It was just a misunderstanding, right? Like,
it sounds like you read a headline or something.
Yeah, this was
Man said she stands
I
corrected.
can understand why you'd get pissed off though, because to me, all that you just said there makes total sense to me. And I didn't really understand the argument until you just laid it out there, and then I was like, oh shit. No, all of that makes total sense. So
yeah, but the worst part about it is, it seems like as soon as that happened, the media instead tried to completely demonize him, and people started talking about canceling him. And I mean, Prime knows how much I'm passionate about this specific thing. Like, nobody has read that dang contract for Black America. Still, everyone is completely uninformed. And right now, people are still with this complete misinformation. And I don't blame you for it. I understand, this is something I'm personally invested in. Otherwise, I would not know either. So I'm not angry at you for not understanding. It's just, it seems like people are always so insanely ignorant when it comes specifically to Black issues in this country, because we want to focus on literally everything else.
All right, just to be clear, I'm not trying to chastise Ice Cube for meeting with Trump at all. I just think it's unfortunate that the result of those actions probably garnered extra support for Trump, who clearly did not care about Black America in the slightest.
Sure, but but it's one of those situations where you actually recognize I've been advocating for this for a while. As much and as racist as the Republican Party can be at times, I've always advocated for the idea that we need to stop being loyal as African Americans. We need to stop being loyal to the Democratic Party, because clearly, when they know that our vote is already theirs, they're not willing really to give us anything that we need. Why buy the cow when the milk is free? And I see so frequently that loyalty is just they know. I mean, it's just dismissive, right? So African American women happen to be the most supportive voting bloc of any freaking demographic in the country. I think they said something like 90%. 90% of Black women vote Democratic. So they know they got us. So it's like, I'm not about to give you nothing. What the freak do I have to give you anything? You're already going to be here.
Yeah, that's fair. I can definitely understand those kinds of concerns.
Well, I mean, plus you have to weigh the pros and cons and say, hey, if a couple hundred people value my opinion so much because I'm a rapper, that where I go meet with a president to where they'll just end up voting for him just because I met with him, maybe it's worth the chance that he'll actually listen to me and put some of my ideas or implement some of my ideas into law.
Yeah, absolutely. That's fair too. If you have a lot of people that will probably listen to you and will probably vote for the candidate that you think will create change in community that you believe is important, I think it's extremely fair for you to meet with whoever you think might get that job done.
Yeah, I don't think you can fault Ice Cube for trying to advocate for policy positions that he wants. I mean,
yeah, for sure.
Okay.
It's really. Oh, sorry.
No, please go ahead.
It's a really fucked up state where we criticize people and accuse them of working with making people mad at working with other people when you realistically have to work with like as many sides of parliament as you can to get laws passed, right? Like you can't just win and get laws passed based on the whole majority. Ice Cube was 100% right to do what he did, in my opinion, right? If you can get your, like, by hook or by crook, if you can get your policy passed and your policy is going to do good, do it, right?
Yeah.
Yo, what the
If you're
fuck is
advocating-
Parliament? This is America, baby. We got Congress here, bro.
A parliament is Congress, but with a 2-drink minimum, is from what.
Sounds about right.
I totally loved what you just said, because, like, of course, you know, like, yes, orange man bad, but if you're trying to help your community and like the motherfucker in charge is willing to listen to your ideas on how to help your community, why wouldn't you take the opportunity to do so?
Well, I mean,
I
like
don't
one of the
blame them.
things, one of the things interesting about how we do politics now, like across the world, not just in America, is that like politics is becoming like way more divided between two-party lines. That like people, there used to be like a massive crossing of the aisle, and people used to be for like vote on bills between the two parties, and now they just don't. Right, so it has to be the party in power, and I think that's like a social norm we need to like probably go back to. Like, call me conservative, I guess, but like, is it like crossing the aisle and not like necessarily demonizing everyone just for like being a certain affiliation, when realistically, like, people are complex and hold multivariate views, right? Like liberals, like the same party that holds Joe Manchin is the same party that holds Bernie Sanders, and in the case of the Republican Party, the same party that holds like Ted Cruz is the same party that holds the Mormon dude who writes sick bills on tax credits for children.
Romney.
Romney. Yeah. So like people have to like stop looking at people just as like R&D and need to understand these like complex people with like holistic views, and then we should be like crossing the aisle more often. That, like I said, Ice Cube, totally based, absolutely. I think like Kanye and Kim were doing the exact same thing during like the Trump presidency by like trying to like work with them to advance rights, and that's exactly what they should be doing.
Okay.
Did you say Kanye?
Yeah, from what I understand, there was like a meme going around that like Kanye was like
he was
like
actually
was a secret,
was
was like working with Trump to like legitimize like
that whole thing of like where it was
yeah.
He was actually
And the
supporting him.
donations, where the donations went, because Kanye never actually donated to Trump. He only donated to Democratic causes. And then he said he'd sold off all his hats right before the election, and that it was so that Kim could work with Trump to work on the prison reform bill and try and help get people out of prison.
There was some reporting that was showing that Kanye's campaign was working with GOP lawyers to get him on ballots of this weird, like, again, GOP people are like freaking crazy, that people would vote for Kanye rather than Joe Biden, I guess, and therefore take away votes from Joe Biden, therefore give Trump a win in certain states. And so that was like one of those things that like somehow they thought Kanye was their golden ticket. I don't know. Like that was the actual thing.
If you haven't seen like the TMZ interview, like he actually did like support Trump. Like he literally walked around with the MAGA hat.
MAGA hats,
he
yeah.
said, yes, like he actually supported Trump, and then later
like I
came out
said,
and
Tom,
said,
the
like,
meme was the meme was that he never gave money to Trump or any Republican causes. That it seemed like he held them in name alone as a way to hold bargaining work with so that like Kim could leverage things. Now I don't know how much of that's true. I looked at the donations and that seems to be true, that part of it, right? But it could just all just be part of like a broader like a narrative idea. But like the broader point was more that we should absolutely be working across the aisle as much as possible. That bipartisan bills are generally also more popular and tend to stay longer as well.
I don't know if Kanye is the best example, but yeah, you're right. We should like.
I just wanted to give more than one example here. Okay.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Silly serious. I like your lights.
Oh, go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, I just want to say on the Kanye thing, a few things. First of all, for someone who's like I'm a big Kanye fan, well, was historically, but someone who is narcissistic as Kanye is going to love that an ordinary celebrity ended up in presidential office. So he likes the fact that he sees himself in Donald Trump, and he's religious. So he does have a lot of things in common with the Republican Party. I really, really wouldn't suggest that he's a deep down secret deep state Democrat, because there's just no evidence of that. Secondly, I have an issue with celebrities working with politicians on political change. And that is, if you look at something like Kim Kardashian West's advocacy for prison reform, you see Kim working with President Trump to get a number of prisoners pardoned. that gets a stack of attention because Kim is so famous and she has a platform and reaches people that Donald Trump perhaps doesn't reach even, right? People who are not engaged in politics are aware that Donald Trump is doing prison reform because they pay attention to what Kim is doing. Then what they don't see is the death row that Donald Trump does right before he comes out of office, where he kills a bunch of people on death row in federal prisons. He rushes and pushes through their executions and basically goes on a killing spree. That doesn't get covered. And in the minds of a lot of people in the public, Donald Trump is positive on prison reform because all they have to base things on is what they've seen him do with Kim Kardashian West. So it is a problem when celebrities use their power to access politicians because they platform certain political truths without presenting the entire story.
Okay, so I'll push back a little bit on that, in that I'd agree in like that we shouldn't be like giving like some people personal platforms, but it seems like in the way that was actually cashed out that people actually sort of ignored Donald Trump's prison reforms. It doesn't seem like it was like super widely covered in the news, and that Donald Trump's death row killing spree, like you mentioned before, was absolutely covered in the news very highly. Like it doesn't say like I agree with you in principle, but it was like the way it cashed out was like a little bit different to how it actually was.
Is that how everyone feels? Like as
I
non-American?
literally had no idea about any of the death row shit until just now. So
I did. I was well aware. I actually pay attention to politics in this country because I live here. But yeah, it absolutely did happen. And Donald Trump actually had done a number of very positive things when it came to prison reform. His First Step Act actually was really, really. It was a good thing. I am not a Trump supporter. I do not think he was a good guy. Just want to make sure that's clear. But he did do the First Step Act. I thought that was actually a pretty good thing. Actually, the thing that Biden's doing right now regarding the private prisons, like Trump had already kind of put a lot of that stuff in motion, honestly. He was already doing a lot of these things. So then when it came to him, like, saving some of these people, with Kim Kardashian, she's also a person that I pretty much loathe very much. But the fact that she did this good thing, I'm going to recognize this was good stuff. So, like, I understand the idea of, like, certain people being manipulated. Like Kanye West was manipulated by Candace Owens, who's one of the most loathsome people of all time, right? And then Trump like got benefits from Kanye West, and I don't know if there's anybody worse than him, right? Like he's probably the worst president we've ever had. So like I get the idea that these things can happen, but at the same time, it's like, I mean, you do have to weigh it out. Like there are people whose lives were literally saved by Kim Kardashian who are going to spend the rest of their lives in prison. Now, it is our media's responsibility that if they're going to report the good thing that Trump is doing in there, that to keep everybody like on par and recognizing how atrocious Trump is. And fortunately, in the United States, the media was giving him absolute hell. I thank God that our media happens to have a lot more left-leaning besides Fox, for the most part. And so they were always keeping everyone well informed of the atrocities of Trump. It's just you do, but sometimes if you have 4 years, you have to work with this guy to try to get these things done. Some of these people didn't even have 4 years left. So it's, I mean, it sucks. It's a price that we have to pay. But if I could go back in time, I would ask her to do the exact same thing and save these people's lives.
The only issue that I would have with that is that I agree that I think it is really weird that we have celebrities trying to change like justice system policies or like trying to push for reform like that, because like that could go in like on either side of the aisle, like at all.
What do you mean? Like they should use their fame to bring attention to things.
They're
right?
just citizens,
like,
yeah.
Use your power to help, right?
I agree. I just don't know if I think that they should necessarily have that high of level of influence directly with the politicians themselves.
Yeah, and I think what you're trying to say, Memes Cooper, is there's a difference between advocating for policy reform and using your political power to get clemency for particular prisoners, right? If Kim Kardashian had actually resulted in, I know you talked about First Steps, but you also need to consider that he actually changed the First Steps Act to make the risk requirement a lot harder to get prisoners out of prison. So while he did do some good things with the First Step Act, he actually changed the risk assessment matrix to make it incredibly hard to get federally incarcerated people out of prison. So for me, the issue is if this celebrity is interested in you, you will stop being a prisoner, but the rest of you, unfortunately, will fuck you. I think the issue is it's not about celebrities advocating. You've got brilliant celebrities. I think I heard Dolly Parton mentioned earlier, Jane Fonda, Beyonce, like people do brilliant things all of the time. But when you're saying, oh, I have a personal access to the president and he'll meet with me whenever I want, and I've picked out these particular prisoners and I'm going to fight for their clemency, that's different to fighting for policy change that affects everyone.
Yeah,
sure.
that's kind of what I was going for, was like the personal connection that you have to the president himself. And to be clear, I don't think that my position is that way for any kind of policy reform. I just felt especially that way during this conversation about like the prison reforms and like the justice system.
Right, but silly.
So-
I think it's a fair assessment to basically say what you're saying is that Kim Kardashian's things that she did, and I don't think this is like an unfair summation. It's just the things that she did were less effective than policy change, and that's true. But the thing is, policy change in this country doesn't go specifically through the president; it has to go through Congress. But the president is an individual, and clemency, like that is something that's literally reserved for the president. So at that point, like because of the way that our country works, in that case, this is something that a direct contact to the individual is absolutely necessary. So in that case, like the idea that like this is what she would do, I think that's great. But we have seen plenty of celebrities advocate for actual policy change as well. But these things are not mutually exclusive. Ellen DeGeneres, no person on the planet will ever tell me that she wasn't absolutely pivotal. I don't think she's a good person. I know about the atrocity of her show. I'm just saying no person will ever tell me that she wasn't absolutely pivotal to same-sex marriage in this country. She absolutely was like really pushing that. There were very many commercials with her being involved. She had a very, very big platform. People literally softened off of that. Advertisement is effective. It runs the dang country. So the idea that you have this much power, this much influence, and you can bring on positive change at the policy level is true. But when we recognize that there's like at the clemency level, I mean, I think this is all self-serving for Kim Kardashian. She wants to be a lawyer. Her father was on, not Dave Chappelle. Oops. Her father was on OJ Simpson. Yeah, on OJ Simpson's freaking, legal team. Like she's always had this dream about it. She's literally about to become a lawyer through this ridiculous system that nobody even knew existed. I think it's absolutely trash. But she's going to do these things. So I think it's self-serving. But at the end of the day, it's like you save these people's lives, allow the president to use his power for good, and I can't. That's a net benefit.
Joe?
Yeah, I think it. Oh, sorry.
No. Yeah, hold on. We'll go to Adam, and then we'll go to Joe. Okay.
Okay, I think it's a bad precedent to set to be like, oh, because these people, like the people who get engaged won't like be engaged fully in politics, that we shouldn't engage them at all, because it's like maybe like the way that they come to politics is like really bad. It's like through Kim Kardashian doing something stupid, but like from that maybe there's a couple people who like actually get more invested in issues and policy and stuff like that. And I think our goal should be more to educate people on politics and get people more involved in politics than to say, oh well, these people kind of like don't really want to do don't really do politics the right way, and they're gonna like just follow pop issues, so we should just like not expose them to it at all because they might do harm.
It just seems a little weird that I can make like a sex tape with a celebrity, and therefore I can now.
Don't do that tomfoolery.
Yeah,
don't
that's
do
celebrity, Tom.
that.
Tom
Don't do that.
Tom says he can, but can he?
just bragging,
Okay, that's very theoretical.
Here's another funny thing. I would like a question. And
we'll get to you. We'll go to you next, Samantha. But Joe, you want to say something, and then we'll go to Samantha.
I just wanted to say that I actually don't disagree. I don't disagree with you at all, Mr. Fanatic, in terms of like, yes, obviously it's great that she saved these people's lives, and I obviously value human life above all. And I agree with you, Adam. I think that I am a prison abolitionist. I love the work that Kim is doing, making this like a mainstream thing that people are involved in and thinking about. My issue is that, yes, maybe Donald Trump isn't involved in things like policy, but he did leave positions like the director of the Bureau of Prisons vacant for over a year. He did give instructions for departments of justice to pursue the hardest possible penalties. He did try and wage another drug war. He did eliminate community-based violence programs. So the things that he could do, he did very badly. And my issue is, and I'm not talking Kim specifically, but I am saying when celebrities bring their platform and lend it to a politician, they're lending their legitimacy and they're highlighting specific sections of their policies while disguising others. It's the conversation we were having earlier, Prime, about putting people on boards. It's like what gets hidden when you highlight something.
But our goal should then be to like show the people all of these things that Trump has done bad, not to like stop them from engaging in the way that they are already.
Yeah, Jill, I agree with what you're saying. Like, at the end of the day, I mean, we really are talking around. I think we're kind of talking past each other a tiny bit, but I totally
agree. We're agreeing passionately.
Right. Yeah, because ultimately, 100%. Like Donald Trump, again, he was like literally. I genuinely think he's worse than George Bush. That's crazy. He was a really bad president. Like, there's no denying it. Like, everything he did, the platform he ran on, like literally the verbiage that he was using, the dog whistling, he was absolutely atrocious. But you know, a blind squirrel finds a nut sometimes, and like every now and then he did something that's like, oh, okay, this I actually like, even though like I would never trade all that one little good thing for all the other bad he did. In this specific case, yeah, I do think it's a dangerous thing. You're right, for people to be exposed to Trump and hear this good thing that he did, because I do think it can soften him, it can humanize him in some ways, and I think that's really gross. I think I think just because of how dangerous he is, because he's still talking about running for 2024. He just won that poll at the CPAC. It's really scary. So like I do think that yeah, it is very, very dangerous, but I don't think that we're allowed to say because of it we're afraid of the danger that we're going to just we're not going to be politically involved at all with and use our power for good.
No, I'm just saying she should be more conscious.
Yeah, and she should be more diligent about about making sure that she's not like supporting Trump and she's not allowing her followers to do that.
That's the difficult thing with a crazy person like Trump, right? Because if it was a normal politician, you'd be able to be critical of them and work with them. But Kim was aware that any criticism of Trump would mean no more meetings with Trump.
Right. Totally agree.
I think Samantha had something to say, right?
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to know, like, I want to see if there's a statistic somewhere that shows how many people that were up for release on the First Step Act that was passed by Trump's administration were put in there by Biden's crime bill in '94.
Jesus. Why'd you go there, man?
Talk about fanatic though. Like, talk about fucking irony. Wouldn't that be fucked up?
Oh yeah.
All right, never mind. I should have needed something to say. My bad.
Shut the fuck up.
Kamala Harris? How about Kamala Harris?
I'm gonna jump in.
I'm so glad she's out of my
jumping
city.
off.
I'm so glad she's the fuck out of my city.
Same.
Bye,
I'm peacing out. It was good talking to you guys. I gotta head out for tonight.
For sure.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Good
night.
Later, dude.
See ya.
Also, Fanatic, thank you for correcting me on Ice Cube. I could have sworn I read that he was a Trump supporter in an article. So thanks for that.
Yep, no problem, man. Love you. I mean, no, I don't mean that way.
I know what you meant, Fanatic.
Yeah,
we don't need to do
sorry.
this again.
Gotcha.
Okay.
I love you. That's
All
okay,
right, so
even if he doesn't.
Quickly going back to that last thing, I am not saying that the actions that Kim Kardashian took were bad. Like, she obviously like saved people's lives. But when I look at these kinds of things, I try to think about how it would affect both sides of the aisle politically, and I'm very worried about the implications that kind of thing would have if, for instance, like someone who had a very malicious values or ideals for certain groups of people in the United States had a personal connection with the president and influenced them to make certain policy decisions based on their ideals.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, but that's just a general danger. Like the president, like what you're basically expressing here is like the president has power, like, and if bad people have connection to that power, then he can do bad things. Like, and that was one of our fears why we needed to see his tax returns. Like, who are you beholden to that like could possibly be influencing some of your decisions? That was a really important thing. It's not about being petty. That really mattered. You're literally the leader of the free world, quote unquote, right? Like, we need this information. And so, yeah, there's been plenty of times. I mean, obviously, the way G.E. Searle ended up passing like support for freaking aspartame was because somebody who was nefarious had attachment to the president, and they ended up passing it, even though it like failed all of its trials. And now, like, or Monsanto becoming like the head of the FDA, right? Like, these things are really dangerous issues. So yeah, that's a concern. And so it really is what you're. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm getting long-winded. Really simple. What you're basically expressing?
No.
I feel personally.
I know. I
attacked
have the
instead of
problem with that.
drinking
I'm
Diet
sorry.
Coke this whole time.
Yo, aspartame is actual death. Please stop. You really shouldn't do that. But what you're basically saying is that there is risk with power, and that's just true. Like, yeah, that's a basic thing. Yeah.
And like, I just want to be consistent because I don't think that I would agree with people doing that if they disagreed with me politically. So I don't think that I should think that it's okay for someone who does agree with me to be able to do that kind of thing, basically.
No, you can be okay with someone using their power and then hoping that they use it responsibly. You don't then say, I want to disempower everyone because some people who will have power will then use it badly. What you say is, we need to make sure we come up with reasonable legislation and reasonable measuring sticks to ensure that the power that people are wielding is important. Like, you can't say, I want extremely limited government because the government might overreach and do bad things. Instead, you say, no, I just want to make sure that the government that we do have is acting responsibly. That's a more reasonable take.
That's fair. Yeah, that makes sense.
Well,
isn't the celebrity thing though like a drop in the bucket compared to the fact that like basically people can choose whatever media they want to consume? That just confirms their beliefs anyway.
Facebook did that. Facebook and Twitter. Facebook and Twitter are way more powerful than Kim Kardashian will ever freaking be. That's dangerous.
Oh,
It's true.
Yeah, yeah. And
Are you saying that we have the minion memes to blame?
I wanted to back up Joe what she said like a while ago about like Kim Kardashian, because I think a lot of people did walk away with that impression that it was that. In fact, we literally talked to people. We literally talked to people on this channel, Trump supporters who've wandered on here, right, for like 5 seconds, and talked about how great he was, right, like in like the work that Kim Kardashian had done, and then like didn't see any of the other stuff, right? And they won't, and whether they'll even believe it or not that it was real, like who knows, right? But the stuff afterwards, like yes, the killing spree that he went on at the very end of his term, that barely got any attention. Like it definitely did not get the attention it deserved.
That's not true.
It
didn't get attention in the right spaces, right? Like, this is just a basic problem with our divided media. Republicans aren't aware of all of the failings of Donald Trump. That's fair, but the Republicans are
I
consuming.
think they are. They just don't give a fuck.
Well, some of them are, but a lot of them are only getting their information from Fox News, and it's not going to share the information. This isn't the problem of Kim Kardashian. This is the problem.
Yeah, what you would consider to be failures, they would consider to be like a success, basically.
Right.
So, anyway, I'd like to say that I will thank everyone for coming. I've been on for 9.5 hours. I don't want to make it 10. But before you go, hey, do me a favor. We have these open walk-on panels all the time. All the time we have these things, right? And if you enjoy it, if you want to be a part of it, well, you can, because it's open to the audience. And two, even if not, if you just want to watch, right, then hit that follow button right now. Hit that follow button, hit that notification bell, so you know when I'm going live. You do it 6 days a week. We'll be back tomorrow. The day after that, we'll have our all black everything panel. We'll be back the day after that. And on Saturday, we'll have our primetime Royale panel. Like, it's going to be really fun. You're going to really enjoy it. Don't miss out. So take this moment before you leave, before you head out, to hit that notification or the follow button, then hit the notification. Oh my God, notification bell. I cannot speak. I've been on way too long.
You got this.
Way too long. And some people are following. That's really kind of you guys. But also, and Eagle Eye beat me to it. If you miss any of my content, we have a YouTube. It's the link is in chat. Click on the link, sub to the YouTube, so that you can see past panels. If you miss them, then you can jump in there and watch them. So we've already putting up some content, and I think you'll like it. All right. So I'm going to thank the people who came in and stuck with us. Thank you, Kyo-san. Kyo-san has his own channel. Thank you, Kyo-san, so much. Everyone, go follow Kyo-san. He's really a cool guy. I really appreciate him. Thank you, Eagle Eye. Well, Eagle Eye, you don't actually stream anymore, do you? Do you stream, Eagle Eye?
Oh, what I was streaming this like whole time.
You gotta remember.
I was streaming.
Don't be surprised.
It's because you don't follow me on Twitch. It's because
I don't follow you on Twitch. But
exposed.
We have Samantha Banana, of course. So please follow Samantha Banana. Mr. Fanatic, also a streamer. Let's follow him. And these are all their names in chat. So please jump in. We have the amazing, the illustrious, the graceful Joe, the silly serious here as well. Joe, raise your hand so everyone knows who you are. You're great. So please go follow her. She's a wonderful streamer, wonderful human being. One of my very favorite, actually. I keep saying one of my very favorites. No, the top of my list. Finally, anyway, we have Tom Foolery. Tom Foolery is going to have a really big panel tomorrow. Has some illustrious guests, including Destiny and who else, Tom?
Destiny, that's a girl's name.
Oh. We got Destiny, we got Dylan Burns, we got RGR or Riley Grace
Rochon.
Is that how you say
Rochon.
Rochon. We got Denims, Irrelevant. So yeah, there's There's
That's
a
a
lot of
big-
Yeah,
people.
he's
This
got
looks like a base panel.
cast.
He's got an all-star
Oh, shit, on
panel
relevance, that's
coming up, right? So it's gonna be great, right? And he's a good streamer. So, and I'll prove that to you because I'm going to raid him right now, and send these people his way. So yeah, thank you, Tom, for being here. I wish you luck tomorrow with your stream. And yeah, everyone, please give Tom a follow if you haven't done so already. So there's 500 something people for you. Good luck with that.
Still want to see proof on the